I want to make sure we have the time to get into the substantive matters. So we have some discussion from socioeconomics. I mean, socioeconomics is broad. Socioeconomics, as well as the harvesting, cultural, and traditional land use topics, are all about impacts on people. But because we know that the system of people and the land is one system that interacts, we know that all of these things connect to people and all of these things connect to ecosystems in the land as well. And so even though we're setting our agenda in a way that might not look like that, we get that that's how reality actually works, which is why when people have comments, even if they have a bit to do with some stuff that we've covered earlier or stuff we're about to cover, I'm gonna encourage you to say what you think, even if it doesn't fit tightly within the narrow topic that we're looking at. But I do want to make sure we have time for everyone to say what they need to say. So if we can try to be succinct, we've just got one more day, and it would be very complicated to extend the reservation and change everyone's air tickets and everything else for another day. Very expensive too. We just would like to try to do this in the time that we've got. So to start off, we know that Todd Dene Gauthier government had more items than we had time to get to yesterday. You said you had a couple of other subject areas. Is that still the case?
It's Todd with DUG. I'm going to sum it up into one just for simplicity. But if anyone else can go first, that would be, give me a minute to pull these two things together.
Okay, thanks. I don't wish to put you on the spot. And Judith from, make sure I get this right, Fort Norman Métis Community. Did I get it right? You mentioned yesterday that you might have some observations, thoughts, or questions that you wanted to share today. And I know that you have a meeting you have to go to at 10. Do you want to share that with us now? Thank you. Please go ahead. And don't forget to say your first and last name for our transcriptionist who gets more and more exhausted as each day rolls on. So if we could make her job easier, that's always a good thing. Thank you.
Judith Brightbird, Fort Norman Métis Community. I'm here representing the, we've created a working group. So the Toledo Mackenzie Valley Highway Working Group, and that consists of the Fort Norman Métis Community, Toledo Dene TRRC, who Fred represents, and also Toledo Land Corporation. And we have representatives that sit on that committee, and we participate in community consultations and focus groups with DPRA when they come to the community, try to, engage with all the different groups in Toledo. So I want to say thank you. This is my first time participating in a technical workshop. It's been very interesting to hear all the comments and concerns. And I want to thank MVerb and GNWT to coming to Toledo. It was a great opportunity for people to be able to express their concerns and ask questions, on different things that they were wanting to get more information on. So hopefully that will continue in the future. So the working group's been working on different issues and concerns that the community wants to address. And I hear, other groups having similar concerns. And, we hear PKFN's concerns, they're on the route as well. We have some areas that we want to see, the road alignment changed as well. So hopefully, we can all work on that together. And business opportunities, we want to see our community gain business opportunities as well, and training, employment, contracts, all of those things. One of the biggest concerns that the community has had is with drugs and alcohol, and how do we address that? So we really want to be able to be part of the planning process for that, and not wait for the management committee and steering committees before we start working on those issues. So we've been talking to the consultants about that. They've heard that concern. So we don't want to be waiting as PKFN addressed. We do not want to wait until 1 year before the construction. That's too long. When we're looking at training and developing social programs. So that needs to be done sooner than later. And safety issues as well. How are we going to build capacity in the community to address safety issues? Because right now we do not have a social worker or a mental health worker. Those are services that are done from the region. So, if we have any issues in the community, it's the response is delayed. And so that's a real concern for people. So it's something that needs to be addressed. The road alignment, we have, different areas that we've talked with GNWT about changing the road alignment. And I hear that, we should be getting that information soon. We have another community consultation meeting planned for Toledo on December 10th. So we're hoping to have that information for that meeting, if not, before the January session that we're planning. So hopefully we'll get that information in time. They've been working with TRRC as well, on the different changes with road alignment and, construction of camps and stuff. They've been looking at different areas. So I'm glad they're already starting to address those issues. And the timeline is a big concern for the community, because we feel that a 10-year construction over 20 years is too long. We've been facing huge challenges in the Sawtooth, with no barging services. The winter road is shortened, so we may get a good 2 months of winter road, and then it starts to erode. So we don't have enough time to get, all the supplies, the infrastructure materials into the community and fuel delivery before the road is closed. So it's a big concern for the community that they'd rather see the timeline shortened. We cannot wait 20 years. And that's been raised many of times, and when NVERB was in Toledo as well. So they would rather see the construction start from Toledo to Wrigley and from Wrigley to Toledo sooner than later. The Great Bear River Bridge is a different project, so that's a separate issue. So even if we build the road from Norman Wells to Toledo, we still have to wait for the bridge. So, that's not a big priority right now. The priority is building the road south. So that's something we would really like to have GNWT address to see if that's something that's doable. and then, you know, trying to use local contractors and training people to do that work instead of looking at southern companies. The other issue that we had is since we have a working group and the consultants have been talking about this wonderful model here, you know, of how we're going to do this readiness strategy. But how does our working group fit into this, and how will the working group be structured, and who is going to be participating in that is a question that we have, that we want to be at the table, you know, in this whole process, because we want to make sure that, you know, an action plan for social issues is addressed. And, you know, how do we guarantee that with this model that they're proposing? So I just want to say thank you, and it was wonderful 2 days. I've learned a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judith Wrightbird from Fort Norman Métis community. Our board learned very much when we were listening deeply in Toledo and in the other community sessions that we went on. But I feel like you've just summarized a whole world of thinking in a very concise package up here. And I really appreciate that. I noticed for the last 2 days you were taking everything in. I could see the processing, and I'm grateful that you were willing to share that with us. I know the developers has heard what you've had to say clearly, and it's on the public record again now too. When I say road safety to a road engineer, they talk about curves, slopes, and speed. When I say safety to a road engineer, they talk about curves, slopes, speed limits, and such, like safety issues. But when I hear about safety issues from community members, it is a range of different things related to missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and domestic violence and other stuff. When you mentioned that safety issues are something that's very important to the people in Toledo, I was just wondering if you could expand a little bit on that for the benefit of the developer, to help them see it through your eyes. Thank you.
When they were talking about safety issues, it was, you know, looking at infrastructure, you know, if there was any emergencies on the highway, you know, who would deal with that? Would it be the fire department? Would it be the health center? You know, there's no one in the community trained to address that issue, you know. So we need to, when we're talking training, we're also including those type of people, you know, that would be able to address those issues, because we have 2 nurses at the health center. They cannot leave, you know, to go to the highway, you know, if there was an emergency. And also, you know, domestic violence. We don't have any social workers or mental health workers to address those issues. So looking at building capacity at the community level, you know, even if there was a few cases where we've already experienced where there's been, you know, bad accidents on the highway, you know, and the response was delayed because they needed to get equipment from Toledo or from Wrigley, depending where the the accident is, or Norman Wells, between Norman Wells and Toledo, like who responds, you know? So it's already been an issue, and so how do we put that in the action plan to ensure that we're building that capacity to deal with those types of issues?
Thank you very much for clarifying that. I appreciate that. Okay, so a very powerful statement, and it's on the record. I didn't hear specific questions, which is okay. If you have them, just touch my eye and you're welcome to it. And if not, then I'm going to see if Delaney Gauthier government is ready to go. Judith, do you have any particular questions that you want to ask?
Yes, I had the question for GNWT about the timeline and construction. Have they taken into consideration the request that was made at the MVRB meeting, to consider reducing the timeline and construction of the Mackenzie Valley Highway between Toledo and Wrigley?
Over to the GNWT.
Good morning, everybody. Seth Bonnet, GNWT. First, thank you very much for your statements and your questions. It's great to see you here, and it was great to be in Toledo and hear from everybody while we were there. With regards specifically to the timelines for constructions, again, what we have proposed and assessed in the developer's assessment report, of course, is for the project to advance in 3 sequential segments in no particular order. With 10-year construction period over 20 years. We were asked by the board and did respond in the information request received on what an optimized schedule could look like. The GNWT did outline that the project could be accelerated and constructed in a window of 3 to 4 years. However, there's several assumptions that would need to come to fruition to enable that. First and foremost is construction design for the entire alignment would need to be completed concurrent to the environmental assessment. That work is starting, but is not complete. Land tenure for the entire alignment would need to be secured prior to construction. Funding to complete regulatory authorizations and advance construction for the entire alignment would need to be secured, and we haven't done that. Regulatory authorizations for the entire alignment would need to be required, and procurement for the entire alignment would need to be completed. The key thing to recall and remember too, though, that the proposed schedule that we have in the developer's assessment report was informed by engagement as well. We heard loud and clear that there was a desire to maximize employment, training, and business opportunities, and by extending the construction window over a longer period of time and advancing the project in smaller manageable segments is intended to maximize those benefits. So while there is the potential for the schedule to be optimized by advancing all 3 segments concurrently and from multiple headings, that has been elaborated on as a potential alternative construction option, but it is not what we're currently advancing.
Okay, thank you. Judith, do you have any more questions for the GNWT?
I don't, but Fred wants to ask a question.
So Fred Andrew from the Toledo Renewable Resource Council, president of the Renewable Resource Council.
My name is Frederick Andrew Jr. from Toledo, RRC. I just want to ask a question to GNWT over here. when I speak, I like to use my language too, but I translate it for myself. I just had the same question that Judy just asked General Blue Tea about the timeline of Mackenzie Valley Highway because of, you know, I like to see it happen within 5 years or less than 10 years, anytime there, because the longer you wait, the climate change is real. It, it's happening every summer. It's getting worse and worse. I don't know if the highway is going to go through or not, because you have to look at the permafrost and all this issue in regards to heat and fire. But the reason I say this because nahini tenete se nik na visa zo ne kingu nik techate heni viso na nenaga petora the highway de pide e chunaga petora. What I say here is as a Dene people, we live off the land, we grew up with that wildlife, and we depend on it. And this highway will give us access to where we want to go and build a cabin here and there, but also, the longer we wait, it's going to be a lot of change in regards to climate change. All this climate change was predicted back in the late 70s and early 80s when the elders were all alive in Toledo. They told us the stories about it, all this happening. And all this sickness that we don't hear is all coming, everything's all coming from the south. With the weather, warm climate change, global warming, all this coming to north slowly. At the same time, there's things that are animal or flies or insects that we don't see is slowly coming up with them. This is what the elder predicted, and they told us a story about it. And they told us to be prepared. What they mean by be prepared is I know my dad and our uncle and our elder were saying that when all this climate change is happening, at the same time, eventually, all this fire and everything, all impact. You won't see much animal. So when he said that me prepare, he meant that they meant to us was build a cabin nearby Fish Lake. And maybe in my time, I think it might be what they mean. It's just like a drought for a long time. So when you have cabin by the Fish Lake, you got a chance to survive. The creator will provide you one fish a day or rabbit or something. You see right here, we have a technology. It's right at tip of our finger right now. We get access to everything, but they also mentioned that all about that war that's happening down south in other side of the country there right now. But they mentioned most important thing is satellite. One that crashed, but then they said those white people will go back to the native people to survive then back then, like you go back in 1920 or 30. It's coming up pretty soon. So I just wanted to let you guys know that this is what the elder predicted. But what I was trying to say here is about a timeline of highway. I'll say it again because it's almost 70 years ago I slashed this winter road for a highway to build. And I'm still waiting over half a century, and I like to see it build while I'm still doing okay because I'm 74 years old and I'm still doing okay hunting, but I had two great grandkids, 3 years old and 6 years old. I would like to have them with me driving down the highway while I'm that's just sort of in the country and the name places. That's what I wanted to say. But I really want to like Judith said, I don't know why we're going to wait another 5 years, 10 years, or 20 years. No, because when they mentioned over what to build a highway to Yellowknife, that was brought up and talked about it within a couple of years to overbuild it. And then up before that, up in that tuck, way up in the north, right over us, up in the Nuvik to tuck, there's one guy started talking about building a highway. His name is Marvin Gruben. And within about a year and a half or 2 years, and the highways, they started building, and they finished within 2.5 years. I think it was 2 years. You know, those places way up there, climate change is really affecting their ground and highway, but they still did it. They don't have no existing winter road for years and years. But inside too, we have, because I was there when I was a young guy when I was 22 or 23 years old. Now I'm 74 years old, and I'm still waiting. So this one guy there in within 2.5 years later, and the highway was built, and here, how long is going to take with us? Why are we? I don't know. Why you're trying to do technical stuff and all that when everything is all impacted by fire, climate change? The longer you wait, get on it in the head, then chiviga, data siga hone. What I said here is that the longer you wait, I don't know how long, how you're going to deal with climate change and all that. So now is the time we sit around the table and we should really, really push it and just do something about it and just build it. Masi.
Joe, Fred Andrews. Does the developer want to comment on why other highways like Tuck Highway or the highway to Yellowknife were built with such different schedules than the one that you've proposed for the Mackenzie Valley Highway?
Seth Bennett, GNWT. I'm not in a position to speak to why those projects advanced on the schedules that they did. Again, the proposed plan for this road and the timeline and schedule that we have outlined was informed by several considerations, not the least of which, again, was making sure that the project provided longer term benefits from employment training and business opportunities, maximizing those benefits for local communities, as well as the anticipated financial investment that's going to be required for the project. This is going to be a significant financial investment. It's a longer road. It's not the same distance, and it's not an identical environment. So there are different factors that go into it. If I could also add, Joe, we have heard loud and clear through our engagements that there's a desire for us to explore opportunities to establish that corridor working group sooner and try to advance planning sooner. We are currently engaging on those plans. We want to be prepared when funding is available to get those things moving, and engagement is ongoing right now.
No, thanks for that. And I think it gets complicated where I hear what you're saying, that you want to extend the financial opportunities and benefits in the region from construction with a longer construction schedule. And at the same time, you recognize what communities have said about the urgency of getting supplies, current fuel costs related to river water levels, barging challenges, and the shortening of the winter road. So on the one side, I've heard GNT point out that there's an urgent need to do this to improve certain socioeconomic issues, to respond to how climate change has changed since the project was originally proposed. And on the other hand, you're pointing out that there might be more opportunities for employment in construction if that is done in a less urgent fashion, in a more spread out over more time for more years of employment. So there's obviously it's a complicated balance that you guys have to think through, and the board has heard both sides of that loud and clear, and we've heard different messages from communities. So thanks for that. I appreciate that you're recognizing that you've heard that the working groups, that communities want the working groups set up early enough so they are more likely to be effective before construction starts. We also heard yesterday, some fairly widespread frustration with, rather than had someone worded, rather than having plans, it's a plan for a plan, or rather than having specific tangible mitigations for the socioeconomic issues, it's a plan to make a working group to come up with mitigations for the socioeconomic issues that could arise, such as the issues in communities we've just heard about. And for the board to evaluate the acceptability of a proposed adaptive mitigation, it really needs to know what the actual actions that are going to be mitigative actions that you're proposing are, so that it can weigh for itself the evidence about how effective they're likely to be, as opposed to wait and see what the working groups come up with. There's been some frustration amongst the parties voiced yesterday, where they were asking for specific commitments, and the response from the GNWT has frequently, I won't say consistently, but almost consistently been, we won't commit to that, but we'll talk more and decide later if we commit to that. And I think that's not really what a lot of the parties here were looking for in their comments yesterday. We appreciate openness to ongoing engagement. That is still important. But I think that there were very few commitments actually accepted by the GNWT yesterday, and a lot of it was deferred to, we'll talk more about it and then we'll see. And so I just wanted to note that trend that we heard from multiple parties yesterday, when they were proposing specific commitments. How many commitments did we wind up with yesterday, Catherine? So we'll go through the final language of the commitments from yesterday today. There might be more. We'll go through the final language of the commitments from yesterday later today. And there may be more, but I just want to encourage the GNWT to really try and be as open as you can be when you're hearing parties say these are commitments that would help make a lot of these issues kind of fall off the table. They would resolve some of their concerns. There's a real opportunity here. And I know that being part of a very large organization, there are certain constraints on what you can agree to on the spot as well. I get that's a thing. But there are real advantages to trying to constructively be as open as you can to the commitment request and try to resolve them soon if you can, because they're giving you flags of what issues really matter to them that they don't see as being resolved. And that can really help with the design and management of a project that in some ways it can make for a smoother operation and less time, effort, and money spent reacting to problems if they're able to avoid them. I'd also observe that the community working groups, it sounds like they'd have quite a focus on minimizing or avoiding social impacts in communities, but we haven't heard as much about proactive preventative measures to prevent these things from becoming increased problems in communities. Are there ways that you can operate a road to reduce the flow of drugs and alcohol, for example? And that's part of why we asked that information request to find out what alternatives RCMP have used effectively in similar situations in other places in the country. And the board remains interested in seeing if there are ways to prevent many of these social issues from getting worse, rather than just work with community groups to figure out how to best respond to them when they happen. But we have heard loud and clear that the responses are slower in communities that don't have the social infrastructure, that don't have the medical help or the social work inside the communities, and that the time that inside communities people can respond to major crises like that is much slower than it would be down south, and that the time it would take to respond to something like a road accident could be slower, and that could have ramifications on how severe the outcomes are. So there's been a lot of discussion, and it all kind of interrelates. Now I want to try and put it into high gear and get through the rest of our socioeconomic questions, because I don't want to cut short our discussion on culture, harvesting, traditional land use. These are very important topics, and we've got a set amount of time. So anyway, Fred and Judith, thank you again for summarizing so much and starting us off in a good way. Judith?
Judith, right, for the Métis community. I just have one more question for GNWT about there's going to be a corridor working group created. Can you explain that, and who's going to be sitting on that committee, and when will it be implemented?
Seth Bonnet, GNWT. Thanks, Judith, for the question. So yes, the GNWT has committed to establishing a corridor working group with representation on that group from the various Indigenous government community organizations, GNWT departments, and anybody else. I think we have a short list of proposed individuals that could be on that group. It has not been finalized yet. As part of the ongoing engagement that the GNWT is doing with DPRA in the communities, we are working right now to identify who should be on that working group, as well as the subgroups. So again, there are subgroups, subcommittees that will help develop the management monitoring plans that we've got outlined. So that engagement is still ongoing. We have proposed the development of the working group, and we're still open to finalizing who would sit on it.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was part of this process or if it was another working group that you were establishing. Thank you.
Thanks, Seth Bonnet, GNWT. Yes, the corridor working group is sort of the parent group with subgroups underneath it, subcommittees underneath it.
Thanks, Seth. That helps. Okay, so as I said, we're going to kick it into high gear now, just so we can get through the rest of our socioeconomic stuff before we hit the cultural topic. That's the main part of the morning. Over to Todd for Delaney.
It's Todd on behalf of Delaney Coaching Government. And I do notice that you're looking directly at me every time you say high gear. So message received.
Not an accident.
I'll just echo one of the things that Alan said a few seconds ago, and I'll echo it very quickly. The point of engagement is an outcome. It's not engagement as a mitigation. The engagement is the mechanism by which you get to the outcome. So underline there, and then moving on to the other aspect. And it's a restatement of why we want to work together. We want to make this project better. It's going to affect the communities. There's clearly a desire. And, right from the start of Tuesday, we were talking about working together on a measure that looks at preserving flexibility for the proponent, recognizing your funding constraints, things along those lines, your interests, but also some of the interests that we've heard today, or this week at least. Independence. It grants authority to the working group direction. It sets out resourcing that doesn't limit their operation and the implementation of their recommendations. We'll work out and I heard that there's a willingness to try to sort this out. That's great. Let's do it. It solves a lot of the data limitations. But again, to restate why it's important, in the absence of the details and in the absence of the mitigation to lower impacts from significance, if we don't have that and we don't have an agreement on how we're going to work together, then that data and those operations need to be made clear in the assessment. Otherwise, it's impossible to assess this project. So just to restate, we don't need that as long as there's a plan to do it afterwards. And this isn't. It shouldn't have been a surprise. This is a key line of inquiry, which I have my friend here look up the definition. It's an area of focus that is critical to understanding the potential impacts. It addresses issues of public concerns. When you look at the DAR, your community meetings, like you guys have heard these things like time and time again. That's why it's a key line of inquiry from 10 years ago. That's why it's a key line now. And that's why it has to be addressed in a broad manner to take that off the table and to start to resolve the concerns. This whole process is about resolving things. And so just to wrap up, was perhaps not optimistic yesterday, but I'm trying to be optimistic today. I'm taking the project in good faith. And I just want to say there's an opportunity to move quickly here. This is not rocket science. Jointly proposed measures have existed in this, the MVRB history. We have tasers measure to work from, to improve on, like that had a narrower scope. But, I think there's a real opportunity to get a lot of the broad concerns. There's always going to be small things below that to get a lot of that done. And DGG is pretty optimistic about this. So thanks.
Thanks, Todd. Is there a response or a question that you're looking for? Okay, no, thanks for the statement. There's a lot in that, and we appreciate that there's obviously been a lot of reflection over the last couple of days going into that too. Now we're going to go over to Pedzaki First Nation. We very much appreciate all the contributions you made to the discussion, being aware of our time constraints. How many questions do you have?
Jane Henderson for PKFN. I would say we have roughly 4 questions on socioeconomic impacts before moving into the cultural and traditional use section.
Okay, and like I said, I recognize there's some overlap sometimes, and that's okay. I also just want to remind everyone in the room that we're going to have a round of information requests, written information requests starting after the technical sessions. And so if people do have extra questions, don't forget that it doesn't mean that you can't ask them, right? But that there's an opportunity to ask them in a systematic sort of written manner in our information requests after this. PKFN, please go ahead.
Thank you, Jane Henderson, Pedzaki First Nation. So returning to yesterday, as Elder Tim Lenny told you all yesterday, and thank you, Tim, for your generosity in speaking, the proposed work risks the future survival of the community of Wrigley, which must be considered as a significant adverse effect that is risked with the project. He described that when the highway first arrived, can you hear me? It sounded strange. Oh. Okay, so Tim was describing that when the highway first arrived, members left, the developer only considers, so I'm going to use the word cumulative effects here, and please notice that we are not socioeconomic analysts in the formal sense. We may be misusing the phrase cumulative effects by using it in an informal way, and I hope you can understand what we're getting at. So, the developer considers physical projects as part of a cumulative effects assessment, and to PKFN, this using it just to talk about physical effects doesn't make sense because there are cumulative socio and economic effects in the picture. So for PKFN, it means that the loss of members moving away from the combined effects of the highway extension and the regionalization of services that Tim described, right? The removal of services from Wrigley. This must be considered as part of the larger picture because these are from their perspective, cumulative effects of government decisions here, right? And so Tim spoke yesterday about the effects of people leaving after the first highway extension. And to add a further piece of history here, when Pedzeki First Nation was relocated from Old Town to what became Wrigley in the 1960s, at that time, Canada made promises for housing as part of the relocation, which were not kept and have never been kept. And at that time, members also had to make the difficult decision to leave because they were relocated but had no homes. So we've got that piece in the 60s. Then, as Tim described, in the 90s, members found they had to leave to access education and healthcare. And so to Pedzeki First Nation, the proposed highway is the latest in a much longer and broader series of projects by colonial governments. And of course, not being able to live in the Ndé makes it much harder to exercise Aboriginal and treaty rights in the Ndé or to carry out Dene responsibilities toward the Ndé, including teaching the next generations on the land. So I put this out to you that PKFN, the potential adverse highway impacts are extremely significant and must be considered in light of this history. So 2 questions on this, really 3. The question is first, since there is no socioeconomic analysis in the DAR that considers PKFN, what timeline would be needed for any analysis to be included in the addendum? Is it even possible?
Seth Bennett, GNWD. Thanks for the question, Jane. So as we referenced already, there has been challenges incorporating specific socioeconomic information from PEDCK over the last few years into what's currently in the DAR. But in the current work plan, there is the opportunity to provide updates to the DAR through a proposed addendum. That is a very tight timeline. So we are open to and willing to come in and meet with the PEDCK First Nation to explore these types of issues specifically. It would likely take a few days of one-on-one conversations with the various organizations and individuals in the community, similar to what we've been doing in all of the other communities. And we're open to doing that as soon as possible, with the thought of incorporating any additional information in that DAR addendum.
Jane Henderson, PKFN. Thanks, Seth. And what is the timeline? I understand that you're proposing a few days of your workers coming into the community. I don't know the timeline for when the DAR addendum needs to be written and how much time you need to assess the information and meaningfully incorporate it.
Seth Bennett, GNWT. Thanks again for the question. Right now, we're looking at trying to maintain the tentative schedule and the work plan that the board has provided for the completion of the EA. There isn't a specific date, but there's a target for it to be provided in the spring of 2025. And my understanding is that that work plan is iterative and will be updated shortly.
Mark LaPhillips with the Mackenzie Valley Review Board. So at the end of the technical sessions, we'll need to evaluate the work plan, have discussions with parties, as well as look at the timelines for the next round of information requests. So looking at how many information requests in the response timeline is going to be a little dependent on what that next step moving into the hearing phase. The idea around the DAR addendum is to have adequate time for parties to formulate their interventions to hearings. So once we know a little bit more detail of when that IR phase will be completed, we'll have to calculate the timelines to get us to hearings. So I don't have a definitive timeline, but that general timeline of spring of 2025 is still what the board is looking to work towards. Seth.
Thanks for that, Seth Bennett, GNWT. In follow-up, again, what I would like to do and what I'm interested in from the PKFN is when is a time available? We'd be happy to come in as soon as we can to start those conversations and continue the dialogue moving forward.
Jane, PKFN. Thank you, Seth. We'll take it away and get back to you. So the follow-up question is, as I described, how is the context that I described, what PKFN would consider cumulative effects, considered in socioeconomic assessment?
Thanks for that one, Jane. Seth Manette, JWT. I'll ask Tim to maybe speak to that one.
Tim Rochelle and DPRA. Thanks, Jane, for the question. So the way it is discussed and referred to in the DAR is the impacts of colonialism, residential schools, is discussed in terms of the identification of vulnerable populations and the fact that those impacts definitely do impact populations differently, like Indigenous populations, obviously. And so there's a whole section on vulnerable populations. And so that's more or less how it is discussed.
Jane, PKFN. Thank you, Tim. Moving on to our next question. This question refers to 3 different impacts, acknowledging that the assessment has not yet been done for PKFN and Wrigley. We would like to flag certain kinds of impacts to see if they're already considered in the DAR and because they are relevant to Wrigley. So the first question is about the impact of community members leaving for work. There are 3 different impacts we'd like to discuss. So it's predicted by the community that the population of Wrigley will initially decline if PKFN members become workers who leave the community for training or to build the highway further north. And if, as predicted, the highway makes resource development projects possible in the region, then members would likely leave the community for further training and employment as well. Members have stated that in those situations, family care roles would have to change if more young people enter the workforce, because young people have less time to care for the young and the elderly. And this observation is supported by studies on the effects of work projects on Indigenous communities. I can provide citations, but for the interests of time, I won't get it in here. But typically, the partner that stays at home must take on additional household responsibilities, both while their partner is away working or training, and also when they return home, as the worker is often recovering from difficult work. So that's the first impact, is the change in family care roles. And secondly, as young men traditionally are the demographic that work in both outside development jobs and hunt, this can lead to a breakdown in knowledge transfer from elders and youth as the young men are leaving for the work, which can lead to a decrease in hunting practices for a community. And then thirdly, being away from the community for work and training can prevent workers from participating in community gatherings, and this can lead to negative impacts on leadership, recruitment, and training in the community. All of these potential impacts have been flagged by PKFN members as concerns. And I would like to ask, how has the developer accounted for these impacts on the Dene care of youth and elders, family dynamics, knowledge transmission, and leadership development? Thank you.
Tim Rush on DPRA. Thanks for the question, Jane, and a great question. I'll just start by saying, and then I'll hand it off to my colleague Jen Hannaberry, who's on the line, who I know wants to get involved in this discussion. But so those issues that you've raised certainly were discussed in all the other communities, and so they are identified actually in the DAR, and they're discussed in the human health and wellness VC in terms of the various effects. Then there were 9 potential effects in that VC. And so maybe what I'll do is I'll let Jen kind of give you more detail in terms of how we actually did that and how they are discussed. But they're great points, and yes, they are discussed and addressed in the DAR. So Jen, I'll hand it over to you.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me? Just hoping I fixed my sound issues from yesterday.
You sound good, and we can see you just fine.
Excellent. Jen Hannaberry, DPRA Canada. Thanks for the question, Jane. Yes, as Tim notes, these issues, as you have expressed yourself and as we reflect in the DAR, many of these issues are connected together. Many of the project effects, And so they're discussed in kind of a cross-sectional way. That being said, the DAR identifies what are called effects pathways. So how might the project affect socioeconomic conditions in communities? And so some of the things that you're describing around having less time to care for a family, some of those family cohesion issues, there is a part of the human health and community wellness part of the DAR that speaks to community, family, and social ties, and what are some of the effects pathways that may result in changes to those conditions in communities. We also discuss, as part of the employment and economy, changes that may result as a result of employment on the project to traditional economy practices. So the ability for community members to participate in the traditional economy as a result of employment on the project. I recognize this is not exactly some of the concerns that you're raising, but they are related. Certainly, I think I'm just looking at your list. I want to make sure that I'm getting them all. We do talk about in several places how hunting practices, we don't cover the cultural impacts. That's a different part of the DAR, but we do talk about how non-traditional resource use and impact by those coming outside may change land access and hunting access and what issues that might have. So while those are not, some of those are not directly connected to what you're speaking about, they do take into account.
Hold on, your sound just cut out. We heard you right up to when people come from outside that may change land access, and then your voice petered out.
Am I better now? Am I back?
No, I can't tell. Is it clear online? Is this a room problem or a Zoom problem?
Yeah.
So we're having a problem with the Zoom of this one. You try turning off your camera and no. Okay, so we've got people online saying they can still hear you loud and clear. We think it's a room problem. Other people online can hear it fine.
Okay.
Yeah, we're working on it. Martin from Pedo is struggling nobly with the issue.
I can hold for a minute while we get
Nope,
sorted.
you're back. You sound great. Go ahead.
Okay.
So you're saying when
Okay.
people come from outside, that may also reduce access to harvesting from community members. And right after that, we kind of didn't hear it.
Okay, Jen Henneberry, DPRA, thank you. And so all of the DAR sections do reflect the engagement findings to inform the assessment. And I think all of these effects pathways that I've described in these sections of the DAR are related, I think, Jane, to the issues that you have raised and are covered. And I think certainly as part of any engagement that we might do with PKFN in community, we would ensure that we would, update the engagement findings or make sure that they are reflected as project effects in an update to the DAR if and as required. So if the existing effects pathways need to be broadened or other things need to be considered, we would obviously do that as part of the engagement on the assessment and as part of our assessment of the potential project effects on socioeconomic conditions. So I think I've addressed the three issues, but please let me know if there were any that I missed in the three issues that you wanted to discuss specifically.
No, that's good. And again, I just want to encourage everyone to try to be concise in your responses and questions if you can, just so that we have enough time to get through what we want to get through and get into some of the cultural aspects and harvesting aspects in more depth this morning. But we heard your answer loud and clear. Back to you, Jane.
Thank you, Alan, and thank you, Jen. So in the interest of time, I will just ask that if specific mitigation measures have already been proposed for those kinds of impacts, could you please direct us to them? And if they have not, then we'll just assume that they have not at this time, but if they have been, please let us know. Moving on to the next question. So the next question can bluntly be summarized as are there risks that the developer is repeating past mistakes? The GNWT proposed similar aspirational plans for education, job training, and employment in the 1992 implementation plan for the Mackenzie Valley Highway extension. Those plans included training programs of up to 4 years, kind of co-op education and work setup, construction contracts tailored to the capacity of local businesses, and business development support that was customized for individual communities. However, in 1995, the Barcon report, I can provide citations, I'm sure you're familiar with it, which was commissioned by the GNWT, heavily criticized this plan as unlikely to bring significant socioeconomic benefits for Indigenous communities. The Barcon report also criticized project-related training initiatives as poorly planned and being implemented too late to be effective. PKFN's question is, how has the developer incorporated the findings of the Barcon report into the DAR? Given that, and also given that many of the plans do not yet exist, how can the developer and Pedzeki First Nation have confidence that they will not be poorly planned and too late?
GNWT.
Seth Bennett, GNWT. Thanks for the question, Jane. I don't have an answer at the moment. We'll take that one away and we'll get back to you on that.
Thanks. PKFN.
Thank you. And this is our last, Jane for PKFN. This is our last question on socioeconomic impacts. Yesterday it was discussed, I think many parties are in agreement that it's very valuable to have the indicators for any future monitoring framework to be developed in consultation with communities so that relevant indicators can be used. And PKFN requests a timeline on when those relevant indicators will be created so that baseline can be established as soon as possible.
Seth Bonnet, GNWT. Thanks for the question, Jane. So as we've currently got proposed, we've heard loud and clear that communities want to be involved in the development of those indicators, which is reflected in the idea of establishing the corridor working group, sub-working groups to do just that. And our goal is, again, of course, to have that work done and completed prior to construction.
Just a question to, oh. Great, Morgan, sir. Just, I guess, a question to GNWT around the indicator work that came out of the measures from both Jay and Divik, that there was some community wellness or cultural indicators and socioeconomic indicators that were being done for diamond mining communities, but just in terms of sharing some information on what other communities have done as an example for this project, if GNWT wants to share that with parties on the record.
Morgan Moffat, GNWT. So I'm actually going to start with the Clecho all-season road / Clecho highway, because I think it's a more relevant process to this one, but I'll talk as well about the Divik process, just they chose to go in a different method for doing their indicator selection. So with the Clecho highway, I believe Patricia spoke yesterday briefly about the timeline for the work when we started that. So by January 2019, we had our first meeting about how are we going to be tackling the measures that we've been jointly assigned as well as independently assigned. And we continued those conversations into the spring. At that point, we had already formed our sub-working group. The first terms of reference we had drafted by the Clecho government. And that was done in the early winter around February. So after that, we started our truly collaborative process, which is really the GNWT departments and the Clecho government, as well as their consultant, going through a vast list of data that we had available to us in the GNWT and asking what are the questions and what are the areas of concern that we have. And then also asking about the data, what does this actually tell us? Because sometimes you're provided an indicator, like say teen pregnancy, And it's not really answering the question that you're concerned about. So you want to find other areas of information where you can complement it, like qualitative reports from the community. Same with some information on STIs. So we started first by creating the questions and areas of concerns that we all had together. And then after we made our topic groupings, looking at each data set and bringing in the experts within each department that could speak to what that data set says. And this also included bringing in the nurses from the communities, talking to the RCMP and having both of them run different types of tests to look at what we had seen or what we had expected to see in the baseline data. So for example, we talked about in the Clecho Highway, the spike when the winter road was opened. And we wanted to look at that again at the beginning of the working group. And we had an excellent analyst from the RCMP who came in and did that with us. And they would go through all of the different changes they see. That went on for about a year, really. And we would meet monthly. Sometimes we'd miss a monthly meeting. And then we narrowed it down to, I think it's 36 different indicators that we're interested in. And it's been noted throughout that like some data at the community level, especially due to privacy concerns, we can't share. But when we have agreements put into place, we can share them within the working group to discuss them and ensure that we're monitoring it. And so we identified those there, and we have those discussions in person. I believe we finalized our indicators within the 2-year period. And part of that timeline was pushed back, frankly, because I was on mat leave. Apologies. Thank you. You're a beautiful baby. And so we continue this monitoring group. It's now on the GNWT side led by HSS with Melissa Pink, but on the TG side, we continue to meet usually monthly, at least 8 times a year if we're moving monthly meetings. And we discuss issues in the community, changes that we're seeing, questions that we have. And it's really like driven by the interests of the communities and the TG. For the DIVIC, the DIVIC measure, the process was different, and I probably shouldn't speak to it as the ECE employee because it's led by ITI, but that work was done. They can give you specifics through an intergovernmental council sub-working group. And it was led by ITI and a consultant and the IGs who all were at the table picking the indicators and discussing their concerns together, but I wasn't in that table. I was receiving information from that table. Thank you.
Just in Mark from the Mackenzie Valley Review Board, if you wanted to see the outcomes of that, they're available on the review board website in the follow-up program reports, the annual reports for the DIVIC EA.
It's Alan again. Some of the outcomes, we're not suggesting that the indicators that they wound up settling on for well-being in communities that were affected by that development are necessarily all going to be the same for those communities and those projects as they would be for this, but they might be a useful frame of reference to consider just to start instead of starting from scratch to decide for yourselves if they apply to the communities that could be affected by the Mackenzie Valley Highway, or if there are changes that would be useful. But a lot of work, as you're hearing, has gone into them, and there's some useful models to work off of there, including with the engagement. And I would point out that except for the Clecho Highway, the GNWT was not the developer for either the DIVIC or the J projects. They were doing that as part of Health and Social Services and ITI. So just so you get that wasn't them in there as developer doing it, but they have the same expertise and experience. Okay. So that's it for you question-wise, PKFN. Thank you for that. Productive discussion. Morgan, Moffat, thank you very much. for sharing your experience on this. It could be quite applicable. That was helpful. Thank you. Now I'm going to go to Nina Barton, who is a consultant for the review board.
Hi, Nina Barton for Two Worlds Consulting on behalf of the review board. So I have a follow-up question further to what we've been hearing this morning and yesterday, and also what's also in the DAR. So the mitigation approach that's proposed specifically for the significant effect to the safety of women and girls and other vulnerable populations, that's what I'm talking about specifically. So in this, I don't have the actual page in chapter 9, but the summary part of the assessment, I think it's page, I have 8.5 here. I don't know if that's correct. But it states, and also we heard this yesterday, that the effectiveness of the proposed mitigation measures, including the adaptive management plans, would be limited. So this is in the DAR. It says that it's anticipated that the significant residual effects on public safety will arise, particularly on women and girls and other vulnerable groups or populations, sorry, due to the project, even with the identified mitigations in place. And this was also confirmed yesterday in this room. So further to this, can the GNWT commit to providing further detail, specifically on the safety and security plan for vulnerable community members as part of the DAR addendum, and to consider providing additional mitigation strategies to assess the significant adverse effect to the safety and security of women and girls and other vulnerable populations?
Sorry, Nina, just to be clear, did you say provide additional mitigations to assess or provide additional mitigations to prevent or reduce?
Beg your pardon, to address. Yeah.
To address.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. GNWT.
Sorry, can I have you just repeat that for me, please?
Yeah, certainly. Nina Barton, Two Worlds Consulting. So the question is, can the GNWT commit to providing further detail on the safety and security plan for vulnerable community members as part of the DAR addendum, and to consider providing additional mitigation to address the significant adverse effect on the safety and security of women and girls and other vulnerable populations?
Seth Bennett, GNWT. So I would say that yes, the GNWT can provide any additional information we have between now and the development of the DAR addendum that we receive through ongoing engagement and collaboration with the community organizations.
Seth, it's Alan here. I think what you're being asked to do is not just provide additional information you happen to have right now, but it's to search deeply for creative ways to mitigate potential impacts on women and safety coming from this project, in addition to the mitigations that you've put forward so far. I'd also note that the inquiry on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls specifically made a conclusion that groups like the review board that are doing assessments on projects like this need to do better with respect to preventing these kinds of problems. The board does take that quite seriously. The request isn't to take the information you have and package and see if there's something else in there that's helpful. It's to try hard to move in a direction that will better address this issue if the project goes ahead.
Seth Bennett, GNWT. Thanks for the clarification, Alan. So I'm not saying that we're going to take the existing information and rehash it in some way, shape, or form. What I'm suggesting is that there's still the opportunity to have additional dialogue, add information to improve what's currently proposed, and anything that we can do to do that to help inform and improve we're open to additional dialogue, and we will present anything new in the DAR addendum at that point in time. Again, reflecting that the development of that plan is intended to be a collaborative approach that is achieved through I believe it's a sub-working group of the overarching working group, which is not yet established and is not proposed to be established until post DAR addendum submission.
Thanks, Seth. I appreciate that. And I also consider the wealth of experience that the GNWT, the whole of government includes health and social services. And we know that GNWT has extensive experience understanding what these issues are in a variety of different other communities that are already on the road system, and should be in a very good position to come up with progressive, innovative, and effective mitigations. And if you're able to produce them before the DAR addendum, all the better, because that way the scrutiny might be able to happen prior to the public hearing instead of during the public hearing, which can be helpful in other ways. So thank you for that. Quick follow-up from Nina.
Nina Barton, Two Worlds Consulting for the board. Thanks for that. I just wanted to add if this could include information specific to both construction anticipated effects and then also operation effects. So looking at, both the effects of incoming workers, thanks, and then also operation use. Thanks.
Seth Bonetti, GNWT, yes, it would consider both.
Thank you. I'm deliberately delaying our break just a little bit. We have one more question from Rory Carthew, who's online on behalf of Gwich'in Tribal Council. And then we're gonna have a break, and we're gonna switch gears over to the cultural harvesting and traditional land use topic. Rory, it's your opportunity.
Rory Carthew, REC Consulting, representing GTC. Thank you very much. I have a question related to the Mackenzie Valley fiber line. Before I do, just want to quickly add a point related to a talk on the Clecho Community Working Group that comes up often as a good example of GNWT initiatives to work with Indigenous governments and communities to lessen the undesired effects of highways. This is, I think, important to acknowledge that this reference to the TCWG involves the GNWT sharing power and authority with an Indigenous government to understand and resolve issues that are being observed and discovered. And it's a good example of why elements of shared agency and authority between governments is so important, as has been talked about yesterday and on day one. So my question related to the Mackenzie fiber optic link is that back when the Inuvik Highway was being built, and this is mentioned in PR 23, it was clearly stated that building the highway, the Mackenzie Valley Highway, along the fiber corridor would be likely to damage the cable, and the conventional wisdom was to build the highway first and then add in the fiber afterwards. Obviously, just the reality of the days and situations, that's not how things went. And now we have a fiber line in and are talking about building a road. So there are potential risks to the Mackenzie Valley fiber optic line. And this is of great concern to GTC as Gwich'in members and businesses rely on this line as a critical piece of infrastructure. So damage or delayed service would be disruptive to users in the GSA and ISR. Section 5.3.3 of the DAR provides a brief description of the MVFL and adds that the GNWT will identify the location and work with the operator to implement appropriate precautions to prevent damage. GTC believes it's important to understand the risk of the project to users of the fiber line and to and ways GNWT will take to reduce or prevent accidents. I've simplified in the interest of time the questions. Has the GNWT conducted a risk assessment for direct and indirect risks to the Mackenzie Valley fiber line?
Thanks, Rory. GNWT?
Seth Bennett, GNWT, thanks for the question. So the short answer to that question is no, there has not been a risk assessment undertaken specific to the Mackenzie Valley fiber line. However, we have identified the need to work with the owners of all infrastructure in the region to mitigate risks to existing infrastructure as part of the project moving forward. So it is something that we have identified and need to do.
Thanks, Rory.
Rory Carthew with GTC. Can the updated economic business case include scenarios that cost out the risk of a line break, including the cost to fix a generic break and the induced loss to businesses? That assessment should further factor in the anticipated frequency of those breaks due to construction activities or breaks occurring as a result of accidents or increased access along the road during operations. It would also be good to have an associated assessment of risk to critical services in the DAR addendum.
Is there a question with that, Rory?
Can the DAR addendum also include an assessment of risk to critical services in the event of breaks to the Mackenzie Valley fiber optic line?
Thanks, GNWT.
Seth Bennett, GNWT. So what we've proposed is that, again, if we're talking specifically about the Mackenzie Valley fiber line, that where there's interaction between the project and the fiber line, the GNWT will need to work with the owner of the fiber line to mitigate any potential interactions and appropriately addressed, and that those mitigations would be sufficient through some sort of a formal agreement with the owner. So at this point in time, it's not going to be incorporated into the business case that we're updating. And there's not going to be anything new along that line provided in DAR addendum.
Thanks, Rory.
Roy Carthew with GTC. Can GNWT confirm that it remains a partner in the joint venture with Ledcor and Northwest Tel to operate and maintain the Mackenzie Valley fiber optic line?
I'll have to come back on that. Sorry, Seth Bennett, GNWT. I'll have to come back with that one. Sorry.
Thanks, Roy Carthew, GTC. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Rory.
Mark Cliffilitz with the review board. We just have one other question just regarding the action plan from GNWT to respond to the calls for justice on missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and two-spirited LGBTQIA plus people. There's Action 68, which is a requirement for at the time, GNWT lands through environmental assessment to consider actions that the GNWT would take to address security and safety concerns of women and other vulnerable groups within the resource extraction industry. So that was a primary focus. Just a question to GNWT on how or if you've considered that same action within GNWT's planning for the infrastructure project for Mackenzie Valley Highway.
Seth Bennett, GNWT, just give me a moment, please. Seth Bennett, GNWT, thanks for the question. We're going to need some time and then we'll come back to you with that one. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to ponder that over the break because we're a little bit late for the break. Let's start again at 10:35 sharp. So it's not a really long break. It's not super short, long enough to get to the coffee, the bathroom, and back. Thanks everyone. And when we get back, we'll get the GNWT's response. And after the GNWT's response, we're getting into culture harvesting traditional land use. Thank you. Please go ahead, Melissa.
Thanks, Melissa Pink, GNWT. And Alan, I think the question was how were the calls to justice and the actions considered in developing the DAR? And so section 9.16.2.1.2 talks about the safety and security plan, and it mentions in there that we will be working with the GNWT's MMIWG working group in the development of the plan, and that the calls to justice and the action plans were actually considered when we started to develop the community readiness strategy and the safety and security plan. So we will continue to include those actions and calls to justice. Thanks.
Mark Cliffilitz with the review board. Thanks for that response. So I guess the question originally related to the specific action, which was 68, which was the extractive industry one. And this is more just in general, the application, the action plan explicitly relates to extractive industries. And I guess the question was, we understand for this project, you're describing the approach that you're using, but in general, for infrastructure projects going forward, would GNWT be applying the similar action plan for all infrastructure projects? But we'll just leave it at that. I appreciate the answer. We'll look at those sections. But the idea around the lens is always on the GNWT reviewing these actions through the lens of reviewing other extractive industries, resource industries, but in the case where there's a whole of government approach and GNWT as a proponent, would that action still apply through a different lens? But thank you for that response.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is a presentation, a 10-minute presentation from the GNWT on their predictions about the potential impacts of their project on culture, traditional land use, and harvesting to the GNWT.
Seth Bennett, GNWT. Erica, I believe, is going to lead us through these slides.
Erica Bonham, Stantec. I do also want to introduce Laura Nuttall, who was here yesterday and has headed back home and is currently somewhere in a car in a bomb cyclone on the West Coast. So we'll see how all that works for her to participate in this discussion. Just 2 slides, they're short, which will hopefully give us time for questions. The assessment of potential effects. I don't have the slide. I just have 2 slides, so if you could run those for me, that would be great. Okay. The assessment of potential effects on culture and traditional land use, including harvesting, is presented in Chapter 11, including Appendix 11A. The assessment concludes that the project will not result in long-term changes to the availability of traditional resources for cultural use or access to traditional use areas. The project will change the availability of harvested resources and cultural use areas on and adjacent to the PDA, which is the footprint, that are directly affected by habitat loss. For example, vegetation clearing. Notably, the project will increase and improve access to traditional use areas, cultural resources, and harvested resources. This may result in both positive and adverse effects. During both construction and long-term operations and maintenance, individuals may experience effects differently. The GNWT will continue engaging with Indigenous governments, organizations, and other affected parties on mitigations that may be needed to reduce effects on culture and traditional use. Next slide, please. The assessment of potential effects on culture and traditional land use has been based on project-specific traditional land and resource use studies by the Toledo Renewable Resource Council and Norman Wells Renewable Resource Council, prepared for the project in 2022 and 2023. Project description reports that were prepared in 2012 for the Pedzakide and the Toledo district in 2011. Publicly available sources such as land use planning background documents, and project-specific engagement by the GNWT from between 2010 and 2012 and between 2021 and 2023. The assessment of potential effects on traditional land and resource use, including harvesting, is considered conservative in that it assumes that potential cultural use and presence of resources is present, even if not identified by studies. The GNWT will review and incorporate traditional land and resource use information from studies by Pedzaki First Nation and Lidlukwe First Nation that have been funded by the GNWT once those studies are available. And that's it for our presentation.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the GNWT on culture, traditional land use, or harvesting? PKFN, please go ahead.
Jane Henderson for PKFN. Starting a quick question. I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, that all of the information that's on the walls is not yet shared or on the record. Is that correct? And if so, when will it be shared or on the record?
That's a summary of what's in the DAR.
Seth Bennett, GNWT. The maps and images on the back wall are part of our engagement record. They are on the public registry and available. These posters behind us on this site are not currently on the registry, but can be made available.
In that case, I don't think this is grand enough for a commitment, but could the GNWT please submit those posters to the review board so we can put them on the record?
I hear regularly that I never say yes, but yes.
Sounds like yes to me. Thank you. PKFN?
Thank you. So I'll be blunt in this question. As we know, Pedzeki First Nation has been calling for an alternative route about 5 kilometers east of the Decho since the beginning of engagement on this project application. GWT provided funding to PKFN for an engineering study about the viability of an alternate route outside the 1 kilometer corridor, a study which has just finished in the last few weeks and which has not yet been shared with infrastructure. But in the last 2 days, we've heard for a number of reasons that GNWT is deeply committed to the proposed route. And we also know that the design and evaluation criteria for this project prevent using an alternative route like the one Pedzeki First Nation has been calling for. So PKFN's question is, and here's where I'm being blunt, what is the point of the alternative route study that the GNWT funded? How does infrastructure think it can possibly be used?
Seth at GNWT. So again, to be candid, it's difficult for me to speculate on how that information can be incorporated until we've seen the information. But again, there is an openness and a willingness to continue to make adjustments and refinements to project design and project plans where we can. Moving forward. So once we have that information provided to us, we would envision working collaboratively with you to identify where improvements can be made and to particularly address concerns where we can.
Just to clarify something we heard yesterday, I understand what you said, an openness to make adjustments and refinements to the route, but GNWT was very clear yesterday that is within the 1 kilometer proposed corridor. And if I understand PKFN's point correctly, they're talking about something that is clearly an alternative to that identified corridor.
Seth Bennett, GNWT. So we have provided information already on where we're working with other Indigenous governments to make adjustments to the alignment outside of that 1 kilometer corridor as well. Specifically, there's work underway around Bear Rock and around, I believe it's Big Smith Creek, to adjust that 1 kilometer corridor to ensure that there's flexibility to alleviate concerns with sensitive areas. So that's something that we are doing and can continue to do to the extent that we can.
Thank you. PKFN?
I think to PKFN, that's still a frustrating or incomplete answer because the design and evaluation criteria of the project require using all existing water courses. And so while you've given examples of places where there may be slight deviations from the 1 kilometer corridor, anything wildly beyond that is prevented by the design of the project, so or the criteria of the project. So PKFN is still left wondering how could this study possibly be used.
Seth Bennett, GNWT. So again, once we receive the information from the PKFN that we anticipate is forthcoming here very shortly, we're open to having dialogues to see where that information can help influence the project. At this point in time, we don't have any evidence to indicate that those water crossings aren't appropriate.
Thanks. I'm just going to tag Environmental Assessment Advisor Clementine Bush as my stunt double when I step out for a second here. She's going to facilitate the next part.
Thanks, Alan. PKFN, did you have more questions? Or did GNWT answer that?
We have more questions, and I think they follow on to that question, but we take that answer as your last. Okay. Jane Henderson, Pedzeki First Nation. So the next question is, and this follows directly onto what you just said, Seth, that to date, you have no evidence that the existing water crossings are not appropriate to be used, so you can't consider anything else until you would see evidence that would suggest that. We've seen in the project description that the main way to reduce effects on cultural resources is to follow the winter road as much as possible. Of course, PKFN has been clear that that is not their understanding at all, and that the winter road, including its water crossings and all of the water crossings all of the water crossing update grades completed to date were created without sufficient consultation with PKFN. We note that in the PDR and in the DAR, there's no traditional knowledge about Ochre River or the water crossing there at all. And PKFN has consistently expressed that the winter route already has negative impacts on cultural resources and traditional land use. So to use the winter route will only deepen those negative impacts and open them up to year-round negative impacts. So PKFN questions the developer's basis for this conclusion that, again, the main way to reduce effects on cultural resources is the winter road route.
Seth Bonnet, GNWT. So to be certain, again, I don't think it's fair to characterize that the existing route that is proposed does not incorporate any traditional knowledge or doesn't factor in any other considerations. The information that we have available to us right now has been utilized, including information that has been shared by PKFN in the past, particularly in the development of the project description report, which included information on culturally sensitive areas of significance to the community. That has been factored into the existing project plan and design. And again, we're open to collecting additional information and reviewing the additional information that PKFN has committed to providing to us moving forward.
Jane Henderson for PKFN. I will note there's a total absence of TK on Ochre River, which is a major gap in the DAR. Moving on, our next question, this is about culturally important areas. So we're speaking here about the area between Vermilion Creek and Bob's Canyon Creek. And if anyone wants, I'm sure one of the members could point on the wall to where we're talking about, since we don't have visuals here, but just for other folks in the room. So the 2012 report, the PDR states at section 3.6.4.6 that between Vermilion Creek and Bob's Canyon Creek, seasonal flooding must be evaluated, as there is a traditional hunting ground that cannot be avoided by the proposed alignment. The report recommends a study in this area to evaluate and validate traditional activities and wildlife presence so that an appropriate alignment can be designed. There is important further detail about the density of traditional land use and PKFN's commitment to protecting it along the winter route in the same report at page 71. Again, in the PDR, the map in figure 6 shows where a high density area of traditional land use and occupancy is shown between Strawberry Creek and Dam Creek, which was provided by the Deschutes Land Use Planning Committee. I have all these maps if anyone wants to see them. And furthermore, PKFN has indicated that the corridor between Vermilion Creek and west of Bob's Canyon Creek is a traditional hunting ground. That's in the public consultation inputs sheets 6 and 7 in the 2012 PDR. How has the developer incorporated PKFN's specific concerns and evidence about the important traditional land use area between Strawberry Creek and Dam Creek in the design of the highway?
Erica Badam, Calistantec. As Seth mentioned, we do have the information that was provided from PKFN in the 2012 project description report. There are many maps in that PDR that were developed collaboratively between GNWT, its consultants at the time, and PKFN. I would point out that there were 9 optimizations proposed of the alignment, and that the optimizations proposed to avoid environmentally sensitive areas, areas of cultural importance. There may be others that have since been identified, but certainly the GNWT's collaboration with PKFN at the time was intended to address those specific issues in those particular areas where they were identified. And out of those 9 optimized alignments, optimizations of the alignment, the GNWT has incorporated 8 of those in the current project alignment. The one exception is at White Sand Creek.
Thank you, Jane, for PKFN. Our next question is about Mount Gaudette. So in the DAR at section 2.1.6.3, footnote 6, the developer states that the Mount Gaudette access road is now included in the scope of the Mackenzie Valley Highway project, and that access road is designed to reach a borrow source location. This road was originally scoped separately because it was intended as a capacity building project for PKFN. However, in 2020, PKFN withdrew consent to that proposed separate project because it would cause irreversible damage to a sacred location and significant adverse spiritual effects. The First Nation and GNWT have been in conversation about this. The First Nation has informed the developer and the Land and Water Board that based on their Indigenous knowledge, quarrying at Mount Gaudette any further would be unacceptable. And after PKFN withdrew consent to that proposed project, the developer told the First Nation that the work would not go forward without their consent. But the developer has not yet explained how this proposed work, which they know PKFN does not consent to, has now been brought back to life as part of the larger highway project. The GNWT has known for years that PKFN cannot consent to the proposed quarrying at Mount Gaudette, which makes the access road unnecessary. What alternatives have been investigated and where are they in the DAR?
Seth Bennett, GNWT. So your characterization of events to date is accurate. So again, the idea of the Mount Gaudette access road was originally proposed as a standalone project to advance independently of the Mackenzie Valley Highway Environmental Assessment through its own regulatory process. That process was launched and initiated. And again, we did hear considerable feedback from the PKFN with concerns to the design and the plan for the development of that project specifically, which did lead us to withdraw it from its standalone process. So for the intents and purposes of ensuring that that gap is still assessed, it has been incorporated as part of the Mackenzie Valley Highway project. However, the specific design has not advanced. Again, there is still opportunity to improve design. And I can let Erica speak a little bit more too about the actual project delivery piece.
So table 5.4 of the DAR includes the proposed primary material sources, and table 5.5 includes the alternate or optional material sources. And throughout, I think the GNWT has been pretty transparent in the DAR that through the ongoing evaluation of those proposed quarry and borrow sources, that if there, for some reason, the primary material source is not able to be developed for any, for one of those reasons, that it would pivot to one of a suitable alternate source to propose instead. And so if that applies to the Mount Gaudette quarry, the GNWT would be interested in engaging with PKFN on what of a suitable alternate would be appropriate to propose going forward.
Jane Henderson for PKFN. Thank you, Seth and Erica. Seth, I'll be frank, I don't understand when you say to make sure that the gap is still assessed. It's now part of the scope. I just don't get what that means. And a question to you, Erica, does Mount Cadet, is it considered a primary material source or an optional or alternate source? And I understand that you're saying it, that either can be removed. I'm just curious where it's considered right now. That was a double-barreled question.
Well, I probably have the easier one. Erica Benham, it is identified as a primary material source currently.
Seth Bennett, GNWT. So again, specific to, and I apologize for my characterization is a little bit off. So that section of the proposed Mackenzie Valley Highway between Wrigley and what would have been Mount Cadet, again, was originally proposed to advance outside of this environmental assessment through its own regulatory process. Now, with the cancellation of that project as a standalone project, we do want to make sure that that 14 to 16 kilometer section does get included in the assessment for the entirety of the project. So through this environmental assessment, we have captured the need to explore impacts on that portion of the highway as well.
Jane Henderson for PKFN. Thank you, Seth. So just to make sure I'm understanding correctly, when you're talking about the gap, you're not meaning necessarily the gap of that Borosource site, but the gap of the highway that will exist if that Borosource site is not used.
Seth and GNWT, that's correct, yes.
Thank you. I will need to confer with PKFN, but based on all of the communications and engagements to date, I think that PKFN has been pretty transparent that that Borosource site should be taken off of your list. And I know that it's part of the proposed upcoming geotechnical work, and I think the PKFN has been pretty frank that that source should no longer be considered one of your primary material sources.
Thanks, Jane. Can I ask how many more questions do you have?
We have a number of questions moving on to other aspects of cultural and traditional harvesting. So if you want to switch to other people, it's a perfectly appropriate time from our perspective. Thank you.
Great thinking. We might let other parties ask a few questions and then we'll come back to you. Fred from Toledo Renewable Resource Council, do you want to go ahead?
Hello, Makala. My name is, can you hear me good? My name is Frederick Andrew. I'm with Toledo Renewable Resources Council. I had a question to GNWT over here regarding impact on cultural traditional land use harvesting. I'll just go back in time when there's no doctor or anything. So us Dene, we rely on our medicine, on the land and medicine man. But now things change. We have a health center, hospital and all that. So the reason I say this is because I was raised on the land most of the time before I went to residential school. And I was raised by my granny, and he taught me a lot of medicine plants on the land. This was very important to me to do with your heart condition. There's three, let me say this. Two different kind of plants to heart condition, one for tapeworm and one for, I just got to mention it to you, and one for diabetic. And when I travel on the winter road, I recognize some of these plants that's really important to Dene people along the winter road. Sometimes I quite down to Franklin Junction on the road. I've seen some, and sometimes I go past that, close to Frank Yellow's cabin, Rose's cabin, and I see some of this that plants that it's really important to us. It's a medicine plant. Especially I seen lots of the one that was a heart condition plant. There's three of them there. and T1 and sugar diabetic. All these are very, very important to Dene people that was passed on down to by my granny. Because back in early days, mom was always sick all the time. So he was spending a lot of time in Charles Council Hospital. Some of the patients did come back. But mom was lucky enough to come back. So all this time, sometimes mom would be gone for like 6, 7 years like that. So I was raised by my granny and I was taught all this traditional medicine plant. I know more than that, but I just wanted to just mention this because I just want to know if GNWT do a study along the corridor of the Mackenzie Valley pipeline because it's so important to us. Because I don't know where it is, just ask people in Toledo, maybe ask me, and I'll show you because it's very important to us. Yeah, I just wanted to bring that up. Merci.
Thank you. GNWT.
I know there wasn't a question there, Eric Benham, but I did want to just comment if it's useful to other parties that the GNWT has committed to offering opportunities to harvest traditionally used plants from the footprint of the right-of-way prior to clearing.
Do you want to follow up, Fred? Did you want to follow up to that answer? Good.
What do you mean by when I order it?
Do you want to add anything to what they've said, or that they've got a plan that you can pick medicine along the planned route with the road before it gets constructed?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to see done. Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on that before this measure take place, because I think it's very important to the people that we need to check into it before the highway goes through. Merci.
Seth, but at GNWT, I would also just add in response to the comments. First of all, thanks Fred for your comments. That we have been funding traditional land and resource use studies in communities to gather that specific type of information and incorporate it into the project.
It's Mark Phillips with the review board. Thanks for the responses, Erica and Seth. Just this is for clarification for myself. I maybe misunderstood. Erica, you were saying that there'd be opportunities to harvest traditional plants prior to the clearing of the right-of-way. Is that what you're describing?
Yeah, if there's Erica Benham, if there's a concern about losing access to resources that, you know, can't otherwise be avoided, then yes, the opportunity would be provided for Indigenous organizations to recover those resources before the clearing happens. If there's opportunity to, you know, avoid certain areas, that's part of that optimization of the route that will happen. But if those can't be avoided, we certainly want to offer the opportunity for some of those medicines. And there is a list in table 11.9 of the culturally, oh, no, those are fish. Anyway, somewhere in chapter 11 is a list of culturally important plant species, and those ones would be the kind of examples that maybe organizations are interested in harvesting before the construction happens.
Thanks for that clarification. That seems to be like a single use opportunity if the optimization is not available. Is there any programming that ENR or somebody or ECC is able to support for either transplanting or ability to relocate any of those plants to another area, so harvesting could continue for longer than the one-off harvest?
Erica Benham, I'm not a plant person, but unless those communities are rare, there is an opportunity. Those communities will continue to exist in other places. So I think what you're speaking of is if there was anything that was, an uncommon plant community that couldn't be otherwise mitigated, that could probably be considered, but we're not aware of any of those.
Thanks for your response. Maybe just ask to continue that dialogue with the communities who might know more. I think the ability to harvest and the locations of that, the harvesting and the knowing where those locations are will be changed by this project potentially. So any way that you could work to try and mitigate that going forward so that there's maintaining the abundance and the availability that exists prior to construction would be preferable.
Eric, but just to be clear, the DAR does predict that there will be long-term loss of vegetation in the right-of-way, and that's not likely to be mitigable. That is part of the effects assessment, and that is not something that GNWT has proposed to, mitigate for specifically. But if there are things that come up in our engagement between now and construction, that will all be carefully considered.
Thank you, Erica. I think Dido has a follow-up on that, and then we'll go to Kenda from the GTC.
Theodore Kazon, Litikmai First Nation. Just a quick follow-up on Fred's. Yeah, Fred actually did have a question. He asked if there is going to be studies in regards to the plants and what have you that is going to be there. And I would expect the communities would be appreciable if there was a study done, because if there is plants that are going to be there and displaced, they may not know where there's other plants. And if these plants are being depended on for traditional practices now to displace that, what they could be using traditionally would be pretty offsetting for the community, and the communities may not have the capacity to find more of these plants if these plants are not in abundance. Thank you.
Thank you, Dieter. Fred, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I think GNWT really seriously, I know Eric, really seriously think about this, what I just brought up, because it's a life-saving to us too. Then the people, it's who could be anywhere on the land, and it may come in handy for us. So it's either relocated or just trying to avoid, but I just wanted to mention that.
Thanks. GNWT, did you want to answer Dido and Fred's question?
Yeah, Erica Benham, the GNWT will do pre-construction rare plant surveys and bring, have community members participate in that. I think part of that is first narrowing down the area of the alignment. And that is not, where we're at just yet. So as the design progresses and we have a more defined footprint for the project, we can certainly incorporate. There may be already existing programs, that have community interest or have a similar theme that we can leverage to make those reconstruction surveys as meaningful as possible.
Thank you, Erika. I think now we might change topic and go to Kenda for a question.
Thank you. I am Kanda Kulanyama, working for the Gwich'in Tribal Council. The GNWT has committed to discuss monitoring opportunities with the indigenous guardian programs and affected governments. They have also committed to work with other indigenous governments to provide opportunities for local involvement in project-specific monitoring. GTC should be part of these monitoring programs because the nation has valuable experience and know-how from the ITH project and stands to be affected by project-related effects. So my question to the GNWT is that, will GNWT update their indigenous and environmental monitoring commitment to include engagement and participation of GTC and Gwich'in participants?
Seth at GNWT, thank you for the question. We're gonna consider that one and we'll come back to you with a response.
Kanda Kulanyama, thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you, Kenda. Next, we'll go to Lisa McDonald online, I believe.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Lisa McDonald, Norman Walls Renewable Resource Council. I just wanted to reiterate what Fred Andrew was speaking about in regards to medicine and the response from GNWT about people being able to go and harvest before work begins. I guess in the real world, that is not how it works. There's certain medicines that we use, and they're collected at different times of the year, not all in one place. And I could tell you, as of now, with the extension of the road from Norman Walls to Canyon and now Prohibition, that nobody would be smart enough to be picking anything off the sides of the road due to the dust and other things that would be unhealthy, for people to consume, never mind picking the plants. There were a couple issues that I don't think people really understand. I'm for the highway. I live in Norman Wells. I've seen the effects of industry, of tourism. We deal with a lot. We actually are having 2 environmental assessments in our small community go on. People talk about, I know that we had done a study with the GNWT, and I find it really hard to have hope sometimes that things will change. And by that, I mean that the Aboriginal people, my people, that they would be directly involved in all aspects of the project and not be dictated, from people that do not live there. By that, I mean, I grew up dealing with imperial oil, so I know how that is. It's still like that to this day, and it is still very uncomfortable. We get bottom of the barrel, so to speak, very minimum, at best. And I'm sure you guys follow the process with imperial oil, and even with the GNWT with their hand in, if anybody sees, what we're paying for gas prices right now, for food prices, and everything. So it's very hard for me to find hope in believing that the GNWT is going to step up to the plate. It's actually really frustrating, and I have some younger people that are on my council that are being in this, and I encourage them to speak up. You know, we got to leave this. I don't know what we're going to be leaving behind for my grandchildren, but sometimes the fight doesn't even seem worth it, because once it gets on paper and things start, you know, Aboriginal people never seem to make headway. And it's always over the same things, you know, the things that we love, the things that we use, you know, that are vital and important in our life. And that's not to say that it's not important to people that work for the GNWT or anything, but there's just so many policies and guidelines that the GNWT is guided by. And singularly, you look at it and people, you know, we live the same lives, just in different scenarios. You know, so there's no trust, I don't believe. Like if you look at these environmental assessments right now and you think of the GNWT and you take Imperial Oil Resources and that's pulled away from Norman Wells, really, what are we going to have? I live in one of the most beautiful places in the NWT, but actually taking a look at it in the last couple of years, I think we're one of the most contaminated. You know, you look at the Canal Trail. I've worked on the proposed Mackenzie years.
Sorry, Lisa, you're cutting on and off. Can you repeat
You
what
know,
you
different
just said?
routes, and worked on every creek, every Hannah to, I said, I've worked on every creek and river from Hannah River to Good Hope and to Wrigley. You know, I've been involved in environmental field in over 20 years and have worked on a lot of projects with the federal government as well as GNWT. So living in Norman Wells also for like our traditional cultural, we usually have to fly out for that. However, you know, it's not really expressed in Norman Wells. Our traditions, I guess you could say, let alone because of town bylaws and whatever else we have to deal with. So you add everything onto the plate. And it just it's just really distrustful. You know, I was never one for the highway. I am now due to the rising costs of living. Near impossible to live in Norman Wells now. I just really hope the government takes into consideration what the people have to go through. You know, I've seen it with the expansion in the 80s. I've seen it when the pipeline went through. The Aboriginal people did not get anything. I've seen it when the fiber optic line went. Again, you know, the people got peanuts. We really didn't get anything. And the speed of that project going through was amazing. I just hope that, you know, when you guys are talking about traditional and cultural, I hate to say it, but we're one of the very few communities in the Sahtu region. I guess I have to fight really hard or make a really hard effort to practice our culture and to practice our traditions. We're a transient work town, you know, an oil and gas town, and that doesn't always align with the needs and wants of the higher ups in Norman Wells. So when you're talking about, you know, you're going to allow us to go and pick the road before, you know, they're mowed over, I think it is disrespectful, because there's a lot more that comes into play than just picking them. There's the times of the year, the plants, rarity of them, and stuff, So it's, and from the dust control that I've seen go on from the 2 extensions now are, I would not advise anyone to pick them. Just one quick other thing I just wanted to mention too. I know that when you guys, the GNW, they did the first section from Canyon to, or Norman Wells to Canyon Creek. They had a training program. I think the government would be very wise to look at other opportunities such as that, or with the contractor to have those opportunities for younger people. I know 7 people that took that training course that are off in the world doing better and have steady jobs because of that training that came out of that first segment of the road. But not only working, on the highway. I think what needs to happen sometime is that, tables need to turn as to where we're not being told what we have to, or what we need to do or have to do in order to gain work. But for people that are coming into our communities and suggesting change, that they actually come and spend time with the people. And I would suggest out on the land, taken away from everything that they know for 1 week, and go just to experience it. I believe that's the only way that some people's eyes would be opened. Because everything that we've been through in Norman Wells, it's still the same song and dance. From no barges, now to no water. How many outfitters we have to deal with. I think there's like 7 SDLs across the river. We have Imperial Oil.
Lisa?
We have a canal. Because
Sorry, you just cut on and off. Do you mind
never mind
repeating the last
forest fires
sentence?
and changing.
Hi, Lisa.
I just said
Clementine
that
here. Sorry, do you
it's
mind
just
repeating the
really
last?
hard living with everything that we have had to deal with in Norman Wells, never mind the SOT 2. From the outfitters to tourism to the highway charging system, significant discovery licenses. We got Imperial Oil, we got the Canal Trail, Toledo, Delaney, all the contaminants that we have lived with and still are living with, and we're bringing in more work. So I just really hope everybody does their homework and try to do the best that we can to see and understand how the Aboriginal people, my people have been fighting for 4 years just for the basics.
Thank you, Lisa. GNWT, would you like to respond to Lisa's comments?
Seth Bonnet, GNWT. I appreciate all of the comments that have been provided. And again, it's information that we have been hearing through engagements in the past. And we are doing our best to make sure that those concerns are reflected in the mitigations we're proposing for the project.
Thank you, Seth. Now we will go to John Nishi from the review board.
Thank you, John Nishi for the review board. Good morning. I just have a quick preamble and then some questions for GNWT and for some of the IGOs that are represented here today on a few themes. The themes are population harvest monitoring, food security, and moose and caribou harvesting. So one of the things we've seen is that over the long term, new all-season roads fundamentally and often irreversibly change people's land use patterns. And in particular, it changes wildlife harvesting access and hunting practices. In short, your great grandkids and their families will likely be hunting and accessing the land differently than you are today. One of the key challenges, or one of the key changes over the long term, is that there's an incremental and cumulative increase in access and extent of areas that may be hunted more efficiently. For example, new cabins and new trails are often established along a new all-season road. And the increased access pertains to local communities and potentially to people outside the local area. Over the short term, you might see an increase in access, which may result in an increase in harvest, which has benefits such as increased access to country foods like moose and caribou. But to persist and be healthy over the long term, hunted populations such as moose and caribou need to adjust to an increase in levels of harvest and other sources of mortality that are associated with activity on the road, such as wildlife traffic collisions. To be sustainable, hunted populations respond or compensate to increased mortality rates through higher birth rates, better survival or recruitment of younger animals, and or immigration of animals from other areas. So the first questions I have with respect to population and harvest monitoring are directed to GNWT. The first question is, what specific population and health harvest indicators of caribou and moose will be monitored through the WMMP? And I'm thinking about frequency and scale of the monitoring. And how will those data be used to assess whether total harvest of boreal caribou and moose may be becoming unsustainable? Thank you.
Seth Bonnet, GNWT, apologies. We're just checking to make sure we have somebody available to respond to that. I'm not sure if they're online or not. In the interest of time, we'll come back to you on that one. I apologize.
Thank you, Seth. John, do you want to ask another question to the GNWT?
Sure.
Or do you want to wait until they have their expert? Go ahead.
Thank you, John Nishi, for the review board. I guess a bit of a follow-up question, in combination with the first question. With respect to harvest sustainability, has the government of the Northwest Territories conducted a power analysis of its proposed program of caribou collaring and composition surveys and the periodic moose aerial surveys that have been outlined in the DAR? And specifically, I'm interested in what rate of decline in boreal caribou and moose would the proposed survey monitoring be able to detect over 5 and 10 years, respectively? Thank you.
Seth Bonetti and MVT, I do apologize, John. We don't have our subject matter expert on the line right now, but we will endeavor to get them here as soon as we can.
Thanks, Seth. Then I would suggest that we break for lunch. GNWT, would you be able to bring back your expert after lunch? Hopefully, great. Then we'll break from 11:45 to 12:45. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go back to John Nishi of Ecoborealis, who is a consultant to the review board on ungulates. John? So when we last left to lunch, the GNWT had 2 questions that have been asked that you weren't able to answer because you didn't have the right people here. And at lunchtime, you had the opportunity to get the right people here. So Are you guys able to answer those two questions?
Is Alan online?
Mike's-
Oh, Mike, sorry. Stefan at GNWT, yes, I believe we've got the people in the room or online already. So if maybe you could just repeat your first question, please.
Thanks, John.
Sure. Thank you. John Nishi for the review board. So the first question was, what specific population health and harvest indicators of caribou and moose will be monitored through the WMMP? And what I was thinking there is sort of the frequency and scale of the monitoring. And how will those data be used to assess whether total harvest of boreal caribou and moose may be becoming unsustainable?
Thanks. GWT or Mike?
Stefan at GNWT, yes, I believe Mike's online. Mike, are you there?
Yeah, this is Mike Setterington from Environmental Dynamics. Hopefully I'm not coming through broken up.
You sound great.
Oh, thank you very much. John, your question was specifics on what we're monitoring, on what the GNWT will be monitoring for health and indicators of demographics. Sorry, I just give me the two things you're asking for again. I just wanted to be sure.
Hi, Mike. Yeah, it's John Nishi for the review board. It was population health and harvest indicators. Over.
John, we're just hold on. We're just amplifying your microphone a little bit better. Do you want to try it again? And get right close to that.
Okay. John Nishi for the review board. Hi, Mike. The two items were the specific population health and harvest indicators of caribou and moose. Thank you.
Roger. Yeah, no, I could hear you fine. I just wanted to catch it's Mike Setterington with Environmental Dynamics. I could hear you fine. So health and harvest indicators. So those aren't specifically identified in our wildlife mitigation and monitoring plan for the GNWT. We did have specific responses as best as we could provide in MVerb response to MVerb questions number 37, 38, and 39. I presume you're familiar with those responses and you did not find the indicators in those responses either? Or was there something specific? I'm looking specifically perhaps at MVerb 39. About harvest levels. Well, no, that's harvest levels. We're looking at cow-bull ratios, cow-calf ratios, typical demographics that are monitored for caribou and moose populations.
John?
Right. So it's John Nishi here for the review board. Thanks, Mike. I was really trying to get an understanding of the intended frequency and scale of the monitoring. And it also ties in with the question that the second question that I'd asked before lunch as well, which was with respect to harvest sustainability, has the GNWT conducted a power analysis of its proposed program of caribou collars and composition surveys and the periodic moose aerial surveys that it mentions in the in reference to the WMMP?
Mike.
It's Mike with Environmental Dynamics. Those are questions I'll have to confer with James Hodson to get those specific answers. About the power analysis on collars, that's a valid question. And the frequency of the surveys, which part of that question came up during the caribou discussions 2 days ago.
GNWT.
Heather Stein Crawford with GNWT Environment and Climate Change. So John, your specific questions, have we done power analyses on moose surveys and detecting
trends. For moose, no. And in terms of how often we will do moose surveys along this route, we just completed one. Sorry, I should have had that in front of me. In 2020 and 2021. And so that was the first moose survey done in the Sawtooth in quite a long time. And we are looking to repeat that type of survey regularly, 4 to 5 years, give or take, and depending on community consultation and budgetary constraints. For boreal caribou, the power analysis that we have done is that basically we need at least 20 collars on female boreal caribou to give us an idea of survival.
John?
John Nishi for the review board. Thank you, Heather and Mike, for those responses. I appreciate that. And really it's kind of the context of the question is really to have a good understanding of the ability of the monitoring to sort of provide insight as to what's happening with the populations and whether they're actually declining. And the challenge, and it's not a criticism, it's a recognition that there's a challenge of surveys when populations are declining over 5-10 year periods at relatively low rates. Often these sorts of things are not detectable until there's a problem. And I just wanted to highlight that in this line of questioning. So I appreciate the answer or the responses. And I guess I was hoping to ask, just in addition to the rate of decline, what rate of decline that the survey monitoring methods would be able to detect, just a bit more along the lines of, would you be able to share those analyses as you go forward in developing the WMMP? Thank you.
Maybe I'll speak generally to, I think, what your question is getting at. So I don't think that there's a specific rate of decline or a specific threshold that we would be looking for when assessing any sort of population across the NWT. What would happen? I heard this morning talk from Alan about basing this in reality. In reality, what we would do is if we had information coming from communities along with scientific information that was showing that there's declines, that we would go back to the communities and talk about what to do next. So similar to what we have done for other wildlife populations across the NWT, go back to communities and talk about what to do next. In terms of the WMMP, I'm sure that INF would be happy to talk to folks about analysis moving forward and any sort of discussions about that, the harvest thresholds.
Thanks. John?
Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Heather. John Nishi for the review board. Just a bit of a follow-up on this line of questioning. And its question is, I guess, back to the GNWT, it's what other data will be monitored to make sense and explain the likely factors that are driving or affecting the main changes in caribou and moose population health, distribution, or abundance. And so what I'm trying to understand is, will there be specific monitoring of environmental covariates like winter severity, drought, but also probably more importantly is, or as important is, daily traffic volumes, the actual activity that's associated with the road. Harvest would be another, but to be able to really understand, in addition to the monitoring of the populations that's happening, and if they're changing, their distribution or abundance, what's actually contributing to that. And without having, say, information on daily traffic volumes, it could be difficult to make any conclusions or inferences on how the road is actually influencing animals. Thank you.
Thanks. Any response from the GNWT on that?
Erica Badam, in respect of monitoring traffic, yes, the GNWT will continue to operate its traffic counters and install new ones where needed along the all-season road.
Thanks, John. Back to you, John.
Thank you, John Nishi, for the review board. Next couple of questions are along the theme of food security. Just wanted to acknowledge that Heather Klein, before she left, kind of highlighted these two questions for me. The first one is, has the GNWT done a baseline food study to identify the extent that country foods contribute to food security to communities that are affected by the proposed Mackenzie Valley Highway project? So what sort of species, what's the distribution of country food use in these communities? Is there a baseline that the GNWT has to be able to compare future country food use? Thank you.
Thanks, GNWT.
Sorry, I'm just reading my note here. Give me one moment, please.
Okay, and I think that was in reference to Heidi Klein's discussion earlier. Yeah.
Seth Bonnet, GNWT. I'm going to apologize in advance. Our consultants that helped us formulate these pieces on food security are currently unavailable. One of them, the one that was unfortunately dialing in virtually, has had a medical problem, and our other individual's not here at the moment. So I will commit to take this away and provide a response.
Thanks. Could you commit to provide the response for the public record, say within the 2 weeks following the technical sessions?
We will get you a response in that time frame, yeah.
Thank you. John?
Thank you, Alan. John Nishi for the review board. Just maybe a bit of a follow-up, Seth, to that question, kind of a secondary question or associated question, and that would be, will the GNWT conduct a household harvester and traditional food study to evaluate importance of country food use in these communities and to assess whether food security will meaningfully improve over the long term?
Thanks for the question. We'll take that back and we'll respond to you again. I do apologize. Sorry.
Same time frame, Seth?
Yes, thanks.
Thank you. And back to you, John.
Thank you, Alan. John Nishi for the review board. So I was going to maybe invite a bit of conversation through a line of questioning around moose and caribou harvesting with the Indigenous government and Renewable Resource Council representatives. I recognize that there's sensitivities around discussing specific areas of the Denendeh, the land, but I would kind of like to maybe respectfully ask the Pedziki First Nation about moose pastures, because this is something that is mentioned and it seems to be of significant, or it seems very important. And so the question I was hoping to get some insight on from PKFN would be whether they would be able to describe the characteristics of moose pastures. What are they? Where are they? How important are they for moose harvesters? And then as part of that, do you have any specific concerns of how the proposed highway will affect moose pastures and moose harvesting access? And maybe a third part, and I can repeat these again, but it's just trying to kind of get some perspective. But the other part of that question, or the third part of that question, is what are some recommendations you might have that would address or mitigate those concerns around harvesting in moose pastures? Thank you, Masi.
Thanks. I'm gonna give PKFN a moment just to get sorted.
Afternoon there. So basically we're just responding to John. Is it John? Oh, sorry, Jamie Moses, Patsiki First Nation. Yeah, anyways, there to the first part of your question there is to us the moose pastures are in the low wetlands with lots of willows. And we have one right by Mount Cadet. We call Mount Cadet Tenia. It's a spiritual mountain for us. It basically translates to rock in the water, and that's what you see on the Mackenzie side there. It's the rock that goes right into the water. But right behind it is there's lots of little lakes, and it's willowy and grassy, and that's what the moose like. So we have a lot of that going down the Mackenzie River because where the current winter road runs, it's low and lots of water, and moose like that. So to us, that's what prime moose habitat looks like. It's the willowy, grassy, watery areas. So that's some of the characteristics there. And I think what the second part is the impacts that it'll have on them there. I think if you put a road right through it there, it'll obviously, split their habitat right in half. And they'll have to, I think they'll just have to go elsewhere, or the hunting pressure on them will increase. You'll have easier access to them 24/7. Right now, we go through them for what, 3 months, but 24, if we have a all season road, then it'll definitely all the traffic, and it'll be a definite disruption to them. So I see them, moving on or else just being shot, right? So that's another one of the things there. And I don't know, in terms of recommendation, just try to avoid it, right? I think yeah, well, that's our main recommendation is rerouting, is going a little bit higher. You can, because it's, like I said, it's just down there by the river. So if we go up a little bit higher, you avoid those low wetlands that the moose like, and the ducks and geese. Also, the waterfowl like that. So that's a simple solution for us, is just go a little bit higher and just go around it there. Yeah, that's really kind of about it. Hopefully that helps you out a little bit there.
Thank you very much, Chief Moses. Back to you, John.
John Nishi for the review board. Thank you, Chief Moses. That's really helpful. I think I understood well what you're talking about when you say moose pastures. I guess I was hoping to maybe reach out to or request perspective from other First Nation representatives or Renewable Resource Council representatives. I know Frederick Andrews talked earlier, but I was wondering if you folks would be able to talk and share your perspectives from your own community or traditional knowledge sources. I recognize that that's confidential, and there may be some sensitivity around that. But maybe just a follow up on whether the concept of this, important, well, not concept, that the moose habitat, the moose pastures, if they're also a concern for you or your organizations as it relates to the proposed road, and what you might think about what could be done to address those concerns that you may have. Thank you.
So thanks. I guess that question was directed partly to Fred Andrew of Toledo Renewable Resource Council. So would you care to respond about moose pastures and the potential impacts related to the road routing and what you think could be done to try and deal with those impacts?
Yeah, my name is Frederick Andrew Jr. To the RRC. I hear clearly what the Chief Moses said over here. Yes, from Toledo to all the way to Blackwater. It's a really heavy, really good moose habitat. Not only moose habitat, also woodland caribou. You hardly see them, but they're in, we call them tonzi. They also along the Mackenzie Valley corridor too. But the habitat of when Chief mentioned is, we have that lot, especially around the creeks like Big Smith Creek, Little Smith Creek. Little Smith Creek is number one for moose there. We're always seeing that moose under the bridge there. And it's all the way like that to Norman Wells because of the creeks and the willows probably burn, but they grow fast. So they're a really good habitat for moose. Along the creek is the most, their habitat is willow. If there is a lichen, or not much lichen, but there is a lichen, but it's all burned, but it takes a while, maybe 40 years or so, they grow again. That's a favorite habitat for caribou, Tonzi, woodland caribou. But there is still I know that woodland caribou from all the way, they're hanging in the heavy trees and along close to Delany on this side. They always, there's lots of tonzi there too because it's hardly burned there. But I don't know about this summer, there was a big fire over there, so I don't know about that right now. But I know that it is, there's a really good habitat from, I know for sure that Blackwater to Toledo, there's a lot of creeks and rivers, and that's where you had to, it's a really sensitive area for Mackenzie Valley pipeline to go through. You just have to be studied really good and maybe study the whole baseline, because the reason I say to study the baseline because we have impact from fire too also, and the climate change, permafrost melting, all this, it's all, it's all together. So it's very, it's kind of complicated to, but yes, we still have a really good, to me, I'll find out by this winter road when I travel down there, I can tell whether it's, it's still a really good habitat for moose yet, because I say it again, because those creeks are, well, right now, the creeks are pretty well dry. It's this summer, I seen it going up to Wrigley for a hang game there on August. There was 3 jet boat went to Wrigley and then also to Haven for a hang game. And I was watching on the right side going up, there's lots of landslide because of, permafrost melting. And there's a lot of change that I see in every major creek that I look at. It's hardly nothing like, it's not like it used to be. They all trickle, like Saline River, Blackwater River, and across from Blackwater River is just we call a really good creek for Bluefish Creek. It's called Johnson Creek. they call it. You need to know all your traditional name, and I have that, and it's so important. But this climate change is really impact. But like I said, what Chief said is very true. There's a really good habitat all the way so far from here to Blackwater anyway, I know, because we have a lot of creeks and we have a lot of willows, like a low land is good habitat for moose. Caribou, yes, well, it depends where the area is burned, huh? So, yeah, I don't know where else yeah, that's, yeah, okay, that's all I wanted to say, Masi.
Masi
That's
Joe.
okay.
So, Mr. Anders, would you also agree that a higher route that was further from the lowland wet areas would have less of an impact on moose pasture and maybe less impact on wildlife? Thinking about something closer to the route that was proposed for the pipeline instead of the winter road route.
Yeah, I think it's what Jamie said is right, because you need to, go higher for the Mackenzie Valley Highway road, because the lower, that's where all the habitat is, and also on the wetland area too, where there's especially when you moose are, they very seldom feed on grass, but especially on the willows, huh? Their favorite food is willows, so they also are on Muskeg area too. And what did I miss? I don't want to miss. This is very important things that we're talking about. I don't want to try to miss on anything, but I think, yeah. Okay,
Masi Joe. And now I'll ask Lidlukwe First Nation if they want to respond to John's question. Sorry, Lidlukwe First Nation. Yeah.
Peter Kazon, Lidlukwe First Nations. I'll try to encapsulate an answer for you. It's under LKFN's understanding through our partnerships and collaborations and with Western Science that moose populations are generally trending down in population numbers. This is exacerbated by some of the challenges through climate change, like the forest fires we had there over the last couple of years, and the issue with transient hunters and the interaction between transient hunters and local harvesters, be it if they're from other parts of the Northwest Territories. They don't assert themselves in a way that's conducive to celebration of traditional harvesting and then sharing through those various aspects. We've had issues where our harvesters had confrontations with people under the influence of alcohol and drugs. People have taken over other kills, and these are just people. We're just trying to harvest and get our foods, and these are the interactions that we have with these transient hunters. And we get the complaints and conversations. I know there's been a lot of mention with the GNWT, like current programs should be covering a lot of these issues. That's not happening. Like some of the issues would be in regards to, again, like the safety aspects. There's no wildlife officers. Several years ago, LKFN partnered with then ENR, and we had a very successful campaign where our LKFN Guardians worked with the ENR officers to do a checkpoint program. and just engage with people harvesting, and it was very successful. It was there was no issues or any problems with harvesters and what have you. But trying to redo that program, hard to gain traction post-COVID and all those things. That's one of the issues that we've been having. Other issues we have is transient hunters leave messes, garbage all over the place. Just less than a month ago, 2 of our guardians were helping to put out a fire that was left by some transient hunters on the riverside that was like actually right around the cabin. They actually did a little fire line around the cabin, managed to get that sequestered and put out, not put out, but just fire guarded. So these are some of the trials and tribulations that local harvesters and guardians and people in the smaller communities have to deal with when there's increased demand for affordable, healthy food options. Everybody is aware that we're paying some pretty high premium prices for food at the store. Dene have traditionally just leaned, we harvest moose, caribou, and other species for subsistence, and we've been leaning hard into it. We understand this metrics through a program that LKFN delivers, where we accept donations of traditional foods, and we get that food out to members that need and can't afford to get these themselves. And people have been leaning really hard into that program over the last couple of years. So those are some of the issues that we've been having, specifically with transient hunters. And then I said, with the forest fires over the last couple of years, there's been a lot more push going north. There's no benefits for the communities or the businesses in those communities. They bring in like jerry cans and jerry cans of gas. They just bypass the community, set up shop. One of the aspects of concern for LKFN is several years ago, Harvester and myself, Edward Cholo, we participated in a working group here to talk about moose. And one of the concerns with the members that participated in that conversation with the members from SAW2 and their concern, they asked us directly, is like, should we be concerned if there's a road going north in regards to transient hunters? And there definitely will be. They'll go into every nook and cranny where there's a road, every little burrow source, every gravel pit. They're going to set up a shop, set up a tent, set up cabins, leave a mess, leave fires, and they're going to harvest moose as they can, because that's like readily available food. But it's a issue of concern because, like I said, the populations are trending down. What does that look like in respect to climate change? That's hard questions to answer right now. LKFN is looking at ideas and ways to engage and to actually start like a monitoring program to help bolster the work that was previously done with the ENR, and work with the harvesters and the DHO to see what we can do to manifest and understand these changing dynamics of climate change and moose population and trends. Other aspects of this is there's going to be a lot more demand on highway hunting. Everybody knows that the water levels are so low right now for provinces trucking in water, never mind trying to get on the river with a boat. I have had several friends and colleagues and other guardians and members from other communities just communicating that, boom, they hit rocks, reefs, rocks that no one's ever seen before on the river. You don't know what to read for these things because the water is just so crazy low. So there's going to be like an uptick of demand. We've seen an uptick of demand and the need to do a little bit more highway hunting because it's hard to navigate the rivers now. I think I got most of the issues and concerns that have been expressed to myself as a manager of lands resources from LKFN, from harvesters and other community members. There is it's hard to say, like, everyone's freezers are full of moose meat and they depend on these as a staple of their diet, not even traditional diet, just their diet. So What's this going to look like as it goes and this whole thing migrates north as the highway gets built? I don't know what that looks like, but it's definitely things to keep paying attention to as these things evolve and the work starts to happen. I think that helps with your answer. Right, thank you.
Thank you very much for that informative answer, Dieter. Satu Secretariat Incorporated is also indicating, SSI, are you responding to John's question or is this something separate?
Yeah, Todd McCauley, Satu Secretariat. Before I respond, I just wanted to clarify, is this general comments or just specific to the moose pastures?
Well, originally the question had to do with moose pastures, and we heard what PKFN had to say about they're often in the low willow rich areas, and a higher route might avoid that. And there was concern about the impacts of following the winter road route because it's good moose habitat and a harvesting area, and we heard Toledo weigh in on that too. But it's okay if the subjects go a bit broader. I mean, I feel like LKFN's points about transient harvesters are extremely relevant to the impacts of Mackenzie Valley Highway on harvesting. It sounds like they have experience that certainly the board would take under consideration, and I'm sure the developer would be well advised to take under consideration as well. So I'll get back to John's question, but if it's a slight variation, that's okay.
Yeah, I've got general comments on the whole project.
If it's all right, then I'd like to continue with John's questions that are specifically relating to moose and harvesting and the habitat, and then we'll get to you in just a couple more questions. I've got a list, but I just put your name on it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you?
Does anyone else want to respond to John's question? PKFN.
Jane Henderson for PKFN. Message to you for speaking to this. Lands Director Sharon Pelosi has just suggested a little more to add to your question. This afternoon, we're speaking in a general way, but please follow up with more questions if you have them. Sharon asked me to add that along the winter route, PKFN sees moose traveling between their different habitats that they have in winter and in summer. They see moose traveling along the creeks and gathering at the outflows where the creeks and rivers meet the Decho. Of course, that's also where the bridges are, which is one of PKFN's fundamental concerns. And those are some immediate comments that Sharon wanted to add. We also have more mitigation measures suggested in some of our questions later. I don't know, it might be easier to leave them like that and John can listen there. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay, or we could jump into them now, but I don't know how many more questions John has.
Let's finish John's questions. We'll get your there's a question from Mallory Nerlanyuk, who's an environmental assessment advisor with the board, and then we'll get your mitigations, and then we'll keep moving through the list. So John, go ahead, please. John doesn't have more questions, or do you? Okay, John's indicating he's good for now. So Mallory, are you online? This is.
Hi, good afternoon. Mallory with the review board here. I
You
do
guys
have a follow-up. Sorry, can I be heard?
No, please go ahead.
I do have a follow-up question after John. This question is for the recipients of the traditional land and resource use studies. So the GNWT funded the TLRU studies in preparation for the DAR. The review board would appreciate being able to review these documents to consider how it was incorporated into the project planning and the DAR. The review board is able to keep these documents confidential as well. So our question is more towards the Toledo Renewable Resources Council, the Norman Wells Renewable Resources Council, LKFN, and we do recognize that BKFN has answered our IR in the past. So our question is, could you please submit your TLRU or a non-confidential summary of the TLRU to the review board?
Thanks. So first, you've mentioned that's to the Toledo, was that Toledo RRC?
Toledo RRC and Norman Wells completed them. We're wondering if we can have a copy.
Yeah, okay, so starting with the Toledo Renewable Resource Council, would you be okay with submitting your traditional land and resource use study to the review board, either where we can work out a confidential handling for it in case there's private traditional knowledge in there that you don't want to share publicly, or a summary of it, if you like, that doesn't contain confidential information. Either one, your traditional lands and resource use study would probably be quite valuable for the board to make a better decision about this project. Did you have a question? Sorry, Mallory, they're just caucusing about the response.
Hello, this is Frederick Andrew again, RRC. Yeah, we do have traditional knowledge and we don't mind sharing with KFC. I mean, First Nation. So yeah, we do because we need to share. We need to be together. We're just right next door. So yeah, we do have that study in Toledo office. Yeah. Sorry about KFC.
Just after lunch, everybody's got food on their mind. Mark from the Mackenzie Valley Review Board. Just as a clarification, I think it's great that groups could share traditional land use studies between each other to confirm or validate some of the information that's in there. Just in terms of our board, making decisions on those same considerations within the traditional land use studies, if there is a way that we could receive that to our board, we have ways to keep that confidential and not publicly available. We could enter into an agreement with the RRCs or First Nations who hold that. I know that we're meeting with PKFN on Friday to discuss getting that information to the board. But if we could maybe follow up after this meeting with the other groups, just in terms of getting that information, if you're willing to share. The other option is if there is very sensitive information that you don't want to share, a summary of that information with key points that you want to bring forward to the board is another method to get that. But we do and have in times past received those information confidential in a confidential manner, and we store that and return all those materials back to the groups at the end of the EA.
I just wanted to say one more thing. Just to the RRC. Yes, we'd like to share with First Nation from Wrigley, and also as long as the copyright, as long as it's in the confidential, yeah. But we definitely, if we're going to work together on this one, yes. Merci.
Thank you very much. We'll work with you to find out the kind of confidential handling that you're comfortable with.
Yeah.
And we'll stick to that. And of course, those materials don't go on our website. Right. Thank you. Okay, next, I'd like to ask the Norman Wells Renewable Resource Council, Lisa or Rhea, I'm not sure who's online right now, but would you be willing to share with the board your traditional land and resource use study to help the board make a better decision, knowing that we'd be happy to take it under a confidential cover and can negotiate confidential handling that you would be comfortable with?
Hi, it's Lisa McDonald for the Northern Walls Renewable Resource Council. Absolutely. I was going to discussion further in regards to the confidentiality agreement and stuff, but I think the more important thing is, Toledo has agreed, and we're pretty close. We have a close working relationship, so yes, definitely, I think we would agree to that.
Okay, I thank you both for your generosity with your knowledge. And we know that Lidlukwe First Nation is, I believe, in the process of completing.
Yeah, ask that.
If you could give us an update on where you're at. I understand that there's traditional lands and resource use study that is ongoing, but I don't know if it's complete yet. Can you let us know where that is, and if you'd be willing to submit it to the board for its consideration under a confidential cover if necessary?
My colleague Trinica Gassmeyer, she's online, she'll answer.
Hello, Trinica Gassmeyer for the Lidlukwe First Nation. The study is complete. We're just waiting for a confidentiality sharing agreement to be signed and finalized between the proponent and LKFN. In terms of sharing it with the board, that's something that we'll have to discuss internally and get back to you. We're not in a position to make a decision on that right now.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you, Trinica, and that sounds good. Sometimes the kinds of things the board might be looking at in terms of traditional knowledge might not be exactly the same kinds of things that the developer is looking at in terms of traditional knowledge, because of course our mandates are a little bit different. But we appreciate your openness and would love to continue that conversation. Mallory Nerlungiok, is there anything else, any other questions you have on this topic?
There is not. Thank you all for your responses.
And you guys all recognize Mallory because she's been in the room with us the last 2 days, but because our schedule is a little bit late now, she's asking the question remotely. No, we appreciate that and appreciate everyone's willingness to try to make sure that the board has the best information it can get for a decision. Our board takes traditional knowledge, traditional Indigenous knowledge extremely seriously, and puts it on par with Western scientific knowledge, and it is an influential force in the decisions that the board makes. So to make good decisions, having good current knowledge, particularly about uses in the area, that's really valuable to us. So thank you for that. Okay, now I'm going to go back to Pedzaki First Nation. They had some mitigations that they mentioned before that they wanted to cite, and they patiently waited for us to wrap up that other discussion. So back to PKFN and Todd McCauley, we haven't forgotten you. You're on the list right after that.
Jane Henderson for Pedzaki First Nation. So these topics we had framed as questions to the developer, but they go to your questions. So engagement with participants other than PKFN in 2022 and 2023, participants repeatedly asked for a moratorium and or buffer around the all-season road to reduce the impacts of non-traditional harvesting. Participants also recommended a 5 to 10-year moratorium on hunting to protect and monitor the baseline of caribou and moose. That's at page 10-8. In 2011, the Dehcho First Nations recommended a 5 to 10-year moratorium on hunting along the all-season road. In section 9.9.2.1.2, the developer states that the project may cause changes in patterns of non-traditional harvesting, but does not assess the impacts any further. The 2012 PDR provides a more in-depth understanding. So to be clear, we're talking about non-traditional harvesting here. The PDR provides a more in-depth understanding of the potential effects of non-traditional harvesting on PKFN specifically. And the report recommends regulation of this as a mitigation measure, but doesn't go into detail. The PDR summarizes PKFN's great concern that increased access to the Nday through the all-season road will put increased pressure on traditional wildlife and plant resources and cause the kinds of exactly the kind of situations that LKFN has described. PKFN has expressed that moose habitat and calving takes place along the winter road in the Decho, especially around the water crossing areas and at Mount Gadet. Caribou migration takes place along the water crossings along the winter road, especially between Ochre and Blackwater. Human activity in those areas is a huge concern for PKFN, both the increased road use and the land use that will be made possible by the all-season road, the increased access noted in the DAR. At page 2-30 of the DAR, the developer summarizes the response to the consistent and repeated requests throughout the Sahtu and Decho for a moratorium on non-traditional hunting along the all-season road, but proposes only a wildlife management and monitoring plan. So PKFN's question is, why does the developer not provide a detailed rationale and explanation for rejecting the dozens of requests for a moratorium on non-traditional hunting along the proposed all-season road?
Hi, this is James Hodson from GNWT. Can you guys hear me okay?
You're a bit quiet, James, but we'll see if he can, if Pito can help us increase your volume in the room here. Can you speak again?
Yeah, James Hodson with ECC. I'll try
That's
to
great, thanks.
answer part of the question. So I think we responded to this question in one of the information requests. For GNWT, our position was that we don't feel there's any indication that a moratorium in advance of construction and operation of the highway is necessary. We're proposing to maintain the same limits on resident harvest for boreal caribou and moose that are currently described in the big game hunting regulations. If monitoring indicated that there was an issue, that the populations suddenly started to decline as a result of harvesting along the road, then we would meet with our co-management partners and Indigenous organizations to discuss what steps need to be taken. But we don't think that conversion of the winter road to an all-season road will automatically lead to an over-harvesting issue. In this case, that would necessitate a moratorium.
Thanks, James. This is an issue that the board had to consider when I was looking at the Cleach all-season road too. I hear your point, which was very similar to what the GWT said for the Cleach Highway. Recall my comments earlier today and yesterday, where one of the big goals of environmental assessment is to anticipate and avoid problems rather than wait for them to happen and then react and cure. What you're suggesting is an adaptive approach. Wait to see if there is a problem and then start trying to change things at that point. One of the issues with adaptive management is the timing of that feedback loop needs to be fast enough to deal with the problem before it becomes a big problem. And do we have reason to think that the administrative and bureaucratic processes of the GNWT, if it recognizes that there's an early indication that there might be a population decline because of increased harvesting, particularly from hunters from other areas, that the system would be nimble enough to recognize the problem and then respond by then changing hunting regulation before the population has taken a real hit? What I'm trying to get at is that an agile enough mitigation to deal with the potential impact before it becomes a bigger potential impact? If you say yes, please expand on why you think the government can move that quickly and efficiently at the early stages of a potential problem that we've heard clearly matters very much to Indigenous groups. Thank you.
Yeah, James here with ECC again. So I guess you would have to demonstrate that there is going to be a significant impact because of this road on the population that necessitates this measure being taken. With regards to the nimbleness of our ability to do something about that situation, if it is observed to occur, I think we can get kind of emergency measures in place fairly quickly when there is a conservation, like an immediate conservation concern like that. But from what we see currently in the territory, resident harvest levels on boreal caribou are very low, and resident harvest levels on moose are also pretty low. So in GNWT's view, there isn't need for this drastic measure to put a moratorium on resident harvest, presupposing that the road is going to lead to this drastic decline in those species.
Thanks, James. I hear what you're saying. The board will certainly consider everything the GNWT has to say on this topic and everything that the other parties, including Indigenous parties, have to say when it makes its determination of the potential significance of this impact and decides how precautionary an approach is reasonable given what it's heard. So thank you for that. Over to John Nishi.
Thanks, Alan. John Nishi for the board, the review board. James, thanks for your insight. I think I understood your rationale or your argument. I was hoping to get some clarification on what you meant by a sudden decline in a population. Could you expand on that in terms of what does that mean? What rate of change are you thinking, and over what time frame are you thinking? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, James Hudson, GNWT. So usually, I guess, at least with boreal caribou, you know, we monitor annual population trend within our study areas, and we will see years where the population goes up, years where the population is stable, years where it goes down. But I think you would have to look at something like over a 5-year period if we were just seeing a decline every year over a 5-year period. That would be a cause for concern, because that's not, you know, what we typically see in our monitoring study areas to date. Things bounce around and fluctuate from one year to the next, but a consistent decline over a time period like that would be cause for concern. And it would also depend, I guess, on the rate of change from one year to the next. You know, a 10% decline every year over 5 years, you've lost half your population. That's a big deal, obviously, but if it's a 1% change per year over 5 years. So again, we have to look at the monitoring data from our monitoring programs and discuss it with co-management partners and the communities along the highway, and look at that information and try to come up with a course of action.
Thank you, James. It's Mark Phillips with the review board. Just to follow up, and the approach that it sounds like GNWT is proposing relates to sort of the aggregate population-wide monitoring that would occur for toadsie or boreal caribou along with moose. In terms of other metrics, I know that communities have mentioned availability for harvesting as the major concern that groups are expressing. So not just an ecological view, but the harvesting and location of the harvestable and available population. And I'm not certain that GNWT's monitoring is able to capture that in the real time that the effects of the road might play on the ability of communities to harvest toadsie and moose. So is there any consideration on figuring out the baseline harvestable available populations in advance of the road operating so you can measure this more effectively?
Yeah, I think you brought up 2 points there. So there's like, what is the baseline population of caribou in the study area that we're monitoring? And what's the baseline level of harvest against which we're measuring whether or not there's a decline once the road is built and open? So we need answers to both those questions. So you have to monitor Indigenous and resident harvest and have an idea of what are the numbers before the road opens and then what happens after the road opens, I think is what you're getting at.
That Mark from the review board, yes, that's what we're inquiring, I guess. Is that the approach that GNWT is proposing for their monitoring?
Yeah, James Hudson here again. That I think that is what is proposed in the WEMP, although not in detail yet, is that we would work with Indigenous organizations along the Mackenzie Valley Highway to support them in developing their own harvest monitoring program to measure that, and then to be able to bring that information back to GNWT to say, yeah, there is an issue here, or no, things are still okay.
Thanks, Mark from the review board. So I guess going back to what Alan had originally asked around the ability to mitigate or manage those effects in a time frame where there won't result in significant adverse impacts to the availability of harvestable species, both moose and toadsy, are the predictions that GNWT have put forward within the DAR, do you have confidence in that not occurring with the additional increase to transient hunters into the new project area?
Yeah, I think the GNWT's predictions are reasonable, partly based on kind of our experience with the Tlicho Highway. So far, we have not, we've been monitoring the boreal caribou population in that area since the road opened, and it has continued to increase. And we have not heard from working group members in that corridor working group that there's a sudden influx of resident harvesters and a decline in boreal caribou or moose along that road. And I mean, given that there's already a winter road connecting Wrigley to Norman Wells, that area is already open during at least for boreal caribou, it's open during the current hunting season for boreal caribou. So making the switch from a winter road to an all-season road doesn't necessarily change things very much in terms of resident harvest on boreal caribou. So yeah, I guess it's not clear to me that the road will suddenly create an influx of resident harvesters into an area that was already somewhat accessible to them before.
Thanks, James. I'd just like to verify that many of the comments you just made, you were specific about caribou, but what we've heard is that moose are an important traditionally harvested increasingly important traditionally harvested species along the route. So can I assume from your response that you assume the same things about moose?
Yeah, I mean, for moose, it does. An all-season road would expand the season a little bit for resident harvesters. So resident harvesters can hunt moose from September 1st to January 31st. So it does open up an area in the fall that would not be accessible currently with the winter road only being there. But again, are there enough resident hunters in the Northwest Territories that are going to come into the region now to make a big difference to the level of harvest in that region? yeah, hard to say.
Thanks, James. And in line with some of the comments I made earlier, my thinking is not just are there enough resident harvesters to come into the region to make a big difference, but from the perspective of the moose, there are issues that we've heard about with disturbance of habitat, with disturbance of pastures. We're going to get into noise and sensory stuff, I hope, this afternoon. So there are a few different things that may be affecting them simultaneously, which could happen simultaneously, this being one of them. Of course, the board will consider all of the combined impacts from this project as well as from other projects on moose, instead of just thinking about this one in isolation. But I hear your point and I get it. I say thanks. Now after a fairly wandering discussion, but a productive one, I think, we're going back to PKFN.
Jane Henderson for PKFN, continuing on this topic. So to clarify, when PKFN is talking about considering a moratorium as a mitigation measure, they're considering not just impacts on the availability of moose for harvest, but also the impacts of hunters, outside hunters' behaviors on the community and on the Nday. PKFN seeks a preventative and not a reactive approach and does not have confidence in DWT's prediction of impacts of the highway on the moose, and also does not have confidence in the process, the emergency measure process that is described by GNWT. PKFN is concerned that if outside folks get access, they will feel entitled to it and may not respect its removal, even if any emergency measures were successfully put in place. To PKFN, a perfect example, an analogy here to compare to is what we see happening with folks coming in to harvest morels. They come in and harvest the mushrooms, they take them away and sell them, and to PKFN, this kind of this increase in outside access and people profiting and not contributing to the community, and the conflicts that can happen between those folks and the locals is exactly what PKFN expects to have happen with the highway. And they're very concerned that there are at this point, there are no opportunities to educate outside folks on how to behave appropriately in the Nday and what protocols need to be followed. That's a follow-up comment to the previous. Here comes a further question on this topic to the developer. Why has the developer not reviewed and considered the historic hunting restrictions along the Liard Highway, highway number 7, when it was first constructed in the 80s?
Seth Bonnet, GNWT. I'm going to have to take that away, Jane. I don't have a response right now.
Thanks, Seth. Is that something you could put on the record, say, within a week after our technical sessions, just so that they have time to follow up with IRs if necessary?
Yeah, we'll endeavor to have a response in a week.
Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Jane Henderson for PKFN. Alan, you mentioned the Enbridge pipeline route as an example of where a higher route was chosen. PKFN comments that this is a very apt example of a good higher alignment that protects the moose and caribou, as well as, of course, harvesting and cultural use areas. That's a comment. Moving on to our next question. The developer has stated at section 10.7.2 that the impacts of the impacts of poaching on moose and caribou are unknown. The DAR does not address other poaching impacts, but reports that different communities have repeatedly identified increased poaching as an important and concerning impact. PKFN members have observed and reported increased illegal hunting, fishing, and harvesting in their territory in recent years. Members also recall illegal hunting by out-of-region workers when the highway was built to Wrigley, which caused conflict and distrust and even protests. PKN, of course, notes that increasing access from the winter road, partial access to all year round is a dramatic difference. So it seems unlikely that access won't greatly increase for both outsiders coming in to hunt legally and illegally. So the question to the developer is, what will be done to prevent increased poaching? Examples that PKFN sees are establishing and supporting guarding programs, putting in Danejati signage, including information about appropriate conduct for visitors in the day and how to conduct yourself if hunting in the area.
James Hudson here with GNWT. I'll let my other colleagues weigh in here too, but one of the measures that's proposed in the WEMP is to hire additional renewable resource officers in one of the communities along the Mackenzie Valley highways to increase patrols along the highway to get at just that issue of potential poaching or illegal harvesting.
Jane Henderson for PKFN. Thanks, James. What's your prediction on how effective that will be?
I can't answer that question. I don't actually have information at my fingertips about how much of an issue that is currently or any numbers around that. So.
In that case, can we ask the GNWT? In that case, can we ask the GNWT to take some time and provide a written answer to that one on the record? PKFN, I have a feeling if you repeat the question, it might be helpful.
Thank you, Alan. Jane Henderson for PKFN. So to repeat the question, the developer has stated at section 10.7.2 that the impacts of poaching on moose and caribou are unknown. PKFN asks what will be done to prevent increased poaching. And I understand that because the impacts of poaching are not known, the impacts of the proposed mitigation, increasing a presence of patrols, is also unknown. So so to phrase that as a question, what will be done and how can we have any confidence in it if you don't know what the poaching is and you don't know how the mitigation will work? How does that work?
So in short, I think in light of that, it's what will be done to prevent additional poaching and what is your confidence and basis your confidence that it will be effective?
Seth Bonnet, GNWT. So we have, I believe, I don't want to misspeak, so I'll take that away. I apologize. I don't want to mischaracterize something.
No, I appreciate that. Is 2 weeks enough time for you to get something on the record about that? You get a response on the record?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, would that be okay with PKFN? PKFN's indicating yes. Back to you. How many more questions do you have in this area, Jane?
We have one specifically related. We have two on cultural impacts, one on cumulative impacts, and then we're getting into fish, waters, other topics.
Okay, so let's do that. But I know that Fred, Andrew, and Dieter both have points from the Toledo Renewable Resource Council and from Lillicray First Nation. So I'm just going to give them a chance now just to mix it up a little bit. We won't lose your stuff and we'll try hard to get through everything we need to today by the end of the day. So I just encourage everyone to, I know these are all issues that are close to people's hearts and it's hard to be concise with this, but let's do the best we can to see how much progress we can make in this afternoon. Thank you. So Fred, it's you have a question.
Okay,
and
my name is
Todd.
Pedro Gandru, RRC in Toledo. I just wanted to In regards to James Hudson and John Nishi regarding population of caribou and habitat, I just want to comment on that. You know, the habitat is very, very important to the caribou. It's a good habitat. We have a really good population. It's all come down to bull. You have to be a really healthy bull in order to create a population, but the habitat is so important. So I just wanted to comment on that. Also, I know with this Mackenzie Valley project is it's a major thing that going through our territory down to Wrigley, and it's going to be maybe lots of disturbance on habitat for sure for Tunji habitat. And if you want to have a really good lot of population, it's all come down to good healthy habitat and a healthy bull. That's the ones that create the herd. And so I had a question for GNWT. Further in the future, down the future study, caribou habitat study, I think they should work with First Nation community, local people to work together. This way, not just GNWT study only. It has to go with Dene people too, because they had that traditional knowledge all the way up to all the way down to this anyway. So I just wanted to mention that you gotta have. It's so important that habitat is gotta be really healthy. If you want to talk about caribou habitat, it all comes down to bull. It's gotta be really healthy in order to create the herd, increase the herd. So I just wanted to say that, Masi.
Masi, Fred Anders. I forgot to mention that Todd from SSI is also in line. And so after LKFN on this topic, we'll go to you, Todd, and then we'll go back
Rhea online.
We'll go to SSI, then we'll go to the Norm Wells Renewable Resource Council online, and then back to PKFN. So that's the lineup for now. Dieter from Lidley First Nation.
Dieter Kazon, Lady Quay First Nation. Just following up on some of the conversations that PKFN had in questioning in regards to poaching. There's another issue of concern for LKFN and harvesters across the Decho is people shooting moose and abandoning it. They won't go chase after their moose that they shoot, and quite often, several times a year, and in increasing numbers every year, harvesters are finding moose that have been abandoned. So that's just a huge issue of concern, and it's a troubling, and it bothers a lot of people. That's it. Thank you.
So just for the context of the Mackenzie Valley Highway, are you expecting more of that to happen as a result of the highway, or how do you see that sort of fitting in with what the GNWT proposes?
Yeah, with the new work with the Mackenzie Valley Highway, it's just something that's going to have to be expected. I don't want to say it's not something you want to have to become accustomed to, but it's something that we're not as surprised to see anymore, and it bothers a lot of people to see. But once this stuff starts happening and it starts going further north, then it's going to really start to bother people. Thank you.
Thank you, Dieter. Now, Todd McCauley, I had the pleasure of speaking with your late mother at length when we were doing the scoping for this. You know, she was one of the diehards who came out in Norman Wells. I mean, her views on highways were very, very well established in the paper and many other stuff. But she came into the scoping that we did as an early part of this environmental assessment, 2012, 2013, and again shared her views and helped shape the terms of reference that this environmental assessment has been carried out under. And so I just want to acknowledge that you know, she made a difference to how this environmental assessment is framed and moving forward, and that helps shape the process that we're sitting in today for this assessment and for what kind of issues to focus on and how the board should make its decision and consider that. So I just wanted to put that out there, and now to give SSI through you your chance to speak.
Todd McCauley, Sawtooth Secretariat. Thank you, Alan. I just want to start by saying I hope now that Fred is sharing his traditional knowledge with KFC, I hope they don't start harvesting our ptarmigans. So as I said on Tuesday in 2019, the Sawtooth Secretariat signed an MOU with the GNWT to promote the Mackenzie Valley Highway. As a result of the MOU, a steering committee was formed and a working group. The steering committee consists of the Minister of Infrastructure, our Sawtooth MLA, Danny McNeely, and a representative from the SSI. Additionally, the working group consists of staff from the GNWT and the Mackenzie Valley Highway Liaison Officer, which is me. When it comes to the business case that was submitted in 2023, it was noted that the business case required an update. The SSI had insisted that a new business case be developed. The SSI worked with the GNWT to develop the RFP. Additionally, the SSI was part of the evaluation. The new business case in the RFP includes 3 important sections. The first one is country, which is national defense. So our GDC partners here mentioned yesterday that Sawtooth Secretariat is promoting the business case to go from Wrigley to Inuvik. And we've got the Securing Canada's Link to the Arctic. So we've got a bunch of copies here if anyone wants it. It's the National Defense and Security Benefits of the Mackenzie Valley Highway Project. In addition, last winter, due to low water concerns in Fort Good Hope, we had a 15-minute video produced, which is on YouTube. And we've got QR codes here if anyone wants to have access to the QR codes. Along with that, we've developed an app. We believe we're the first Aboriginal group in North America to use apps to update our membership. So you click on the QR code here and it takes you to the app. Trying to move the ball forward here with technology. So that's the national defense, which is our country portion. We did presentations to the National Defense Senate Committee last year, and also the Arctic Security Working Group. The second tier of our program is climate change. What we're dealing with is shorter winter roads and low water levels and no inter-community travel on the river. I don't know how many are aware, but this summer people couldn't drive a Lund from Norman Wells to Fort Good Hope. The water was so low. Additionally, with climate change with low water, we've heard from Wrigley the concern about fuel spills on the bridges, but there's also the concern with marine transportation. The fuel barges are all single-hulled barges. And last year, 2023, barge got stuck by Fort Providence, and then the Coast Guard went in to help them. The first Coast Guard barge got stuck. Then the second Coast Guard had to go in and get them. So there's a real issue here with the barging of fuel up and down the Mackenzie River. The third tier is our community. It's the cost of living, and as well as connecting communities. The Mackenzie Valley Highway is in competition with a couple other national projects, but the Mackenzie Valley Highway is the only highway that's being proposed right now that connects communities. The Grace Bay project doesn't connect communities, and neither does the road to Churchill. So we believe that's a huge impact. We have residents at the Toledo Health Center and the Elders facility that are from the region, and the cost of air travel to get from Fort Good Hope or Delaney, Toledo to Norman Wells is huge. But if we had a road from Toledo to Norman Wells, it's 80 kilometers and you could be there in an hour. So that's one of our huge issues. As Tim mentioned at DPRA, the other day. Two big socio-economic issues came up. One was drug and alcohol use, and one was public safety on the proposed Mackenzie Valley Highway. We all know there's drugs and alcohol issues affecting Sawtooth and for that matter, the Northwest Territories and Canada right now. Last month, we had an overdose in Toledo and a young fellow died. And I hate to bring it up because it's an emotional, there's people here that family and it's hard as well. There on Monday, there was a drug bust in Toledo. So we're trying to work with, right now we're working with the town of Norman Wells, but we're trying to develop a program where we can monitor the sewage lagoons in the communities and see if there's traces of opioids right now. Statistics Canada did something a couple of years ago where they measured the opioids, 14 cities across Canada. So if we can have a baseline, then theoretically, when the highway's built, we can see what the changes are. So I think it's a good baseline to have for future projects. Also with the drug use, I don't know, everyone's aware that a house got burnt down in Norman Wells last month. A guy was shot in the leg with a crossbow. Another person was stabbed in the neck and is now paralyzed. So we are facing these issues as we speak. The SSI met with Imperial Oil this week. Imperial Oil will be mobilizing equipment on this year's winter road to prepare for shutting down the field, depending on what happens with the review board. They're not depending on barges, because if they have to bring barges in the summer, it's not possible. So they're staging everything this winter. We had always thought that when the field shuts down, remediation would begin, but we've now learned that it could be 5 to 10 years before their plan is submitted. So there could be a 5 to 10 year gap between shutting down and remediation starting in Norman Wells. Additionally, with the Toledo Health Center being constructed, right now there's 90 DC-3 loads of flights going in to bring in material for the Toledo Health Center that could have been brought up on a road. In August of this year, Fort Good Hope has 64 plane loads, which is 400,000 liters of gas. In addition, Imperial Oil is bringing in 1.3 million liters of gas and home heating fuel as we speak into Norman Wells. For this year's winter road traffic, there's expected to be over 1,000 tractor trailers coming up over probably a 60-day period. So we're hopeful that there's no incidents on this year's trucking season. One of the major things our position is that the Sawtooth needs to be connected to the rest of Canada. And as I mentioned earlier, the Mackenzie Valley Highway is the only highway proposed that connects people. Last year, Elon Musk said he would have a space station operational in 10 years. If we can build a space station in 10 years, why is it taking half a century to build the highway? Sawtooth might as well be on Mars at this point. So, Merci.
Masi Chotad, those numbers really help clarify some of the urgency that we've heard about for some of the pressures for people in the Sawtooth. And also I just want to reiterate that it's very rare that an environmental assessment results in a rejection. It's quite rare. What environmental assessments try to do is try to make projects better. And it sounds like there are many folks who want to make sure that if a highway is built, it's the best highway possible to maximize and make sure that it achieves the things it's intended to build and to avoid unintended harms on the way. And so I take your comments well in that light. And I thank you for voicing something that I know a lot of people in the Sawtooth have felt strongly about for an awfully long time. Now I'm going to go to Rhea with the Norman Wells Renewable Resource Council online.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
We can.
Yeah, I'm just I guess going back to roads and moose and caribou habitat and disturbances and resident hunters and hunters from beyond. This has been a problem in the Sawtooth region for some time. We have an issue at mile 222. We have hunters from all over coming in, not only Yellowknife, but Yukon, BC, you name it, they're coming. They're coming in with, and I've seen it myself, with trailers, big campers, quads behind, freezers, da 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 da. Some of them practices are very well, and for a couple of years there, our RRC was working with ECC now it is, to try and make a presence, I guess, out there, and to inform people of private lands and best practices and stuff like that. And I found that really helped. We started getting calls from hunters that wanted to come in that area to hunt, and where they wanted to hunt and what they wanted to hunt. And when they were done their hunt, they gave a kind of a report to us, I guess, stating on what they hunted and where they hunted and what they seen. And some of them even went as far as cleaning up some of the disturbances and messes they seen left behind by other hunters. But nonetheless, where there's access, more will come. When we negotiated the Nazi Cho, there's that mining road that goes through there. And no word of a lie, I think it was the first year. There was 2 hunters, I think it was 2 hunters that was charged that were gone up there. And the only officers they got, I think, are from Smith that go up that way. And that's once or twice a year. That to me is not acceptable. I think that the government, for best practices, need to really work with First Nations and try and get, I guess, boots on the ground to make sure stuff like this doesn't happen. Like mile 222, it's so the caribou habitat is so torn up by ATV use. It's unbelievable. It looks like city roads in the city. Like it's ridiculous. And that's going to happen. I mean, before the water started going low, we started getting hunters coming up the river. Some of the Toledo hunters were complaining about hunters coming up from the south, up the Keel River. So, I mean, there's no hose stop and people coming up and hauling boats, if there's even water for a boat. I guess, to do things like that. So I really encourage the GNWT ECC to work with First Nations to mediate these issues before, so to get their whatever it may be, boots on the ground and ready to go before, not after, not when, not but before this road goes through. I mean, like you already hear from the other Indigenous groups that it's already happening. It already happens. So a road's only going to make it worse. And I'm not saying I'm against the road. I'm just saying asking the government to make good on their word and work with the Indigenous groups to get their monitoring and their guardianships, or work with the guardians, or whatever it may be, to mediate a lot of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. One of the things that the board heard quite a bit about from different communities in October when we were in Wrigley, Toledo, Norman Wells, and Delaney was this point that yeah, there's Indigenous monitoring. For example, Fred talked yesterday about monitoring construction, but there's also real opportunities with Indigenous guardians, boots on the ground type programs. Some of what was spoken about, some boots on the ground programs are more research based, but some of them are more keeping an eye on what's going on, and people who know that they're being kept an eye on, people from outside, often can behave quite differently. And so, I think one of the real opportunities here is through serious empowerment of the individual Indigenous communities to have an active role in this kind of guardianship, which we've only heard consistently good results from, good reports from, and every community has expressed an openness and a willingness to take part. And to, I think there's some real mitigative potential in this. And I just want to encourage the GNWT to take advantage of the opportunities that are being extended by the Indigenous groups, all the Indigenous groups who've suggested that they want this and they want a greater role in this, and what can the GWT in this do for this, because it may have real potential for mitigating a significant adverse environmental impact, which we've just heard about in a lot of detail. The GNWT care to comment?
Seth Bennett, GNWT. Yes, thanks very much. First, thank you to everybody again for your comments on the importance, of course, of moose and caribou and habitat, and expressing the concerns again with regards to poaching, increased access, and other activities that have the potential to be impacts. I do believe, and I would reiterate that we have heard that regularly through our engagements. There's several different facets there to touch on, not the least of which again is that several of those activities that are being referenced are already being managed through legislation and enforcement and education programs that the GNWT has in place. There are certainly opportunities from a project specific perspective to work collaboratively with communities as proposed and outlined in the DAR and the draft WEMP, to define and better improve how we can work collaboratively together on monitoring and management of those specific facets, and to collect better information and fill in information gaps. And we are, again, continuing to engage on that specifically. I do believe, and I think we have Heather back online, and I think she wanted to provide a little bit more context as well too on that discussion, if I could. Heather, are you there?
I'm here. Sorry, Heather St. Crawford for GNWT, Environment and Climate Change. My apologies for running away from the meeting. I had to attend another meeting, but I am back and listening.
Heather, the sound is unfortunate at the moment. Do you want to try turning off your camera and see if that might improve it?
Sure, I can do that. Does that help?
Your picture looks different, but let's try hearing if you sound better.
Sorry, Sierra. Does that make a
No,
difference?
this may be the microphone. Are you able to switch to a different microphone?
How about that? Does that work?
Perfect. You could put your camera back on too. You sound great.
You don't want to see the weasel. Okay, so again, apologies to folks for not being there in the room. I got called to another meeting. So I heard the concerns. I heard Dieter speak earlier about the collaboration between ECC and LKFN. I understand that Petiki First Nation also brought up concerns over illegal harvesting and people harvesting or people coming into the Decho from other areas to harvest. I do want to reiterate that our illegal harvest rates are quite low across the NWT. For the most part, hunters are following the laws, they're following the rules. I think having more opportunity to talk with folks about what those laws entail is always a good thing. So having another renewable resource officer out there on the ground will be great. And also having more of those partnerships with Indigenous governments. So, Norman Wells, Ria brought up the point that they went out to mile 222, had a lot of conversations with people out there doing the same thing along the road. I think will go a long way to having more compliance. I did want to just flag that there are folks who have rights in areas that do come into hunt and harvest with those using their own rights, and we have to recognize that. And they're not always from the community. At the same time, if people have concerns or see things that they think may not be right, please report to your local ECC office with as much detail as you can, and we will follow up. So there are, as people know, there are only so many people who can be part of or can be out on the land at any one time, but each of your respective organizations have eyes and ears out there a lot, and if you're willing to give in that information to an ECC officer, that would go a long way. So, Mussy.
Okay, thank you for that. We're going to switch to a break. After the break, we'll take maybe one or two more comments on this topic. We've got climate change and permafrost, an important issue that we kind of hit on a little bit at the beginning, but we have some detail to get into. Fish, air, and noise. Again, we're exploring what options we have schedule-wise with the time we've got left, and exploring the idea of, can we go a bit longer tonight to prevent having to start up again tomorrow? So I'm going to ask, can we all take a break, and we're going to start at 2:40 sharp. We'll have more to report then. Thanks. Okay. So look, we're going to play around with the schedule a little bit, and we'd like to try, if necessary, going late tonight rather than trying to get things happening tomorrow as well, because tomorrow is very difficult. Late tonight will not be very late tonight, but it might run a little bit past, and we'll do the best that we can. We recognize that there might still be other questions, but we do have a round of information requests opening right after this technical session. And so prioritize the questions you're asking here, because your other questions you can always do in writing, and they will still go on the public record and be considered carefully by the board. And we know that that's not always exactly the same as asking you face-to-face, but we're going to do the best we can with the time we have. So we also know that We know that environment climate, that ECCC's water specialist is only here until 3 o'clock. So with that, what I'd like to do, if it's okay with the GNWT, you guys have presented your DAR, and we've all had a chance to read the written materials on the record. Would it be okay with you if we didn't do the developer's presentation on your predictions just yet, but we start with questions on water while ECCC's water person is here, and then we'll give you 10 minutes to run through your predictions after that? In other words, right now, you're scheduled to make your presentation first, but I'd rather start with some questions on that and then go to that. All right?
Seth, but not G&D. So just to clarify, we're gonna switch gears and go to water right now, and you're asking us to forgo our slides?
I'm asking if we can have some questions before your presentation instead of your presentation first, because we're going to lose someone we need if we start with the presentation.
Yeah, absolutely. Seth Bonnet, GNWT. That's fine.
Okay, we're gonna start. We're not going to separate so much the water and permafrost and climate change items. If people want to ask questions of those, yes, there are relationships between them. We also know there are also differences between them, but we're going to try and sort of combine where we can and see where we can go. First of all, questions related to water or permafrost. Who's got questions they want to ask? Environment and Climate Change Canada has questions. Go ahead, please.
Melissa Pinto, Environment and Climate Change Canada. Hopefully it's a pretty quick question of clarification. I'm going to hand it over to Sarah Forte, who's online.
Good afternoon, Sarah Forte with Environment and Climate Change Canada. This is a clarification question regarding response number 172 that was provided to Canor comment number 42. And this is about quarries and the potential for them to impact the aquatic environment through increased sedimentation and leaching of blast residue. In the GNWT's response, they stated they assumed hydraulic connections between these material sources and water courses in their assessment. So there's a direct effect pathway. They didn't explain how they reached the conclusion that residual and cumulative effects would be neutral in direction and low in magnitude. And so I would appreciate if they could confirm that they reached the conclusion because they are confident in the effectiveness of the mitigation and management approaches that will be included in the quarry development plans. Thank you.
Thank you, GNWT. It's about the basis for your conclusion of no significant effect with runoff from quarries into, I think it's surface waters. And was that, what's the basis for the conclusion and the basis for the determination that it's low magnitude and low, what was the second one? Second criteria for significance there?
Neutral direction.
Right, a neutral direction. GNWT?
Erica Benham. Hi, Sarah. Nice to see you again. That was not quite the question I heard. I heard a question that was more about the pathway of effects, and I just wanted to ask Sarah if you could just maybe restate your question a little bit. Is it specific to groundwater or surface water?
It relates to both. They're connected. And it, like, the response was that there was a direct effect pathway between two water courses, so that would be surface water, and it might be through a segment of groundwater to get there.
Erica Benham, I will do my best here. We may have to take parts of this away if it doesn't fully answer your question. So first of all, the developer does not intend to develop quarry sources where there is a high groundwater table. So the intent is to eliminate the potential interaction between quarry and groundwater, quarry activities and groundwater. In regards to surface water, yes, we would feel that mitigations would be effective at reducing those effects below a significance threshold.
Thanks. ECCC.
Sarah Forti with Environment and Climate Change Canada. Thank you. That answers my question. And I have no further questions.
Thanks. Any other questions on water for the GNWT? PKFN.
Jane Henderson for PKFN. This is about spill risk and water quality. PKFN notes that to protect water quality, if the route were moved east up to the foothills, spills could be mitigated before they reach the decho. This is not possible with the current plan where bridges, with the current plan and the bridges are so close to the decho. And PKFN would like to ask the significant risks, like can you explain how the spill risks and how they can be mitigated with the current plan, since there's no plan to move it inland?
Sure.
Erica Benham, the developer's spill contingency plan in volume 5 describes the procedures to reduce the likelihood that a spill would happen, and also the effects of a spill should it happen. And I should clarify that that is specific to what the contractor would need to implement during construction.
Jane Henderson, PKFN. Thanks, Erica. Just to make sure I'm understanding correctly, that means there's currently no plan for during the operation phase. It's been planned out for construction.
Erica Benham, there's no project-specific spill contingency plan that would be applicable to operations, correct? It would, however, be applicable, I should qualify, to the contractor undertaking maintenance on the highway.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to ask if there are any other questions on water and questions on fish. I see PKFN. I just want to know if there's anyone else too. Okay, Department of Fisheries and Oceans, go ahead.
Tatiana Leclerc with DFO. It's not really a question, more of a comment. I don't think we need any experts, so if you want, we can wait till later.
Okay, in that case, I think I'd prefer to wait,
Okay.
just because we're trying to hit certain topics while we still have expertise.
Exactly.
Thank you for that. PKFN.
Jane Henderson for PKFN. The question is about fish. The identified in the DAR, there's a significant negative effect. As a significant negative effect, the project will make it easier to harvest fish from some areas, which may potentially impact fish stocks in the area. PKFN is deeply concerned about anglers and fishers coming in from outside the territory and from the south once access is opened year-round. PKFN asks you to consider how this situation has put stress on fish populations around Providence. The winter road bridges are so close to the outflows of creeks and rivers that PKFN anticipates overfishing from those sites, and certainly an increase of fishing, and that human presence in those areas will not only impact fish, but also disrupt moose and caribou who graze at those outflows to get relief from the bugs. Why has the developer not considered the negative impact of increased access to non-traditional fishing at the mouths and creeks and rivers feeding into the Decho?
GWT.
Erica Benham, it is really difficult to jump around on topics like this. So if we could maybe stick to a theme so we can let everyone sort of get in the groove, if you will, that would be a lot more helpful. I feel like there were a lot of questions in there. But a few that I picked up on, yes, the GNWT recognizes that as a potential effect, that because it's an unknown. It's an unknown how much people will utilize the existing areas along the road that would facilitate fishing. Second is we don't know how that would affect the fish populations themselves. We have adopted a precautionary approach in the DAR where, as a result of the uncertainty, we're recommending that there be a program to address that uncertainty, develop collaboratively with the communities along the route. Some of the mitigation measures, the mitigations that GNWT can implement are that they would not make those areas conducive to vehicles stopping. So not having pullouts, the GNWT will need to build pullouts periodically along the road, but having them where they're not a place where people would access areas for large-bodied fish would be one way to do that. And the second is that people working on the project, though they may have fishing licenses, wouldn't be allowed to fish while they're working on the project. While they're, housed in a work camp, for example. Outside of that, the GNWT has its own licensing system for fishing. And beyond that, the management responsibility lies with DFO.
It's Alan here. I just observed that for the Clichon all-season road, one of the measures required the Department of Fisheries and Oceans to work with the Clichon government to develop a fisheries management plan that specifically considered increased fishing pressure from outside on certain creeks and rivers. This is a different context because the Clichon government has certain authorities in the area of that project that, for example, Pedzaki doesn't have. But I would encourage DFO to please go have a look at that measure, think about what was done there, and if you have any suggestions about how something like that might be created or applied for the different communities in settled and unsettled land claims along this route, give us something in writing about that. We can wrap that as an information request, but I preferred if you could just take it from this and put something on the record within a couple of weeks.
Tatiana Leclerc with DFO. We did respond to a similar ER, like ER 82 from Enver, and it was on this. So I did discuss this with fisheries management with our team, and they wouldn't have the capacity to do something similar to Taser, to Clicho Highway on this project. However, we did submit some recommendations in our IR response. I'm not sure if you want something additional to that.
No, I think it helps that parties can hear that there are some recommendations under IR 82, hopefully creative mitigations that will help address the problem that's being flagged here. Thank you. I'm concerned that I hear what Erica is saying about the difficulty of jumping between subjects. We're going to lose a permafrost expert very soon. I know the North is losing permafrost at an alarming rate, but we're losing our permafrost expert at an even more short-term prospect. And so I want to quickly get into questions relating to permafrost, and then we'll go into climate change, and we're not done with fish and water either. And PKFN, I know you have got more questions on this. So questions on permafrost. So we've talked a bit about potential impacts on permafrost. Lidley First Nation. Dieter, you've got a question on permafrost?
Yeah, Dieter Kazon for Lidley First Nation. I have a Trinica Gasmar and Elise Duvois. She's our permafrost expert. She's going to be having some questions on our behalf. Thank you.
Marvelous. Can we go to your folks online then? Thank you.
For sure. So Trinica Gasmeyer for the Lidley First Nation. Elise is in the waiting room on the Zoom. She's just waiting to be admitted.
Okay, she should be in the room in seconds.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Trinica, do you have anything you want to start with while we're waiting?
I think Elise, have you joined the Zoom conference call now?
Yes, I have just arrived. Sorry.
Perfect. Thank you so
sitting
much.
in the waiting.
No worries.
Elise, please go ahead.
All right, so I'm Elise, and I'm here on behalf of LKFN, who asked me to do a little bit of an assessment on the permafrost processes. And so under this objective, there are four main themes that we raised some concerns around. So looking at outdated and potentially sparse baseline and monitoring data and discontinued monitoring sites, mitigation measures for permafrost protection, looking at winter-only operations and fill-only construction, and some concerns about that. The uncertainty, reversibility, and timeframes of the project. So the use of the terms where possible, no interaction, and to the extent practical. There were some questions about that, as well as the fourth theme, limited flexibility in realignment and post-investigation. And so looking at the fact that realignment may actually be required after gathering some of the additional data that we could recommend. So there are quite a few questions and direct comments summarized, and we hope that these could be addressed, but in the interest of time, I'm just gonna pull out three main questions here. And I guess I wasn't here for the beginning of this, so I'll ask a question. Do I wait for a response, or do I just ask all three questions?
If you can go one question at a time, ask your highest priority questions, but we don't want to lose the other questions. This is an important subject area. Ask your highest priority questions, and then if you're willing to save the others for information requests, we could still get them asked in a systematic way and get clear answers from them. Would that be okay with you?
Yeah, perfect. So I'll ask those three top priority questions. I'll start with the first one, and then we will submit an information request with the other many questions that I won't go into in the interest of time.
No, that's good. And I'm sorry that this is the time pressure we're under. I would much rather you had the time to get into this in the depth that we'd all like. But please go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's totally understandable. And I understand that it's been a long few days. And so I appreciate that we need to stay focused here. So the first question is, are there considerations for realignment post geophysical site investigation and or once baseline data has been updated or augmented? So in the way that it's proposed right now, it seems that this alignment really follows that winter road that's pre-existing for some good reasons, but it's unclear whether or not post-site investigation, there will be an opportunity to reconsider this if the geotechnical data provided kind of
steer in that direction.
Can I just ask you to clarify? There's been some confusion with the term realignment and alternative route, where parties are often talking about a different corridor, while the GNWT is talking about adjustments within the existing corridor. So the existing corridor is 1 kilometer wide. PKFN has described a route that is more several kilometers up slope. So in a different kind of a foundation and a number of different characteristics. Which does your question apply to?
That's an excellent distinction. And I think my question likely applies to both, though my understanding is that the site investigation would extend throughout that kilometer. And our understanding was that realignment within that kilometer would be considered. And so the question is mostly focused on if site investigation shows that that entire kilometer does not seem to be particularly suitable, would realignment outside of there and further site investigation outside of that corridor be considered? But I would also be interested in knowing if our assumption that realignment within that corridor would also be considered. So I guess both is my answer.
Thank you very much, Elise. GNWT.
Erica Benham, I will start. I also wanted to introduce a few people that are available online. Ed Grozick from Tetra Tech, geotechnical engineer. Walter Orr, Kalos Stantec, civil engineer. And from GNWT, we have Tim Ensom. And I may call on them as needed. So in response to your question about realignment within the corridor, yes. In fact, GNWT is proposing to do its first series of geotechnical investigations this winter. And those are to look at specifically the approaches to the watercourse crossings to identify if there are any constraints with conducting, road cuts, or if there are, sensitive soils that need to be mitigated for that may necessitate a movement of that approach or a design that would bring that roadway somewhere different within that 1 kilometer, or case 3 kilometer corridor, approaching up to the bridges. And that would apply as the design advances. So in future years, that geotechnical work will be focused on other areas of the alignment. And similarly, if there are constraints identified there, then the routing would be either moved or those issues would be mitigated through the appropriate design where it currently is identified. I just wanted to add that that is one of several considerations that comes into play when, I think Alan used the term wiggling around, but that's not quite the case. We do want a highway that's straight for the most part. And that engagement input would play a big part in making those adjustments within that corridor as well. As far as moving outside of the corridor, in places, yes, that would also be an opportunity. We've already identified places where the GNWT has or is working on options where, based on engagement input, that route has been moved. Probably less likely that would be the case due to permafrost considerations, because, as has been mentioned several times before, permafrost in and of itself is not a constraint for the project. It is the types of soils that the road is going to be built upon. So with that, I'm just going to, I think, maybe offer if Ed would like to add anything to that, and if not, that's okay too, but I just want to give that opportunity.
Sure. Hi, Ed Grozick with Tetra Tech, Kalos Stantec team. What Erica said is correct. I'll just elaborate a little bit on it. Permafrost is a thermal condition, is a thermal state. And so And where that thermal condition exists, then of course a design needs to accommodate the condition. No different than a design accommodates the cell conditions or the stratigraphy that a route would cross. So that's part of the data collection. There is data that's out there that has identified the thermal conditions, the permafrost conditions along the alignment. There's some more recent drilling that has been done in 2021. There is a plan to do additional geotechnical drilling in 2025, and maybe beyond that, just depending on what's being found. So yeah, that's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Okay, back to PKFN.
Jane Henderson for PKFN. Erica, you said today and yesterday that permafrost is not a design constraint. From PKFN's perspective, it's very, very important to protect permafrost. So could you say more, because it doesn't make sense to PKFN?
Erica, but I'm going to pass that to Walter, who is a road design engineer, and I'm sure he will talk your ear off. Not that we want to talk anyone's ear off on this, but it is something that we have a lot of experience in.
Okay, thanks for the clarification, PKFN. We're going back to LKFN's folks. Is it still Trinica and Elise online who have more questions?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, sorry,
I can
or we're going to respond. Go ahead, please, Elise.
respond or question.
Clarification.
You can tell it's late in the day. So Walter is responding to PKFN's clarification before we go back to Elise.
Yeah,
perfect. All right.
Okay, Walter Orr here with Calostantec. Pardon me, my video is not working, but I'll briefly respond to that. Permafrost is certainly informs design. Presence of permafrost, presence of ice-rich permafrost informs design. It informs design in location, and it also informs design in the embankment thickness and other things that you do in the embankment design. But it's rarely a constraint to say, for goodness sake, stay out of that location. We're not going to run across boggy, wet things, ground unnecessarily, but ice-rich permafrost can be addressed in the design process through other things than just location.
Thanks. Back to LKFN.
All right, Elise here with LKFN. So the second key question that we wanted to ask was clarification about the role of communities in the continued monitoring plan for permafrost and thermal ground conditions. Can you elaborate on what that might look like?
GNWT.
Erica Benham, the proposed monitoring programs are identified in the Permafrost Protection Plan. That's volume 5, a draft, and we'd look forward to comments on that plan, as we look forward to comments on all the plans. There have been options identified for community monitoring in that. What form that will take, we don't know yet. As with the other plans, we want to have those conversations, engage with the different organizations on how they could be involved in the types of long-term monitoring that may be necessary for the project.
Thanks, Elise.
So there's still one remaining question from LKFN. Should I ask that now, or do we have to circle back?
No, you could ask that now.
Okay, perfect. So the last question, thank you for that response. There's also the phrase "where possible," which appears in the report. So for example, following the existing winter road alignment where possible, or using fill-only construction where possible. I'm hoping that you could speak to both how you would determine if it is or is not possible to follow those constraints. I understand that this is sort of the design phase. We need a little bit more time to come up with a full proposal, but if you could just hint at what that might look like. And then the second part of this, what measures would be taken when it is deemed not possible to follow those initial mitigation measures?
Thanks, GNWT.
Yeah, I'm going to pass that to Walter again.
Okay, thanks, Erica. Walter Orr here again. When we use the term "where possible" in this area is, for instance, we would say we're using fill-only construction where we have materials to do that. There are places where we may choose to do a cut and fill design because materials allow that, because material availability in a cut section allows that. For instance, going down into a river crossing, we will often be required to do a cut, and the question is, can we use that material that we have from the cut in the embankment and other places? The geotechnical information that we're getting this upcoming year will inform that decision. So a lot of the terminology that we're using is because, as you noted, the design has not been carried out to an advanced level at this point. So we're saying this is the intention. As the design progresses, we will be able to firm those questions up to, in this location, we're planning to do this and such.
Okay, thanks. LKFN?
Elisa, perfect. I appreciate that response. And I guess we look forward to seeing exactly what those criteria might be, just to make sure that that all makes sense. Looking at the fill-only construction in some areas, especially those with permafrost, it may prove that geotechnically that's not as feasible as it might at first glance look. So I'm happy to hear that this will be reconsidered after that geotechnical evaluation. And I'm also happy to hear that there is that open communication for that second question with LKFN. I think I'll just highlight again that there was a long series of questions that we will submit for further review. And by doing that, we hope we can build more confidence in the project. Yeah, I think if Trinica has more to add than that, I think that's what I was hoping to ask in this session.
Thanks, Trinica.
Oh, sorry, Trinica Gassmeyer for the Liquid First Nation. No, I have nothing further to add. Thank you very much, Elise. Thanks for the responses.
Thanks. And, just connecting this conversation to the one that we had on day one, I think the review board would remain interested in understanding the suitability of the terrain on an alternative route that is perhaps higher up from a permafrost perspective in comparison to the proposed corridor along the winter road. So any information you can give us on that would be helpful as well.
Erica Benham, again, the GNWT really looks forward to reviewing that information when it's in receipt of that information. So if there's a line on a map somewhere that we can look at, then we can start those conversations and determine more closely what we should do with that.
Okay, thanks. Anything else from LKFN on permafrost?
Peter Kazon, Lilliput First Nation. Not at this moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. The board really looks forward to seeing the information requests that come from LKFN on this subject. I'm sure they're of interest to other parties as well. Back to PKFN.
Jane Henderson for PKFN. Alan, at this point, we have a bit of a grab bag of questions, the kind that Erica is not excited to get. So if there's themes that you want to identify, we can jump into where other peoples want to talk about, but we're coming to the end of the time that we're jumping around a lot. So if you'd like to conduct.
Okay, before we dive into the grab bag, I just want to confirm if anyone else has any more permafrost questions. And so I see Peter Unger from NRCan. Peter's just going to a mic.
Thank you very much. Peter Unger, Natural Resources Canada. My question's related to excavations and specifically to LKFN IR 22. NRCan understands that to facilitate drainage and limit ponding, it is mentioned that a mitigation technique is ditching where appropriate with grading. Could the GNWT please clarify what conditions are appropriate for the use of these ditches? Thank you.
Erica, but I'm going to pass that to Walter.
Okay, Walter Rohr, Calistantec. The specifics of the ditching locations has not been determined at this point. As I've said, the status of the design is an early status, which has not included the evaluation of ditch grades, drainage culvert locations, and such like. However, I can say that in comparison to a more southern area where, for instance, in the prairies in Alberta, where you would have lengthy stretches where you have a long ditch line graded to a drainage culvert, a through culvert, this project will have a substantially higher number of drainage culverts because effectively we don't really want to be doing very much ditching because of the issues of subsurface conditions, potential permafrost. We do need to minimize ponding along the embankment, and this would be in the uphill side of the embankment. So there will be regular equalization / drainage culverts through the embankment along the route to minimize the locations where ponding will be, and there will be some ditching along the embankment on that uphill side to make sure that the drainage will get to those culverts and not pond into other locations. That's the locations and the places that we would have some ditching and culvert installation. We can't say where that is specifically because, as I said, the design has not been advanced to the level where you would have that that decision made.
Thank you, Walter. Back to you, Peter.
Thank you very much. Is this something that we can get more detail on later, or is this coming way later, or is there some set of conditions that will help you decide that we can know? I'm not the permafrost expert or the drainage expert at all. I'm just replacing them who's not online right now, but I was just curious if there is an opportunity to get more information a little bit later, or is this coming right when it's construction? Thank you.
The approximate time when you would see this would be somewhere in the 80% design, where we've established where our alignment is going to be and where the route itself is going to be within that 1 kilometer corridor or the widened corridor in those other locations. And we've moved along. So we're well before that. This is basically an assessment of a route within that corridor that's established. And potentially, as Erica said, outside of that, but we're a ways away from that particular level of design that we would be able to provide those drainage locations and culvert locations.
Thank you, Walter. I would presume that an 80% design is likely after the environmental assessment That would be my expectation.
Peter?
Peter?
Well after the assessment, yes.
Peter Unger, Natural Resources Canada. No further questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks for that. Gwich'in Tribal Council.
Thank you, Alan. I have two questions regarding permafrost. To the GNWT, of course, yeah. Kanda Kulanyama for the GTC. Sorry about that. The Climate Change and Vulnerability Assessment Report 232 on page 50 mentioned that permafrost warming is more at risk from shrubs and snow accumulation as compared to rising air temperatures. The 60-meter wide right of way therefore stands to substantially increase the risk of permafrost warming from snow accumulation and shrubs as the right of way transitions to forest. My first question, what is the likely shift in vegetation in the PDA and LLA towards shrub, and what are the anticipated changes to snow accumulation?
Erica Benham, that's not a question we can answer today. There's probably a series of IRs that have responded to information on level of changes to vegetation in the PDA. And there was also a question that IR that came in changes in response to fire. We would say that in response to MVRB's IR2, that predictions about how climate change would affect vegetation were highly uncertain and certainly wouldn't be useful in the context of environmental assessment.
Can the GNWT confirm that it will come back with more information in response to this question, at least pointing to where, if it's already answered this question on the public record, which documents they can look at, preferably within the next 2 weeks?
I would just like to confirm what the question is. Is it changes to vegetation in the EDA and LAA due to climate change?
I will repeat it again so that you can get it. What is the likely shift in vegetation in the PDA and LAA toward shrubs, and what are the anticipated changes to snow accumulation?
So just for clarity, the board remains very interested in ensuring that this project is designed not only for the climate that we have today, but for the climate that will exist throughout its operating life. The impacts, biophysical impacts from a project typically aren't just from the project, they're from how the project interacts with the surrounding environment. And if the surrounding environment has changed over the 50 and 100-year period, we want to be sure that the design, routing, construction, operation of this project is suitable for the environment that exists at those points during operation and going forward. So I just want to point out that this project needs to be designed for the future environment that it will be in, not just for what's on the ground today.
Erica, but that is a different topic entirely. And if you want us to answer that, I know Walter Orr would be prepared to respond to how the design considers predictions and changes to climate. I would point out, just following up on the GTC question, the right-of-way is going to be cleared. So there won't be any shrubs in the right-of-way permanently because the right-of-way will be cleared. So and will be regularly mowed. So that just to help set the stage for that as well.
Okay. And so I'll point out that no, this is a related topic, and I would like Walter to respond to it, but only after GTC has finished its questions.
Thank you, Alan. Kanda Kolanyama for the GTC. My second question is, how will the permafrost protection plan address these acknowledged risk and residual effects within the right-of-way? But I believe your answer covers that. So I would be interested to hear what you have to say for Alan's question. Thanks.
Okay, Walter, please go ahead.
Walter Orr. The speaking from the standpoint of a designer in the context of the permafrost protection plan, we have designed from the standpoint of climate change for things that are knowable or projectable in the road design. These things are such things like warmer climate causing ground warming. We project our embankment design is to address those particular things in drainage and runoff design, both for bridges, other crossing structures. The design incorporates an increase in future rainfalls and runoff events, anticipating the increase in the peak flow events with time. So we incorporate that in the design process. So the design process, it is spoken to in the permafrost protection plan and in the IR responses on this item, we utilize the best available projections for the geometric and the embankment, geotechnical, and the crossings for the road. So although these are projections, none of us can say exactly what's going to happen in the future. We use the best available data and regulatory documents on that, and that's the process that's followed.
Okay, thanks. Any more questions related to permafrost or climate change? PKFN.
Jane Henderson for PKFN. Still wrapping our heads around the idea that permafrost is not a design constraint. I think we're catching up. That I think what you're saying is that your designers can design around any permafrost there, like you can build a road with permafrost. But I guess where PKFN is looking at it is we've had many conversations about how critical it is to protect, internally, about how critical it is to members to protect permafrost from a climate change perspective. So could you clarify when you say that protecting permafrost is not a design constraint, is not protecting permafrost a goal to reduce climate change impacts? Is that not a goal of the project or an objective of the project, such that protecting permafrost becomes part of the design goals? Does my question make sense? Thank you.
Erica Benham, I understand the conundrum, or maybe how this is looked at from the designer's perspective or the owner's perspective, which is, and Ed said this prior in our one of our exchanges, is that permafrost in and of itself is a temperature condition. So we need to stop thinking of permafrost as something that is bad or something that is good. It simply reflects the thermal condition of the ground, the temperature of the ground. It's, less than 0 degrees for 2 years or more. we're more interested in the types of soil that exist in that frozen ground. So if the ground is below zero, does it have ice in it? And that's what we really want to mitigate for, where it might it might influence the integrity of the highway. So the number one factor for GNWT in designing a highway is public safety. Number one. So environmental is, I don't want to make it seem less, but public safety, human safety is the number one. The designers need to design a safe highway. So protecting the ice or soils that are sensitive to thaw or erosion or other type of failure, let's say, is important where it could affect the integrity of the highway. So switching the thinking from we need to protect permafrost to we need to protect the highway from the effects of soils that may be within permafrost is the type of thinking we have to work around. And that those conditions don't exist everywhere. We don't have a continuous, I know I'm paraphrasing from our design team here, but and the information that's been presented in the DAR is that there isn't a continuous section of this highway where the team expects that there's going to be a need to, implement considerable mitigations for that integrity to be maintained. It's going to be at certain locations. So I wonder if that helps a little bit in just shifting the thinking from protecting the permafrost to protecting the highway where those sensitive soils exist.
Thanks, Erica. Actually, it's another interrelated suite of issues. I understand from the developer's perspective, it's partly about protecting the highway. And yes, there's a terminology issue. When I've been referring to permafrost, I've been implying ice-rich permafrost. So let me make that part clear. But if there are slumping issues that affect a highway, that not only makes a potential public safety hazard, that also can drastically increase the maintenance cost of the highway. And that same slumping can go into surface waters, which can affect fish, which can also affect people who harvest downstream and who might have cabins in good harvesting areas downstream, who are the same people who are at increased safety risk from failures of the highway. In other words, this links many of the issues that we've talked about. And in a climate that is warming, it is important that this is all considered in design. Because if we can avoid these problems, they're problems that everyone in the room would love to avoid, partly as people who have a close relationship to the land and who harvest and rely on it for their food, but also as people who have to maintain the highway and have to get money to maintain the highway, and who, all the interests converge here. And so that's partly why we're trying to put some time, even though we're on a tight schedule. But this is more than just a highway maintenance issue from the perspective, I think, of the board and many of the parties that we've heard from. But I don't deny that there is a highway maintenance aspect to it. But there's a suite of interconnected impacts here that are of interest to many people. Back to PKFN.
I think for the moment, Jane for PKFN, Alan, I think that we're here for the moment with permafrost. To others is fine.
Okay, I'm going to do a last call for permafrost issues. But before that, Erica.
Erica Benham, this is a really, I echo that this is a really important topic, and it's fundamental in the road design. And if there's anything that, would be helpful for GNWT to, during our engagement with any of the groups, if you would like to, hear more about this, discuss this topic specifically, we are happy to bring our road designers and experts along to help make that easier to understand and provide some comfort in the way that that work is done.
Thank you very much for that, Erica. We do appreciate that. Okay, any more questions on permafrost? All right, if there are questions that occur to you after this, don't forget the information requests are an open opportunity to ask stuff that's relevant to the impacts of the proposed highway. How about on climate change and the highway, right? This is includes potential impacts of climate change on the highway, which relates to failures and malfunctions, which we've partly talked about a bit with some of the questions related to spills. We've talked a bit about this on day one as well, but there's an opportunity here if anyone has anything else they want to add on that. We've also heard how the highway is partly a mitigation to some problems that are posed by climate change that to date, including some very urgent ones. Anything else on that topic people have questions of? Gone. Okay. The board may have questions in IRs for that. Again, it's late in the day. I can see people are prioritizing. That's okay. Okay. So now I want to throw this open to the remaining topics that we've got. We've started with some fish and fish habitat, and DFO graciously said, well, we can kind of hold off on that a little bit. And we know PKFN has a grab bag of other questions they want to get to. Let's go to DFO.
Tatiana Leclerc, DFO. Just confirming we're not doing the presentation for fish. There's not going to be any presentation.
DFO, have you read the developer's submissions and their predicted impacts on fish and fisheries?
Tatiana Leclerc, yes.
Is there anyone in the room who would right now who has not and would like to see the developer's presentation on their potential impacts on fish and fisheries? If so, that's okay. We can ask them to do it. I'm just looking around the room. Anyone? Okay. So what I'd request is that your presentation on this, if it's not already on our public registry, please submit the presentations for our public registry, because I'm sure they're going to be helpful for parties to refer to perhaps during the IR phase. But in the interest of time, if it's all right with you, we'd like to just keep on going with the discussion.
Seth Bennett, JNWT, that is certainly something that I can do.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you trying to accommodate the time constraints. Okay, so DFO, over to you.
Tatiana Leclerc, DFO, thank you. So my question, it's more of a comment. It's more about engagement than actual technical question about fish. This proposal is probably going to require a Fisheries Act authorization in the future because there's going to be about 90 culverts installed, and there's some risks. There's going to be some fish habitat loss at those culverts, and also some risks of the culverts preventing fish passage. So that's the risk. As part of the authorization, we're going to be needing baseline data for each crossings, final designs, monitoring plans, and offsetting. Some of that is already included in the DAR, but as part of our IRs, we did request some compiled baseline data for each of the crossings, and some additional monitoring. Right now they have culvert inspections, and we were kind of requiring more fish monitoring than velocity monitoring, and to provide also some ideas of offsetting for the Fisheries Act authorization. The response we got was that that would be provided to us during the Fisheries Act authorization process, which is fine, but all of those components are going to be, we're going to need to be consulting on under the Fisheries Act, and I think it would be beneficial to discuss the subjects, to have those documents before, and for everyone to discuss those documents before they actually get to DFO. So I don't really know when that would be. But that would increase transparency, and it could prevent some surprises during our own consultation, and then save on time. And then we could get involvement from other groups at an earlier, from impacted groups at an earlier time. For example, if they would like to be involved in monitoring. So I guess if we wanted to make this a question, it would be for everyone to see if there would be an interest to getting those documents before they actually get to us for the Fisheries Act authorization, like for engagement. And that could be like during a working group or something, I don't know. And if GNWT would be open to engaging on those documents before you actually submit it to DFO as part of the FAA. So I'm talking like baseline compilation of data, a more thorough monitoring response plans for each culvert, conceptual offsetting plan.
GNWT, can you comment on when you plan to get those documents out? And then if other parties have comments on when they would find that information, I guess, helpful to review, that would be helpful as well.
Seth Bennett, GNWT. So the information that is being specifically alluded to and requested is and will help form, of course, the authorization application and submission. GNWT does engage and will continue to engage to inform that application, and will involve communities, make sure that they have an opportunity to review and inform. Just to be certain, though, the timing of that work, we do not yet have design completed, so we do have to have the design to a point where we're ready to apply for that authorization. So that will be forthcoming.
Thanks, Tifa.
Tatiana, so just to clarify, will you be submitting your FAA package to the public for review before it comes to us?
Erica Benham. So as was indicated in the IR response, the GNWT needs to have an alignment confirmed before it can finish all of its fish and fish habitat assessments and the hydrotechnical assessments that inform the hydrotechnical designs of the crossings. And it's not until that point that we have the information, the detail, the metrics, everything that's needed to go into that application package. So we're nowhere close to that right now. I mean, there is information that's been collected. It's all been submitted already in terms of the habitat assessments that have been done, but there's a lot more to do, and it won't be completed until we have confidence that the alignment is locked down, at least within a 1 kilometer corridor. So the GNWT would absolutely engage on the types of things that would be needed to support that application. So I don't think it's a question of putting together an application package and dropping it on Indigenous groups to review and provide comment. That wouldn't be GNWT's intent. It would be to involve them, as we have throughout this process, in developing those kinds of information. So we've talked about monitoring, we've talked about certainly we've worked with communities on doing those actual fish and fish habitat assessments. And if there was, once we have some sort of order of magnitude for the offsetting, then that would be part of that engagement as well. But I don't think we're there yet.
DFO? DFO, is there a commitment you seek, or is this just more information you're looking for?
That's fine, I'm done. Thank you, Tatiana.
Okay, thanks very much. So I think what I like to do, the topics that we haven't directly explored, although we have indirectly explored some of these, include air quality, noise, vegetation, and there's more on climate change. And I kind of like the grab bag approach that at this point PKFN has said, let you guys prioritize which things you want to speak to. We've got a bit of time left, and so I just want to kind of open it up for those remaining topics. At PKFN, you've indicated you have more. Please go ahead.
Jane Henderson for PKFN. Thanks, Alan. So returning now to two questions, going back to the predicted increase of, well, what PKFN predicts as increased fishing at river and creek mouths because of opening access. So the first question is, why has the developer not considered mitigation measures restricting access from the all-weather road to the mouths and creeks and rivers by, for example, implementing non-traditional fishing restrictions, avoiding boat launches, or building gates? I recognize that question was partially answered when you gave examples of, for example, not designing road design, like not having permits near the water outflows. Have you considered restrictions such as non-traditional fishing registrations, avoiding boat launches, or building gates?
JWT.
Seth Planet, GNWT. Sorry, Jane, can you restate your question just so that I understand perfectly well? I apologize.
No, that Jane Henderson, PKFN. So as we said before, PKFN is extremely concerned about increased fishing by out of area users once the road goes through and there's access opened up year round. One of the main concerns about the route is because the existing bridges are so close to the outflows, they're great fish harvesting sites, and the bridges make access that makes angling convenient. So there's concerns about increased fishing and other impacts from increased human presence in those areas. You explained that there are some mitigations suggested, already considered by GNWT, such as not having pullouts near those locations. Members have suggested other measures like having restrictions, non-traditional fishing restrictions, by not having boat launches or even by building gates in these areas. Have anything like that been considered? Or if not, what other things have been considered? Does that make sense?
Seth and I, thanks for the clarification. So there's two different aspects there, I think, that we could touch on. One is around, again, the actual design of the road. And as stated, there are things that we can implement. So as Erica alluded to earlier, there are needs for pullouts, and where we locate them, there's opportunities to help inform that. I don't believe the project proposes any boat launches or gates or restricting access to anything of that nature. So I think that's already being addressed in design, but if there's areas of particular concern, we're happy to talk about that. And then the second piece is around the recommendation to restrict, I believe it's non-Indigenous fish harvesting. That's not something that we have entertained. It's not something we're proposing. Again, we don't at this point in time believe there's a need to do that. But we're again happy to work with the local governments and organizations to identify whether or not there's additional monitoring that needs to take place to inform changes over time.
Thanks, Pedzicki.
Jane Henderson for Pedzicki First Nation. The next question is about dust and air quality. So Pedzicki First Nation is very concerned about impacts on air quality because of the dust of all season highway use. PKFN understands that the route would not be chip sealed, and part of the reason that PKFN suggests a higher alignment is that it would be able to be chip sealed. So could you confirm that there will or will not, will the alignment be chip sealed? And if not, how will dust be managed if it's left as a gravel surface?
Erica Benham, no, the highway is not proposed to be chip sealed, and I think Walter can elaborate on why. But the second is the GNWT will use a dust control during operations, so it uses a calcium chloride application approximately every 2 years to control dust, and that's consistent with the other non-chip sealed highways in the NWT.
Thanks, Erica. Jane Henderson for PKFN. What is the predictions for the impacts or the effectiveness of that dust control? A major issue for PKFN, a concern is that increased dust will be generated and go into the Decho where there's already sedimentation issues. So can you say a little bit more about how the dust control measure that's recommended would affect that? How effective you think it will be?
Yeah, I do recall we did provide a response to this, to the MVRB, that very question about how is dust control applied and how does it mitigate, how is it done so it's protective of aquatic environments. And that was in response to MVRB IR 73. So maybe just if there's anything to follow up on that, we'll be happy to do that.
Okay, thanks. PKFN again.
Jumping topics now, Jane for PKFN. So this is a follow-up to what we discussed earlier today. We were talking about PKFN's concerns that their particular hunting grounds near around Dam Creek were not addressed. Things that were raised in the PDR were not addressed in the DAR. The response from the developer was that there were 9 optimizations recommended, and that 8 of the 9 optimizations recommended in the PDR were implemented. This is more of a comment than our question. PKFN would like to acknowledge that the changes that were made were still within the 1 kilometer corridor, and they all still cross the hunting ground that was identified in the PDR as the concern that is identified in the PDR at page 71 and 72. So while I understand that optimizations were made from PKN's perspective, is it's still crossing a sensitive area and a hunting ground and an insufficient accommodation.
Erica, thank you. We do have that information in the PDR, and that's been noted. Thank you.
Sorry, Erica, unless I'm mistaken, I think there was a question involved in there. It's not just about information, it's that are you still planning on crossing those sensitive hunting grounds? Is that correct, PKFN?
I guess it's a double-barreled question where, for one, is it still planned that hunting ground will be crossed? And also, it limits, it doesn't inspire confidence for PKFN when those recommendations were made 12 years ago, and the adaptation that was made, that came out of the PDR itself, chose 8 out of 9 optimizations, but they still cross the hunting ground. So in terms of improving confidence that the conversations to have conversations and the plans to have plans will integrate the request that PKFN is making, how can PKFN have greater confidence?
So PKFN, your question is how can you have greater confidence?
I guess it's difficult to phrase that one as a question. It's really more of a comment that 12 years ago the concern was raised, and coming out of the DAR, it was not met, and coming out of the PDR, it was not particularly well met. Going into the DAR, nothing has changed. And so when we receive in these 3 days a lot of assurances that there will be future accommodations, I'm just noting that the baseline of accommodation is so far from PKFN's perspective poor. And so that was more of a comment. The question was, as you noted, is the intention still to cross that hunting ground?
Okay, thanks. I see that GNWT is listening carefully, so I'm sure they've received the message. But in terms of responding to the question, please go ahead, GNWT.
Seth Bennett, GNWT. So the corridor does still traverse that area. I do want to point out though that the optimizations that were incorporated at that time were fully informed by PKFN involvement. And at that time, PKFN did approve of those design changes. And to the extent possible, again, moving forward, we're open to having continued discussions on where we can find some additional areas to make those adjustments. So I think our work together over the last little while speaks volumes towards that. And we again look forward to follow-up conversations on that.
Thank you. PKFN.
Jane Henderson for PKFN. Thank you. Jumping to another topic. Oh, forgive me. It would be helpful for PKFN if you could clarify. We talk a lot about the 1 kilometer corridor, but what is the proposed width of the footprint of the eventual highway? The right of way.
Seth Bennett, GNWT. So the right of way for the highway once completed would be 60 meters.
Thanks, PKFN.
Jane for PKFN. Alan, I'm going to scan and see if I have anything left in the graph bag, and I request that you turn the floor to other people at this time.
Actually, what I'd like to do is take a 5-minute break. That is indeed a 5-minute break. We want to look at the sort of undertaking type things and see which ones we've actually made progress on now, which ones we can wait to follow up on electronically. Because if there's answers to stuff here that we've asked people to get answers for while we're here, we want to be able to figure that out. But I thank everyone for the efforts you're making to prioritize and do our best with the time. So 5-minute break. We'll see you again in 5 minutes.
Maybe he has more to offer on that.
Hello, Samuel Lecrump with Callo Stantec here. So part of the adaptive air quality management plan that will be part of the mitigation in addition to the preliminary mitigations already planned. It's part of the dust control plan will be a visual monitoring. So I believe will be a bit of an iterative case basis. It's due to many factors, I guess, just wind speed, wind direction, and the type of mechanical impact that will affect it. Is going to be kind of on a case by case. If the visible dust plume gets reduced, then that would be sufficient. And if not, we'll have to react accordingly.
Thanks. Health Canada.
Yep, Aisha Sohail for Health Canada. Another part of that question was reducing speeds near sensitive receptors. My question was, how would those sensitive receptors be identified? I'm looking specifically to see if there's signage and things like that that you're planning on doing.
Thanks, GNWT.
Hi, Samuel with Callo Stantec as well. So one of them is again due to that visual monitoring that everybody can participate in. Okay, mostly, and we're considering mostly community receptors. Another one is we have identified some of the most impacted receptors. One of them is located like 350 meters away at the closest part of the construction site. That's somewhere in Wrigley, north of Wrigley. Okay, so that would be an indication as well. Very likely due to distance is a large function of this. that nearest distance is very likely going to be one of those receptors if we were to predict where they would be.
Thank you, Aisha.
Thank you.
Okay, Aisha Sohail for Health Canada. I'll move on to a different question. So that was talking about the construction phase. Let's move on to after the construction phase. So in response to Health Canada IR number 8 during the, again, preliminary IR phase, the proponent has not discussed the residual effects to human health from changes to air quality over time. Could you describe monitoring once the construction phase of the highway is complete?
Erica Benham, we had an IR, responded to an IR on this. So I think that may have been a preliminary Health Canada 8, but there was a information request specific to what kind of monitoring GNWT would be doing for air quality. We're just tracking that information request response down, and maybe we'll provide you that and see if that works.
Thank you, Health Canada.
Okay, continuing on with Aisha Sohail for Health Canada. We'll wait for you guys to get back to us on that. One more question, moving on to another sort of topic under air quality here. So for our IR round 1, Health Canada IR number 2, your response states that, and we note that there are limitations to air dispersion monitoring. The alternatives that you've proposed in response to Health Canada IR2 and the preliminary IRs is not recommended by Health Canada. So what I mean is that Health Canada does not support the use of the National Pollutant Release Inventory reporting thresholds as levels below which no health effects exist. The NPRI website itself affirms that its data is insufficient to assess potential environmental and health risks posed by air pollutants. So our question is around, do you have some reasoning to provide some scientific evidence to support this method for assessing the effects on air quality and human health that is contrary to the perspectives of the NPRI?
Hi, Samuel with Stantec here. So this has been addressed as part of the IRs. I can just list them out here, and then I will also summarize it after. So yeah, on the questions on why use the NPRI approach versus the Health Canada approach, the IR questions would have been CANOR 22, CANOR 24, CANOR 26, and HC2. To some extent, all those were related. Now I will summarize our response right now. So the Health Canada approach, a guidance approach, is receptor-based, whereas what we did is an NPRI approach, which is emission-based. The reason that we believe that the receptor-based was not really suitable, so there's a couple of reasons. One is that the receptor-based is only suitable for large emitters, such as industrial facilities with exhaust stacks, which would be stationary, they're not moving around, and long-term, right? It's based on statistics, which can only be accurate in the long term. Whereas when it comes to highway construction projects, we're talking about sources are relatively low emissions, mobile, temporary, and transient. After that, the closest receptor is going to be at, for the closest portion of the construction site would only be 350 meters away. which is fair enough within the 1 kilometer dispersion part of our LAA, but that would only be for 7 days or around 7 days. After that, it would be the construction site would be too far from the dispersion limit. And finally, sure, there are a couple of stationary sources like the quarries, but even these are low emitters as well compared to large industrial facilities. And the only one that's located within the 1 kilometer dispersion limit is the one south of Wrigley. And that one is still a temporary quarry anyways. It's not going to operate for too long. We're sort of anticipating it might operate up to perhaps 130 days. After that, it might not be as operational for the project.
Okay, thank you. Aisha?
Okay, Aisha Sohail for Health Canada. I would like to just restate that Health Canada does not support the use of the NPRI, the National Pollutant Release Inventory reporting thresholds, as levels below which no health effects exist. And I will leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And we thank Health Canada for taking part in the session and for the last 3 days having observed all of the discussions, many of which relate to health, some directly, some indirectly. So thank you for coming. Okay, now we're going to go back to PKFN, which still has a couple more questions. And then the Gwich'in Tribal Council, which has a question on invasive plants. PKFN.
Jane Henderson for PKFN. We have 3 final questions unless there's additional follow-up. So starting with the first one, we are returning to what we returned to earlier this afternoon. So Seth, you described that the route through the habitat and hunting ground between Strawberry Creek and Dam Creek, as described in the PDR at 7172, was optimized with PKFN's input and engagement. So this is what we talked about twice today. We were talking about there's the habitat and hunting ground. The route goes through it. There were 9 optimizations suggested in the PDR, 8 of which were adopted. Seth, when you responded to that to say that the optimizations, as you responded, it sounded like you were saying that those optimizations were all done with PKFN's input, and it really sounded like you were suggesting with PKFN's approval. PKFN disagrees and states that the First Nation has never agreed to the proposed 1 kilometer corridor and consistently asked for the route to be moved farther away from the Decho and including outside that hunting ground. That's really actually not a question, I realize. That is a comment. Moving on to number 2. Harry would like to talk about the failure to consider future development in the cumulative impacts assessment. Jumping back to yesterday, we talked about this, I believe, the first day and definitely yesterday. PKFN echoes the concerns that were shared by some others in the room, but we have a specific question on this. So PKFN is concerned that the developer's criteria for reasonably foreseeable development is incorrect. As the DAR states, and as GNWT confirmed yesterday, your perspective is that the only future developments that need to be considered in a cumulative effects assessment are developments that have authorizations that they need or in the process of getting them, or projects that developers have publicly announced that they intend to pursue. The developer has stated that to consider anything else is unhelpful speculation. However, a plain reading of the Review Board's 2004 guidance does not necessarily match this interpretation. Looking at the guidelines, they say on page 81 and 82 that developments that have not been proposed or announced but can reasonably be foreseen should be included in the assessment. For example, it says a developer proposing a pipeline through a previously inaccessible area with little existing development should consider reasonably foreseeable future developments, which could be determined by looking at other comparable developments in areas with similar characteristics. The guidance acknowledges that there are uncertainties and says those uncertainties should be made clear, saying that developers are not expected to see the future, but are expected to make the best reasonable predictions they can. So a plain reading of that guidance says that it is open wider than just projects that are in process or in the regulatory or have stated their their intentions, it says you can look to analogous situations to consider reasonable predictions. So the question is, could we request your legal authorities for the standard of reasonably foreseeable induced effects that GNWT is applying?
Sorry, just for clarification, I misheard the last little bit there. Can you just rephrase the actual question, please?
The question is, and we don't expect you to do this on the spot, so we're requesting your follow-up to provide the legal authorities for the standard of reasonably foreseeable induced effects that are being applied in the DAR.
Erica Benham, I don't think it's the developers, purview to interpret how the review board views its guidelines or any legal authority. It has defended its use of how it's selected its reasonably foreseeable activities, and how, moreover, what's more important is how it's selected the projects that are expected to have residual effects that will interact with those of the project. And that's the key. If you have a project that interacts in space and time with those of the effects of the project, it's a reasonable candidate. And it's not helpful to speculate about all sorts of things that could happen, maybe here, there, and in the future. And as I said previously, there have been lots of examples, even in the 2015 business case, where it was elaborated on all sorts of oil and gas scenarios that might happen and economic outputs of that just simply did not materialize. So if there is information that we know, and I'm sure we could talk all day about this because I see Alan squirming, it has to be something we can measure, right? Can we say something about it? It's not helpful to speculate about things that just won't happen. So the GNWT is unlikely to get into a debate over interpretation of EA practice. What the GNWT will do is stand behind the approach that it's used.
Thanks, Erica. Again, rather than get into depth in this, I'd point out that one, the facilitator does not squirm. The facilitator communicates using body language as well as words. Second, I can say with some confidence that the board will follow its environmental impact assessment guidelines when making its decisions about environmental impact assessment. Next question, please.
I submit that as the GNWT is the developer, it's more than appropriate to request the legal authorities that the government is using on its projects.
Sorry, just to clarify, I read you loud and clear, and we consider parties' opinions and the developers' opinions, and the board's guidelines describe the way that it tends to think about these things. As you've correctly pointed out, this is a subject that's included in the review board's EIA guidelines. So I just wanted the developer to understand that that is the approach that the board has said it will follow in its environmental assessments. Thank you. PKFN.
Thank you. As a last comment, we would just note that there are projects mentioned in the business case which are not included in the induced effects. Third question, PKFN draws your attention to Smith Creek, where the slumping issues are significant. Of course, PKFN and infrastructure are in active conversation about the slumping issues at Smith Creek at this time. PKFN knows that the soil in that area near Smith Creek is very similar to the north side of Blackwater River, where the Rinter Road is currently located on the edge of a pretty high hill. And PKFN asks, have the ongoing slumping issues at Smith Creek informed any aspect of the project planning?
Sorry, apologies, Seth Manette, GNWT. Jane, I just want to make sure we're talking about Big Smith Creek south of Wrigley.
Kate Henderson
I
for
believe there's
PKFN.
multiple
Correct.
Smiths
That's
Creeks.
oh yeah, we're talking about the one south of Wrigley. It's not part of the winter road alignment, but PKFN's Indigenous knowledge shows that the soil there, where we're having major slipping issues, is very similar to the soil north of Blackwater River, where the winter road route is currently on the edge of a very high hill, meaning any slumping there could be extremely dangerous. And PKFN is asking if the ongoing slumping issues at Smith Creek have informed any part of the consideration for the all-season road.
Erica, but this project has not done any study related to that referenced location south of Wrigley, which is outside of the project study area. The GNWT's work to date and the design going forward will be applicable to the route being proposed.
Okay, thank you for that. Our next question is going to be from Gwich'in Tribal Council. It's Rory Carthew online. Rory, go ahead, please.
Rory Carthew for GTC. A quick point on speculation before I ask the question. And that's just that the design of the project thus far is at 25% completion. There are numerous cited gaps in the baseline data, valued components important to numerous Indigenous governments here, which make the impact predictions largely speculative. The mitigation plans are largely speculative. The approach to adaptive management relies on uncertainty, which is largely speculative. And the economic analysis is largely speculative. So there are competing views on speculation. When I'll go to invasive species. Invasive species have the potential to spread northwards at a faster rate with an all-season highway and road. This could accelerate how fast invasives come to Gwich'in territory and lands. And efforts taken or not taken to manage invasives will have a direct implication on the number of invasive species advancing towards GSA and the extent of risk they pose to Gwich'in lands and resources. We've heard about concerns on the loss of traditional plants along the corridor and are also concerned that they may be replaced with invasives. Question is, how will the invasive plant monitoring plan map and record the location and speed at which invasive plant species are observed along the road, both during construction and operations?
GNWT.
Erica Benham. The GNWT will conduct invasive plant surveys as it does throughout all of the Northwest Territories highways. Before and every 5 years after construction of the highway. That there was an IR on that, IR response on that too. I don't have it at my fingertips. But regards to the Gwich'in settlement area, there's no vector for vegetation changes or invasive species that may be introduced on the project to travel to the Gwich'in settlement area, because there isn't planned to be a connection to that area as part of the project. So I think maybe just to answer that part of your question about the anticipated reach of those invasive species and the vectors within which they would happen. The vectors are equipment that would be brought to and vehicle travel that would happen within the project area, and the GNWT has identified the types of mitigations applicable to that.
Rory, would you like to respond?
Rory Carthew for GTC, thank you. I believe we did outline yesterday our GTC's views on reasonably foreseeable projects, and that this could turn into induced development that extends the roads further north and therefore could create a more reasonable vector for plants and invasive species to spread. Second question on invasives is we've looked at the DAR and the information in there on invasives. Will the environmental monitoring and compliance monitoring planned for the project extend to include the observation, detection, and recording of invasive plant species movement along the PDA?
Rory, while the GNWT is discussing their response, just because of the timing that we're at here, I'm going to ask if you have other questions along this line, if we can get them in the form of information requests, just because we're really running out of time here. GNWT is going to respond, but if you have further questions, do you mind saving them for IRs?
Roy Carthew, that is totally fine. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Thanks. GNWT.
Well, as regards to monitoring, the response is the same as the last one, which is that the GNWT will conduct invasive plant species surveys in along the right-of-way at 1, 5, and 10-year intervals. And it will also monitor that data will be used by the GNWT with input from the appropriate affected parties to develop additional management actions if necessary.
Okay, thank you very much for the GNWT. I'm now going to ask Catherine Fairbairn to go through some of the undertakings where we asked people to come back with answers during the technical sessions, if possible, so that we can get those answers today. Catherine, you've discussed with the GNWT which ones those are. Do you want to lead the questions? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. Catherine Fairbairn. So the first one that I believe the GNWT has some additional information for is related to a series of the questions that Pedzaki First Nation sent in on Tuesday night. So if you could let us know some of the information that you have and maybe some of the outstanding information that will come in later.
And for these, we'll hear the GNWT's response, but if there's any follow-up, let's do that in writing on the record in the form of IRs or comments as necessary. But I don't want to have continued discussion about their answers. There's still a chance to respond to that. I just don't think we're going to be able to follow up on their follow-up today. Okay, GNWT, please go ahead.
Seth Bennett, GNWT. I just want a point of clarification. So the specific questions that PKFN provided to us were provided in writing, so I don't think everybody has access to them. So is the preference that we read the question first and then the response?
Sure, or if you can summarize effectively, that works too, but if it's simpler to read both, that's fine.
Thanks for that. Yeah, so just to clarify, we don't have a response to all of the questions at this moment in time. The other ones we will respond to in writing, but the ones that we can respond to right now, we will do so.
And please only read the ones that you are able to respond to here. Thanks.
Erica Manom, it's me on the hot seat again. So to summarize, number 4, PKFN number 4 has to do with avoiding potential ice-rich and unstable terrain where practicable. How does the route achieve this when the chosen alignment travels through the highest concentration of permafrost in the Mackenzie Valley and the low areas close to the water source? And the response, there was a preamble to the response, which is applicable to a few of the other responses. So this response may be just a little bit longer, which is those criteria that are provided in, or the guidelines and objectives that are provided in section 5.2.2 are not intended to be used in isolation. It's not likely that any road design in this area would meet all of these objectives, which is why terminology such as where possible and where practicable is used. So where practical, for example, means if it can be done. This means that there will be places where this is not possible. And we gave some examples of how, that would apply to permafrost. So to go on then, the design parameters were selected to align with published standards, best practice, and the findings of the Climate Change and Resilience Assessment. The design parameters also state that using the existing winter road alignment, which is thermally disturbed terrain, to the extent possible, to reduce the area of new disturbance is something that will be applied. And that's acceptable for the current design definition stage, which is, if you want to give a number, about 25% that we're using in the environmental assessment. But a notable point here is that the GNWT doesn't agree with the statement that the chosen alignment travels through the highest concentration of permafrost in the Mackenzie Valley in the low areas close to the water source. This is not supported by the information provided in Appendix 14A. We refer you to Figure 4.2 of that appendix. I already said this before, permafrost is a thermal state. So it doesn't refer to a specific material. It may or may not contain ice, and therefore permafrost in and of itself is not a constraint. In fact, near Wrigley, the permafrost is sporadic, discontinuous permafrost. The low-lying wet thermokarst conditions represent the degradation of permafrost due to thawing, resulting in surface subsidence. Permafrost degradation has occurred naturally and will continue to occur in a warming climate. Since the project does not aim to preserve the permafrost, utilizing already disturbed terrain along the existing winter road alignment is considered acceptable. Question 6. Again, another criteria, another design objective, which is use of natural topography to reduce material requirements. And again, the preamble that I provided previously applies to this one as well, is that you can't look at these in isolation. The question is, how is the use of natural topography achieved if the alignment follows low-lying terrain and so requires a fill-only design? Fill-only design requires frequent access to borough sources for material. A different alignment would make it possible to use a cut and fill design. A cut and fill design would reduce material requirements and borough sources needed. So the GNWT's response is that a fill-only design, other than at specific locations where geotechnical investigation has indicated the suitability of the cut materials for reuse, is the most suitable design for this highway, regardless of the location anywhere between the river and the mountains. Points being, minimizing the need for cuts reduces potential impacts on and impacts from disturbance to unsuitable materials in situ at any cut location. And so bullet 11 of section 5.2.2 states optimizing use of natural topography to reduce material requirements, such as avoiding the need for deep fills. As a general principle, constructing a road on relatively level terrain requires less total material volume compared to building on hilly terrain. In hilly areas, additional fill is often needed at the bottoms of hills to maintain the geometric design speed. therefore increasing the overall material requirements. Question 7, again, another objective stated in section 5.2.2, the developer states the highway must maintain cost effectiveness in construction operations and maintenance. And then the question goes on, it's useful to compare the costs of maintenance of, so the question asks to compare maintenance costs for Yellowknife to Frank Channel Highway, Edzo to Fort Providence Highway, stating that the YK Frank Channel section was constructed over low-lying topography, permafrost, and frost-susceptible soils, and the southern section of Edzo was constructed over higher ground with less permafrost, better drainage, which is similar to the route the Enbridge pipeline selected. The comparison is direct, and the question asks, has the developer made this comparison? And, you know, if so, yes. If not, why? Provide the results. If not, why not? So the response is the Yellowknife to Edzo Highway, so that's Highway 3, is constructed across completely different geological terrain than the segment from Edzo to Fort Providence. The differences are not related to high or low-lying topography, but rather to the abrupt transitions in subgrade conditions, ranging from thin embankment fills on stable bedrock to thick or deep embankments over soft subgrade conditions between bedrock exposures, influenced by the associated topographic relief. Neither of these are very similar in topography to the Mackenzie Valley. Any such comparison would not provide much useful information to this design process. The GNWT's design principle to use natural topography to reduce material requirements, for example, to reduce the need for deep fills, is relevant and one way to maintain cost effectiveness, which was the question. Question 8. Another, so this one references section 5.2.2, table 5.1, page 512, where the GNWT states that climate change and sustainability issues will be identified and addressed in the design. The largest concern of this project to climate change is permafrost degradation, ice lens melting, and sediment erosion concerns. The question is, why is the design not considering alternate alignments where these concerns are reduced by selecting routes with less permafrost and less runoff, which are on higher ground? I think we've covered this today a little bit, and we definitely look forward to engaging further with PKFN on this topic. The GNWT notes that whether or not the largest climate change concern is permafrost degradation is debatable, and there's no data to indicate that such issues would be less severe inland nearer the mountains. It should be noted that erosion and sedimentation potential concerns are greater in an area of higher slopes, such as may be found on the higher ground further from the river and nearer the mountains. Again, we don't know which route we're actually looking at here, so it's a general statement. Goes on that, again, to explain that permafrost is a thermal condition, not necessarily reflective of the soil conditions. And that road alignments on higher ground with significant elevational changes present different design considerations and geohazards specific to hilly terrain, which differ from the challenges encountered in low-lying areas.
Erica, I'm just going to let Dieter has a particular point that I believe is related to what you just said, so I don't want to wait till the end of your answers because I know there's a lot of other ground.
I can't finish the question and
do
then
you have a bit more? Is it okay if Dieter, are you okay waiting until the end of the question? Okay, because right now I know there's a series of questions, and I just figure if it relates.
Yeah, maybe I could just finish this one response.
Sure, that would help. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. So regarding the effects of climate change on the project, the GNWT has stated that it can design the highway in specific areas of sensitive soils where they cannot be avoided. The GNWT cannot corroborate that there would be fewer geotechnical constraints on an alternate alignment. So again, we look forward to engaging on that. As stated previously, the design objectives need to be applied together, not in isolation.
I'll pause. End of that answer. Thanks. Dieter, go ahead, please.
Dieter Kazon, LKFN, or Lidicquay First Nation, I apologize. Can LKFN get a copy of that list and GNWT's responses for the forthcoming information request so we can respond?
Yeah, the list, in addition to being read into the transcripts, can GNWT submit it? We'll post the responses to our public registry.
No, the intent was to provide these verbally so that we wouldn't be providing written responses.
Okay, in that case, we are transcribing every word, so it should appear very soon on the public registry in the form of the transcript for this, not as a standalone document. Is that satisfactory?
Do you know, Dieter Kazon, LKFN, do you know when?
We expect it to be online probably by tomorrow morning, maybe a little bit later.
Okay, that works for me. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Erica, please
So
go ahead.
I don't know though, Jane, if your questions were provided written, because I am paraphrasing a little bit. So like just to summarize.
Our questions were provided in writing and they were, originally intended to have been read aloud and so on the record. And so we have no problem submitting them in any form to anyone else here.
So, Jane, we know that you got them in writing. Is it okay if we post the questions you provided as well? Because not all of them have been spoken during the session. So with that, so all of Pensiki's questions will be posted and all of the answers that you've heard will be on the transcript at this point. Okay, thanks. Erica, please carry on.
And I should just reiterate that the GNWT always looks forward to more opportunities for engagement. So if, permafrost and sensitive soils and how we design in those sensitive soils is a hot topic, let's get together and chat. Question 9, areas of importance, considering areas of importance. Traditional, cultural, and ecological importance. Again, this is another design objective. The PKFN has consistently informed the developer that the proposed route goes directly through areas of high traditional, cultural, and ecological importance, and that alternative routes to the east would travel through areas of less significance. The GNWT has consistently disregarded this information. PKFN asks what consideration was given to other alignments traveling through areas of lower importance. The GNWT's response is that the GNWT has considered all available information to date, including previous traditional knowledge or traditional use information compiled and presented in the DECHO PDR. And if you look at the many figures presented in the PDR, we can see the traditional use and occupancy, sensitive wildlife environments, and the location of sensitive features as identified by PKFN, and some were referenced today in relation to the project route and existing bridges. It suggests that the routing currently before us that's been proposed is not inappropriate, or at least was not at the time. And that's, obviously something that, the GNWT has heard and looks forward to engaging on further. The GNWT looks forward to receiving additional information, including information about its suggested alternative, about PKFN's suggested alternative route to the east. Once received, the GNWT will review the information to confirm the suitability of the alternative and will engage with PKFN on the next steps. As far as considering other alignments, the GNWT notes that the PDR identified 9 optimizations of the route. We talked about those earlier today. and that included consideration of water and wetlands and moose pastures, traditional human activities along the alignment, and the presence of permafrost. These optimizations, you know, as was mentioned, adopted. So there were 8 of the 9 proposed optimizations adopted in the current routing. As for permafrost, specific to permafrost, geotechnical data is not available at this time, but such data will be available in the later stages of the project once geotechnical studies have been completed. The geotechnical studies will determine whether the proposed alignment requires further optimization, or rather the use of mitigation techniques in problematic areas. Question 10, missing assessment of overflow and washout risks. And it references section 5.2.3, table 5.2, which is titled Summary of Consideration of Engagement Input on Design. There are numerous requests to consider the impacts of overflow and washouts along the winter road alignment. Question from PKFN, what has been done to assess if this concern is reduced or eliminated on an alignment at a higher elevation or along a different route? GNWT's response points to the responses to MVerb number 71, IR number 71, and CANNOR number 5, which is NRCan number 1, which provide information on how icings will be considered in culvert design and how engagement feedback regarding local knowledge of overflow locations has been included in project design. No design work has been done on an alternative route. The GNWT looks forward to receiving additional information, including information about PKFN's suggested alternative route to the east. Question 12. In section 5.2.3, table 5.2, again, consideration of engagement input on design. The developer states that the GNWT is committed to ongoing engagement with Indigenous governments, Indigenous organizations, and other affected parties during project advancement and planning. And that refers to a phrase, if practical and reasonable, is used many times in the DAR, including whether it will use that information. PKFN asks, who decides what is practical and how? The terminology being referred to in section 5.2 is practicable, which means if it can be done. And to use a few examples, the GNWT has said it will, for example, avoid known and potential ice-rich and unstable terrain where practicable. That means that as the project design is advanced, there will be places where this won't be possible. Likewise, the GNWT has said that it will reflect community engagement to the extent that it is possible. And to this example, sometimes engagement input, while thoughtful, isn't reasonable or helpful to reducing impacts of the project, or may not even be within the GNWT's jurisdiction to implement. In this case, the GNWT uses the engagement opportunity to explain its reasons and to, follow up on the engagement comments further. Regarding the consideration of PKFN's forthcoming traditional land and resource use study, the GNWT provided information in response to PKFN IR number 2.
Yep, halfway.
Question 14. In section 7.1.3.2.2, the developer states the inland route alternative may require fewer new culverts compared to the project route because the water courses to be crossed at the inland route location may be better defined owing to the upland terrain location. A comparison of cost, however, is not possible without a more detailed route evaluation. Question for PKFN, why did the developer not provide any kind of quantitative cost comparison between the project route and the inland route alternative when the terms of reference stated. The developer will identify, quote, the developer will identify and describe the alternative routes considered for the development, including a description of each alternative considered, how and why they are not environmentally, technically, and or economically feasible, and the rationale for rejecting any alternatives that are excluded from further assessment. And economically feasible was underlined and emphasized. The GNWT's response is that the comparison that's been provided in the developer's assessment report, section 7, chapter 7, does meet the requirements of the terms of reference. The economic criteria that were considered were listed in table 7.1. And specifically, the GNWT has included a criteria of maintaining cost effectiveness and reducing material requirements, which are directly relevant economic criteria. And just to follow up again, no design work has been done on an alternate alignment as it has not been provided. Number 17, again, in the alternative assessment, it relates to the availability of water sources needed for construction and operations and maintenance. The preamble says, related to this, due to the need to construct new crossings over major water courses, there will be additional short to medium term effects on water resources during construction of these structures. PKFN says the winter road route also has challenging requirements for water. In section 5.4.6.1, the developer states that in winter, portions of the winter road will be used as a travel lane for equipment working to construct new embankment with the shared right-of-way of the winter road and the all-season road. Where the project right-of-way departs from the winter road, a winter travel lane may be constructed for the project alongside the embankment to facilitate the movement of equipment. Water for constructing the project winter travel lane where needed will be sourced from the Mackenzie River and other sources as authorized for water withdrawal. PKFN says, so the plan to build along the winter road has the same problem with access to water only in the winter. The developer expects to haul water from Mackenzie River. Can the developer provide a quantitative assessment of the availability of water sources needed for construction and maintenance of the inland route alternative compared to the project route? Again, the information presented in chapter 7 does meet the requirements of the terms of reference for the comparison of alternatives. A detailed quantitative assessment was not completed because it was not required. The GNWT has identified potential water sources and quantified potential water availability in chapter 15. Though the GNWT does not have a specific route to compare, it can be noted that there are generally fewer water bodies as you move east of the current route towards the Franklin Mountains in the Decho region, particularly between White Sand Creek and Blackwater River. An inland alternative also likely removes the Mackenzie River as a proximal water source. I think this one, 18. Okay, 18. This one's short. Can the developer provide a quantitative assessment of the need to construct new crossings of water courses in the inland route alternative compared to the project route? And the GNWT's response is no, the level of design is not developed enough to allow for comparison, and that the GNWT looks forward to receiving additional information from PKFN, including information about its suggested alternative route to the east. Number 19. In section 7.2.3.2.3, the developer states, quote, generally there may be fewer effects associated with constructing new access roads to quarry sources for the inland route alternative, as there are likely to be more suitable material sources available closer to the route than the project route. Question from PKFN, can the developer provide a quantitative assessment of effects of constructing access roads to quarry sources for the inland route compared to the project route? And the response is the same as the previous. No, the level of design is not developed enough to allow for this comparison. And the GNWT looks forward to receiving additional information from PKFN, including information about its suggested alternate route to the east. I'm getting there. Number 20. Again, quoting from chapter 7, the developer states, quote, following existing cleared right-of-way to limit clearing is preferred to clearing the new right-of-way. This is a key mitigation measure for reducing effects of the project on wildlife, including caribou and moose, end quote. Question from PKFN, how can the developer come to this conclusion when they have not provided a quantitative assessment of the impacts of the project route on wetlands and habitats used by water birds and moose compared to the impacts on the annual range of boreal caribou from the inland route alternative? Further, most of the inland alignment is alpine and has no clearing required. The winter road route is in the tree line and requires more clearing. How has the developer compared tree clearing requirements and their impacts? And GNWT's response is, if PKFN is referring to a specific route, please provide to the GNWT and the GNWT can run metrics on that route. The GNWT, though, is curious about the characterization of the alternate route as alpine, which may introduce environmental considerations that are not associated with the current route. Question 23, last one that we're providing today. Table 26.2 sets out the projects that were considered in the cumulative effects assessment. The table includes activity 6, the Mackenzie Valley Highway from Alberta border to Wrigley, and activity 7, the winter road from about kilometer 794 to 1093. Question from PKFN, where in the table is the winter road from Wrigley to kilometer 794? GNWT's response is that table 4.2 identifies Mackenzie Valley Winter Road and Delaney Winter Road as existing infrastructures, and those are ID number 7, as was pointed out. The location in the table is incorrectly identified as being in the Sawtooth region only. It is meant to refer to the Winter Road in the Sawtooth and Decho regions, and the omission of the Decho reference in the table will be corrected. The GNWT notes, however, that the full extent of the Mackenzie Valley Winter Road as an existing project is included in figure 4.1 and 4.2 and in the cumulative effects assessments for value components as presented in subsections 5 of each chapter, and it's labeled as Mackenzie Valley Winter Road, including bridges and bridge size culverts. So table 4.2 will be updated in the DAR addendum with that correction. And I'm done.
Thank you very much. That was a lot of reading, but thank you for reading.
I hope I didn't put anybody to sleep with that.
Okay, that was our big one in terms of following up. We do have 4 more, but they aren't multi-part. So hopefully it doesn't take quite so long. And then we'll spend some time looking at the final wording of the commitments that the GNWT has made and very briefly talk about next steps, and then I'll head it back to Alan. I also wanted to just clarify that there's a whole bunch of other questions that people said they were going to, bring information back for that people can't answer during the technical session and the next however long we're going to spend here. And so those we'll follow up with the individuals who are asking some of that information, and you could submit those and just kind of have the details fleshed out in there if you want in writing to the review board, and we can enter those when we get the next round of IRs up and running. So the GNWT is kind of already aware of the topics, but we might also ask parties to submit kind of just to make sure we've got it all there, and then we can make sure that's posted as soon as that round is up and running. So just if you're wondering what's happening with the others, that's the plan. The next one that I wanted to go through, I'm just going through them in order. Ken, you'll be up in 2, and like after this one. The next one was also for the GNWT, and this was about the employment data available by year and where that information is available. Do you want to skip that one after all?
Seth Bennett, GNWT. We're just confirming there is employment data available in the DAR already. I just wanted to clarify where it's located.
Well, you clarify that. Is it all right if I move on to the one that Canor was going to come back to, which was in response to what role does a highway to Inuvik or only to Norman Wells serve in Canada's plan for Arctic sovereignty? So maybe Shannon, if I can get you to respond to that, and that gives GNWT a few minutes to look up the right section.
Sure. Thank you, Catherine. And thanks for the question, Kanda, and the time to put together a response. So the question to Canor that was posed yesterday was about the role in Canor's perspective that the MVH will play to support Arctic security and sovereignty. So in accordance with the Arctic and Northern Policy Framework, there are goals for enhancing economic opportunity and prosperity for Northerners by closing transportation infrastructure gaps and strengthening the North's regional infrastructure to help exercise Canadian sovereignty. The North's security depends in part on the presence and ability of security providers to respond to emergencies, including the Canadian Armed Forces, the RCMP, and the Canada Border Services Agency, along with territorial emergency management services. The extension of the Mackenzie Valley Highway to Inuvik would provide important redundancy in connecting Canada's road system to the Arctic Ocean, which has implications for our sovereignty and security, given the geopolitical sensitivities of the Northwest Passage and heightened security threats within the region. It's important for Canadians within the region to meaningfully participate in and benefit from economic opportunities and to be connected with the rest of the country. In this sense, major infrastructure projects such as the MVH reflect the character of our nation as one that stretches from coast to coast to coast. The Mackenzie Valley Highway, as proposed, could serve dual purposes for both security-related and civilian use. It provides access for residents, businesses, and emergency services, helping to unlock new economic opportunities, stimulate investment, and strengthen the regional economy and food security. This is particularly important given the recent challenges posed by low water levels, which limit the ability of barges to resupply communities. This comment, as requested by GTC, reflect Canor's perspective on the issue and the MVH and its role in supporting Arctic security and sovereignty. And if more specific information is desired on the implications of the MVH, we would be happy to reach out to our broader Government of Canada colleagues, including Global Affairs Canada and the Department of National Defence.
Thank you, Shannon. Catherine Fairbairn. Over to the GNWT for the question about employment data.
Seth Bennett, GNWT. Yeah, so just to reconfirm, the request was for, I believe it was specific request was to identify where the information was located in the DAR. And it is section or chapter 54.14.1.
Thank you.
Or something like that.
Okay, we've got 2 more here. The last 2 are both for the GNWT. This is the one in response to the Gwich'in Tribal Council's question about confirming if the GNWT is a joint venture regarding the fiber line.
Seth Bonnet, GNWT. Yes. So just to clarify, yeah, the GNWT is the owner of the Mackenzie Valley fiber line. I'll leave it at that for the moment.
Okay, thank you. And the last one of these outstanding responses we're going to go through was from Pedzaki First Nation, asking about the consideration for, or why GNWT didn't consider the Liard Highway moratorium from the 70s.
Seth Bonnet, GNWT. I remembered. Yeah, so again, specific to this project, that wasn't necessary to be incorporated into the assessment at this point in time. So the focus of this project is on the current project, the Mackenzie Valley Highway, as proposed, not the Liard Highway.
Okay, thank you. So that's all the responses that that people were able to come back to during the technical sessions. As I said, I will reach out about any of the other responses. And of course, there's a chance to ask follow-up questions in the upcoming second round of information requests about other topics and also about anything that you heard just now or other times during the technical sessions. So one of the other things we need to do before we can wrap up today is go through the commitments and just confirm the final wording. There are 9 that we've documented that the GNWT has made, and they've confirmed the wording for those. Number 1, we already talked about yesterday morning, I believe. So that's that the GNWT will update the WMMP as part of the DAR addendum. And then 2 to 8, I think, were yesterday's. And then there was 1 from today. So the second one is that the GNWT commits to further engagement and meaningful consultation to gather information from PKFN to help inform and improve the socioeconomic impact assessment. The third is, actually, maybe I'll let the GNWT read these. I started because I felt bad asking Erica to read again, but Seth and Patricia are both there too, so you guys can take over.
Seth Bonnet, GNWT. Yes, thanks a lot, Catherine. Happy to do that. So commitment number 3 from yesterday. The GNWT will have further discussion on capacity funding and the need for capacity funding for the ongoing EA with PKFN. Next slide, please. The GNWT has committed to ongoing discussion with PKFN for mitigation measures. Commitment number 5, the GNWT will help develop key indicators for well-being with communities to help inform monitoring plans. Commitment number 6, the GNWT will reconsider the market basket measure and the details contained in Nutrition Canada adjust the cost of living. I think there might be a typo in that one. We'll have to get back to you. Commitment number 7, the GNWT commits to a follow-up conversation with PKFN about scope of remaining field studies once they get information from the PKFN. Commitment number 8, the GNWT will commit to notify communities a month in advance for monitoring opportunities related to the project.
Correction, I believe that was originally at least a month in advance. Is that still okay with you?
Yes.
Thank you.
And then commitment number 9 from today. Boy, that's a long one. The GNWT commits to providing further details specifically on the safety and security plan for vulnerable community members as part of the DAR addendum, and will consider providing additional creative mitigation strategies to address the significant adverse effect to the safety and security of women and girls. This would include information specific to both construction anticipated effects and then also operation effects.
Thank you very much. That was all of the commitments that we've documented, and now they're read into the transcript. Actually, if you could share, there's one more slide that I was just going to talk through before I hand it back to Alan. We just wanted to very quickly touch on the next steps for the environmental assessment. This is all based on the previous work plan that was released in August. So the main next step is that in early December, we'll release an updated draft work plan once we've touched base with our board following these tech sessions. The round 2 of information requests will open very soon, hopefully in early December as well on the online review system. And then those other 3 dates are from the existing work plan. So in early 2025, our goal will be to have responses from the developer to those round 2 information requests. We're still looking at, or we're currently looking based on that work plan at spring for a revised RR addendum. And then depending on when that RR addendum comes in, we'd be entering the hearing phase with interventions and so on. So more information in early December is the main information from this slide.
Thanks, Catherine. I feel like we're all leaving this session with quite a bit more knowledge about the project and the predictions of the impacts and the kinds of questions that are still outstanding than we had going in. I know that it's been quite helpful to me that way. We know there's still issues that need to be sorted out, but with any luck, this will help you zone in and focus on which ones you really want to pursue for the rest of the environmental assessment and bring forward in the interventions, or at least in the information requests. So I want to thank all of you. Your endurance is remarkable, but we also really appreciate the knowledge and insights that you've brought into the room in your questions and in your answers. I feel like that's been a very impressive amount of depth on a number of different subjects. I know they've been long days, and I appreciate everyone's had some flexibility to try and make sure we could hear from everybody and hit all the subjects we need to hit. I also want to thank folks who have agreed to put some of their questions into information requests. We know that's not always the first preference that people have. I really want to recognize the folks who came from a long way to take part in these sessions. It's meaningful. You made the sessions better. We're grateful to you. Your information helps the review board make a better decision. And that ultimately helps everyone in the long term. We hope that this session is part of building a better highway and a better decision about the highway. So I want to say thanks on that. Thanks to the developer. It's hard to be answering questions all the time for this. The parties kind of get a break when other parties are speaking, but the developer is always on the process of responding, and they've gone to some lengths to make sure that they have the right people in the room to try to respond to these things. Your openness to ongoing discussion is helpful. We would still like to see more specific details on the kinds of mitigations, not the frameworks for mitigations, but the actual mitigations for the kinds of issues that have been raised. There's still room in the environmental assessment to try and flag those well, but I think we're all understanding each other much better now than even just a few days ago. So I really appreciate that. I want to express our thanks to Jenna, our transcriptionist, and her counterpart online for making sure that our words last and resonate on the public record. And I would like to thank Martin for making sure, from Pedo Sound, for making sure that we could all hear each other's words when we were doing this and making sure that this whole thing can chug ahead well. I'd like to wish everyone a safe trip home, whether that's near or far. And for a closing prayer, before a closing prayer, I'd like to acknowledge the YKDFN drummers for starting this the right way. And I'd like to recognize Tim Lenny for the opening prayer, which also helped get us started in the right way. For a closing prayer, Frank, Andrew, are you, sorry, Fred, Andrew, Tim Lenny. Sorry, you deferred. Sorry, it's getting long and my brain is slowly getting a bit mushier. But long day, but we're at the very home stretch now. So if everyone could please stand for a closing prayer from Tim Lenny from Wrigley. Thank you. Oh, also before everyone
check
takes off, if you're able to grab a couple of chairs and stack them against that wall, we would certainly appreciate the help. Thanks everyone very much for everything over the 3 days. To Tim Lenny.
Yeah, has been a long 3 days, and so merci. I feel grateful today as I guess they made me elder come in here. So for some reason or another, but finally, you're able to hear the community out after all these years, because this is the first that we've come to share. And as an elder, I look around what happened over the years, and for us to engage, it's very difficult, very hard, very emotional for me, because this hadn't been going on for a long time. Things have not changed for us as Indigenous people in our community. And it's struggle. It's really struggling to trying to represent yourself and trying to do the best job you can with what you got. And that's the hard part, because we're on the losing side right now, the way I see it, because nobody's really embracing what we're saying, or they're not acknowledging what we're saying. And that's the really hard part for me. And it's always been like that. I'm trying to keep my anger. I'm trying to keep my resentment in control. Because if there was any of my elders that I've worked with back in the day, they will not tolerate this. They will not, I tell you that. So I'm trying to be sensible. I'm trying to make my young people more acceptable to how things are happening, so they do not have this. Because we had all these discussions before. We have incidents in our community talking about the highway and that. So we know the effects of all the social and economic effects that's happening there, that's going to happen. And you think it's bad now, it's going to get worse. It's the norm. As government says, it's the norm. I've heard it enough. But with that, for today, say masi newisincho, I thank you, Creator, for the land that you've made for us. As a people, all of us as a people have to live on this land that you provided for us. All the animals and the aquatic life, we also give the blessing for them. Even today we spoke all we could, but it's not the end of it yet. We still gotta need to talk amongst ourselves and talk with our people. We do not make decisions. We just have our people. I thank the Creator for keeping us here today for 3 days together discussing what He provided for us on this land. And I wish this evening that everybody make it home safely to your family, to your children and your family, and you have a safe trip wherever you're from, even you walk in next door, because we don't know when our time is up. And I've learned that the hard way. So with that, say mercy to the government, all of you for sharing. It has been an education, but I would definitely like to thank these young people. I said, my language. I'm the generation, I'm the elder now. The next steps is up to these young ones to carve out the trail. Work good with my young people here. That's all I ask. And that masi se thank you for all your discussions and so on. So masi.
Rhea McDonald here. I'd like to say thank you to everyone.